soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on starlight out on starlight out on cosmic soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, I makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on. Starlight out on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. This might be a little bit boring for most of the audience and people, but it's something I want to talk about. So, Chuck will be coming around. I don't know if Denison or anyone else I invited will be joining. It's not drama. It's not well, it is politics, but it's history and philosophy. So I've been really interested in Eastern philosophy for a while. And one of the first places I want to start is Confucianism. And that leads me to two other sources for later shows, which will be Laoism or Laoism. I don't know how to pronounce it. And I don't know if Lao is Totist and whatnot, but a lot of this intrigues me. A lot of Eastern philosophy intrigues me. And I know that there are typically two Chinese school of thoughts. You've got Confucian, who believes in order and basically building your fortress in chaos. And you have Lao, which is basically everything ebb and flows like a river. And they're both two very, very, very important philosophers in Eastern tradition, specifically Chinese tradition. And because I am a white man and don't know much about Eastern philosophy, I decided to start with Confucianism. This is basically where I'm going to do a little bit of research on the topic with you guys. I know nothing about this topic, so we will be reading on it, discussing it, and I'm not going to watch any videos on it because if I create content about this particular series, I want it to be 100% mine, and of course that means I can use AI or whatever. But I don't want to use other people's content to express and study this with you guys. Aloine, what's up, broski? Confucius say white man has small a wiener, but big bombs. That's crazy. My favorite is Confucius say midget should never ride elevators. That's my favorite Confucius joke. Or Confucius say midget laugh when runs through field. But let's talk a little bit about Confucianism. And anybody who wants to join, feel free to hop into the chat. Not the chat, but the panel. It is open. Like I said, Chuck will be joining us shortly. He got some important things to do. And my source for what I'm reading is Wikipedia, because I've asked around different people if they knew any books or anything that I could get information on Confucianism to do some studying. It really hasn't panned out to where they gave an answer. So this stream And these series of streams are going to be more so me just diving in and learning about these philosophies. What's up, Miss Snow? How you doing today, darling? How you doing today? So let's get to it. and forgive my illiteracy and not being able to pronounce certain words. Learn from the context clues, though. Confucianism, also known as Ruism or Ru classicism, is a system of thought and behavior originating in ancient China and is variously described as a tradition, philosophy, religion, theory of government, or way of life. Founded by Confucius in the Hundred Schools of Thought era, Confucianism integrates philosophy, ethics, and social governance with a core focus on virtue, social harmony, and familiar responsibility. See, as a Christian and a authoritarian type person, that really hits hard so far. And I can understand why I have the interest in Confucianism. Because what I do know about it is from passing knowledge. And I don't want to say what I know about it because I could be wrong. But I look forward into diving into this more so because it's very interesting to me. Confucianism emphasizes virtue through self-cultivation and communal effort. Key virtues include Ren, benevolence, Yi, righteousness, Li, propriety, Zi, wisdom, and Zin, sincerity. These values, deeply tied to the notion of Tian, heaven, present a worldview where human relationships and social order are manifestations of sacred moral principles. While Confucianism does not emphasize an omnipotent deity, it upholds Tin as a transcendent moral order. I noticed that a lot of Eastern philosophy doesn't necessarily equate to a god, right? It typically is about one's own self-betterment, one's own, as they put it, self-cultivation. And you see this cultivation method or methodology or belief in a lot of Eastern culture things, particularly China. Like for instance, if you look at the anime and like manga style comics that actually come from China specifically, a lot of them will talk about cultivation or the mysticism that they practice or did practice. I don't think the Chinese practice it now as a part of their culture. I'm not sure. That's not something to ask me. But you can see the influence, and it takes on a little bit, like, though as an outside observer, it takes on this funny mysticism. Base Snow, thank you. She says church is over, about to make some lunch and listen to some OG. I appreciate it, Miss Snow. But like I said, being an outside observer, looking at the influences of Confucianism on modern Eastern culture, like I mentioned the animes, right? Actually, better example. There's a video game called Cultivation Simulator. It's much like RimWorld, but it's heavily, for one, it's a Chinese game made by Chinese companies, but it's also heavily influenced by, actually it is entirely Confucius and Chinese lore. And the entire purpose of this cultivation in the game is to achieve immortality. And it's funny, and I look forward to see if reincarnation is an aspect of Confucianism or if that is the Buddhist influence onto the culture. Because a lot of things that involve quote unquote cultivation, there is an air of spiritual reincarnation with that cultivation. Like in one life, what you cultivate transcends to the next life. And in that if I'm not mistaken, that translates to a little bit of ancestor worship, and that's why I don't want to talk about what I know, because I don't know if that's true or not. It's what I've been told, and it's what I've been led to believe by the influences that I have as an outside observer. Noted, Confucian ideas shaped governance, education, and family structure in China, South Korea, and Japan, and Vietnam for more than 2,000 years. Well, it's the closest thing to Christianity that Eastern philosophies and Eastern culture have produced. And I think that's one of the reasons that it interests me so much. So, Confucius regarded himself as a transmitter of cultural values from the preceding Xinjiang and Western Zhao dynasties, suppressed during the legalist Qin dynasties. Around 200 BCE, Confucius flourished under the Han dynasty, 130 BCE, displacing the pro-Taoist Hung Lao tradition to become the dominant ideological framework, while blending with the pragmatic teachings of legalism and the Tang dynasty, 600 CE. Witnessed a response to the rising influence of Buddhism and Taoism in the development of Neo-Confucianism, a formulated philosophical system that became central to the imperial examination system and the scholar official class of the Song dynasty, 1000 CE. So there was a lot in that particular that also interests me, like Taoism. I believe that's where you get the yin and yang, like the black and white symbol, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Lao Tzu or Lun Tzu or however you pronounce his name, which is one of the people that keeps coming up whenever I study Confucianism. I think that person was a Taoist, and I think that's where life flows like a river. And there's obviously Buddhist influences in Eastern tradition and philosophy, and Taoism and Lun Tzu or Lao Tzu, however you say his name, is the next subject that we'll be studying on, because we'll probably do a couple streams on Confucianism as I find more information than just the Wikipedia article, and I'm able to talk to more people about it. We'll do 2-3 streams on one particular subject, and then we will move on to the next. And like I said, Taoism is next, and then I want to do Buddhism, and then my favorite, the fourth one I want to do, the one that'll probably take the longest, is Shintoism, because I love Japanese culture and Japanese history. I'm a weeaboo without the anime. Like, I could care less about the anime. The actual culture, like the Shinjaku Judai, the Warring States period, is one of the most awesome times in human history, and one of my absolute favorite times in history. What's up, Thumping Weevil? Kayla Fierro, MK87843, Alawine, and Miss Snow, and everybody else out in La La Land. We are, and I know it's going to be janky, so bear with me, because I just decided to talk about Confucianism for the stream today, because I thought it would be awesome. So I don't have any graphics prepared, and like I said, I couldn't find any books to read, so we are reading from the Wikipedia. So bear with me, and that's why I want to do 2 or 3 streams. I want to do each subject actual justice, and talk about the system itself, the cultural influences, and then the outcomes. And that's why I say about 3 streams. So this one may be short if people don't want to come and discuss it, but we're definitely going to get through what Confucianism is in the first one. So let's see here. The abolishment of the imperial examination system in 1905 marked the decline of state-endorsed Confucianism. In the early 20th century, Chinese reformers came to associate Confucianism with China's century of humiliation, and instead embraced alternative ideologies such as Sun Yat-sen's 3 Principles of the People, and later Maoism. Nevertheless, Confucianism endured as a cultural force, influencing East Asia in economic and social structures in the modern era. Confucius' work ethic was credited with the rise of the East Asian economy in the late 20th century. Confucianism remains influential in China, Korea, Japan, Vietnam, and regions with significant Chinese diaspora. A modern Confucian revival has gained momentum in academic and cultural circles, culminating in the establishment of a national Confucian church in China in 2015. Reflecting renewed interest in Confucianist ideals as a foundation for social and moral values, American philosopher Herbert Fingeret describes Confucianism as a philosophical system with regards the secular are sacred. So now we're going to be moving into the terminology. But before we do that, I do find it very interesting that Confucianism and Eastern philosophies are religions without actually being religions, right? The gods that you see in a lot of East Asian cultures, they're more of the folk gods that existed when those people were very small in number. And like, if you ever studied human history, you know that the East Asians have had a massive population for a long time. So you're talking about ancient traditions, spirit, and it's the same thing as spirits and fairy folk in Europe. So I find it very interesting the way that like Shintoism is a natural like folk belief in Japan, right? And then you have Confucianism and then later Buddhism that influences that. So I like the cultural melding in East Asia, and then the individual cultures and ethnicities that melded together, like in China, right? You've got the Han, the Manchu, the Ji, the Yin or Yi. I don't know all of them, but you've got a lot of different cultures with massive groups and a long history. And it's so alien to the West. And I think that it would behoove us to study their culture and history and what it means to them, because they're not, I don't like saying know thine enemy, because I don't see them as enemies, but they know everything about us over there. They know what makes us tick as Westerners. They know our culture. They know our languages. They know our traditional economic systems. They know what makes our hearts tick. And we know nothing about them besides what anime tells us. And they're not, and not all Asians are the same, right? Not all East Asians are the same, because Asia is such a massive continent. And the further east you go from Europe, the less and less you really know. Unless, of course, you're going based off Japanese anime, and that shit's cringe. I've actually met people that base their entire knowledge on the East on what an anime or manga tells them. Like in high school, I was a nerd, and there was clubs related around East Asia, but it all like resulted to anime. And we had a college professor who was Japanese come in to teach us Japanese, and some anime girl tried to correct her on her Japanese. And like it's weird to me that these people do this. And I don't know, something in me like is drawing me to study East Asian philosophy. And that's the whole point of doing all this and starting to go through it. So let's get to some of the terminology on Confucianism. There is no term in Chinese which directly corresponds to Confucianism. The closest catch-all term for Confucianism is the word Ru. Its initial meaning in modern Chinese includes secular, learned, or refined man. In Old Chinese, the word has a distant set of meanings, including to tame, to mold, to educate, and to refine. Several different terms, some of which, with modern origin, are used in different situations to express different facets of Confucianism. including, oh, my dear sweet baby Jesus. I cannot pronounce these words. That is a lot of dashes and dots over those fucking English characters. Let me let me try it. Rija, the Ru school of thought, Rijao, or Rizhou, Ru religious doctrine, and Ruzi. This is where I'm gonna have to actually stream what it says. So let me see here, because I cannot pronounce that at all. So this Rija, Rujja, and it's got a bunch of weird dashes and dots. The Ru school of thought, Ruzhao, which is Rujjao, and a lot of weird dashes, is the religious doctrine, and Ruji, which is Rixue with a lot of dashes, is Ru studies. Kanzhou is Confucius religious doctrine, and this last one right here, baby. I mean, I don't even know if my tongue can work that good. I mean, I eat a lot of kitty, and my tongue can work well, but I ain't even gonna try this shit right here. Conjindanye? I can't, no, bro. Like this word right here. I'll post it in the chat. This word right. I'm sorry, ladies. I'll let you down. This word right here. I can't pronounce that. Confucius family business, a pejorative phrase used during the New Culture movement and the Cultural Revolution. Yeah, I have no idea how to pronounce that one. If someone knows how to pronounce this one, come in. Like the other ones are just like my best attempt. That one was just ugh. The terms that use Ru do not use the name Confucius at all, but instead focus on the ideal of the Confucian man. The use of the term Confucianism has been avoided by some modern scholars who favor Ruism and Ruists instead. Robert Eno argues that the term has been burdened with the objective and irrelevant tradition association. Ruism, as he states, is more faithful to the original Chinese name for the school. The term traditionalist has been suggested by David Scrodenborough to emphasize the connection to the past, its standards, and inherent its forms, in which Confucian himself placed so much importance. This translation of the word Ru is followed by E.G. Yuri Pines. According to Zhao Yanggong, Ru originally referred to shamanistic methods of holding rites and existed before Confucian's time. But the Confucius, it came to mean devoting to propaganda, just teachings to bring civilization to people. In the Western world, the character for water is often used as a symbol of Confucianism, which is not the case in modern China. Sweet baby Jesus. It's Eastern Enlightenment and Stoicism. I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know what I don't know. And this is my first steps into studying Confucianism. I'm gonna be looking for some books on the subject, but I mean, it seems much more than that. I wouldn't disagree. It definitely feels like Stoicism, like Eastern Stoicism and Enlightenment, but it feels like much more than that. I think East Asian society has gone through, because it's much older than most of what we have in Europe. Like the Chinese Empire was a stable nation state when Rome was starting to grow. Right? And it's very old, and it's been very stable for so long for whatever reason. And I think that they've gone through these cultural and civilizational cycles many times because they'll grow and expand and become fucking massive in territory wise. And then they will shed off like anywhere between, say, a third and a half of their territory and then have a shit ton of infighting and just restart and regrow. That seems to be the thing with China. And that's been the thing with China through almost all of human history. And I wonder if the people of the East have this mysticism and I'll just say ignorance of the West. I don't think they do. I think by and large, at least their elite and their upper class have studied us and learned the way we tick to the point that they don't have that. But I wonder if they did at one time. What's up, Shadow Buddha? But yeah, let's get back to it. Because, and like I said, this is you guys are just going on me with the journey while I learn about Confucianism. And this is Confucianism 100, right? 101, the basics. What's up, Chuck? Welcome to the show.
Sing low fat choy.
What the hell did you say to me?
Yeah, Confucius say, man who stand on toilet high on pot.
That's funny.
That's about as much Confucianism as I know.
Actually, I think the average American, like the average person in the modern world, may actually know more Confucianism than they think about.
I think
because there's a lot of influences from elites all over the world, at least in America. I can't say that for Europe, but there's a lot of influences that people just don't realize that we've been influenced by. But I think it's good. I
didn't mean to interrupt whatever you was reading there.
Oh no, I got something else.
Come on now. Get your claws out of me. Thank you.
But yeah, no, anyway. So basically, especially younger Westerners, right? Because we have been influenced by the East in the forms of anime and manga and culture that we've just picked up on certain things like Confucianism, Shintoist beliefs, Bushido. We've picked up on them just passively. And I'm not saying that we're experts or that we even actually know it. We just grasp the concepts of them. Like we're a baby reaching out for the finger of our parents for that because of our influences in the culture, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but what don't make sense to me is 50-year-old men regarding anime as an important issue in their life. It's just a strange thing to me.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like anime like that. I'm just talking about I'm just talking about the cultural significance.
Okay.
Me personally, I have watched anime. It's not that important. At one time it was my favorite media source because I felt like a lot of the stuff that the US was putting out was like propagandized bullshit. But then it became mainstream and a lot of the tropes become fan service and they focused more on titties and slutty clothing than actually telling a story. So I'm just like, yeah, this ain't for me. And I actually turned away from anime. And then, like I said, like weebs weebs ruined anything for me because I like I said, I like Japanese culture minus the anime.
What's a weeb?
A weeaboo person who let me actually get the official definition.
Remember, I'm old. You youngins got all these new words.
Weeaboo is a slang term that is just means they have japophilia. It's an intense interest with Japanese culture. However, a weeaboo is somebody that thinks because they watch anime, they know everything about Japanese culture. It's specifically
Gotcha.
related to anime and manga.
And that was my point a while ago about being so invested in anime as a source reference. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing about it is like I like Japanese culture and history because I'm a history nerd and
You
a
like
fascist.
that sideways slant. Come on.
Oh yeah, no, I love Asian women. I have no fear admitting that. I think Asian women are the most beautiful in the world. I ain't gonna lie to you. But that's beside the point. That's beside the point. I think I like my thing is like I like revolutionary history. And I don't mean that in the communist sense. I like as a National Socialist, I like the thought of the eternal struggle, right? And that plays out in typically you see the actual eternal struggle play out in cultures where they are not technologically advanced to have guns, like automatic weapons, and they still have the concept of honor in their culture, right?
Oh yeah.
And that's where you see the eternal struggle play out the most. And like, so in the West, for me, the most beautiful and most eternal struggle time periods were the Napoleonic Wars, anything from the colonial era to the Revolutionary War and the Civil War. And World War up until World War I, European history, and going back to the high medieval era, right? And then for Asia specifically, because I don't know much about China, but I know about Japan, and the Shojaku Judai period, the Warring States period, is very similar to how I feel about the America's colonial up until the Civil War time period, right? There's a lot of people fighting for honor, duty, but there's also a lot of intrigue and self-important people doing things to better themselves. So,
Yeah, because in fact, if you go back to the colonial period, I was just watching this morning that there was actually, what was it, 12 more states that were trying to be, or colonies, however you want to look at it at that time period, where the wealthy were trying to buy land in order to create another state or colony separate from the original 13. It was an interesting piece, and how a bunch of them got snookered. They basically was selling the land to the rich people, and then turned right around and gave it to the federal government at the same time. You know, grease my palm, but I'm going to screw you anyway.
Tokugawa Ieyasu and Oda to Oda were the big unifiers in Japan. Confucianism brought more of the collective and strict hierarchical relationships to bring social harmony as a society. It differs from Taoism and Buddhism, which focused on liberation from society and suffering. Yeah, I think the Taoism is more interesting than the Buddhism. And that's why I bring up like the Chinese. I think the Chinese have gone through this, and by extension, all Asian cultures, because China is the big hegemon of East Asia, of the Far East, and they have influenced many, 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 many of its neighbors. And if you look at the genetics of the region, most of them are related to the Chinese by like 70 to 80%. And so they pretty much are the same people. That's me trying not to be racist. So I think because of their connection and relative distance from one another, I think all of these societies have gone through the things that China have gone through. So the Chinese, I think they've gone through these social movements a lot sooner because they are an ancient society, right? I mean, even Japan is an ancient society. If you really look at it, Asian cultures and Asian nations are much older than European ones by like 1,000 years.
I was even befuddled when I was doing backstories on World War II or leading up to it and in the time, that how we've been over backwards to help China just to get bit in the ass, even back then.
It's, and Distant Light says it's the oldest continuous society. They are going to do what is best for them and their survival, and that's the way they've done it for 3,000 years, and they have existed for longer than that. China is an old society, and the Orthodox Church likes to talk about the laying of hands. All right, and I love Jesus. All right, I'm a Christian, but the Orthodox Church once talked about the laying of fucking hands. The Chinese have some laying of hands going on. Like you can tell their history from the foundation of the fucking first people to plant crops around the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers all the way until now. And that was like 4,000 to 6,000 years ago. Like China, like the people that would come to make China are some of the first to have writing and paper. And they existed long before that. Like the Chinese civilization is as old as the Indian religion, is as old as Mesopotamia, and it has existed continuously. For those of you who are gamers, that's like a fallen empire in Stellaris. Like they have forgotten more. They have probably forgotten more technologically than the rest of the world combined has researched. Yeah, their first dynasty is so old it has become a myth, and that's the thing. I think that's where a lot of our storytelling comes from, because people don't realize that humans, even different people from different parts of the world, seek one another out. Right? Like, there has been trade and information exchange with people for thousands of years. So, like, a cultural trope and a writing trope probably was influenced by, because one thing, I'm getting exacerbated. Let me put it this way. This statement right here, their dynasty is so old it became myth, LMAFO. This trope in writing exists, and the thought process exists because of the age of the Chinese dynasty, to the point I have had conversations with my mother and friends of mine about the Greek gods and how they may have been real people that did amazing things before technology and just became mythicized. And that would be a direct relation to China's old ass dynasty in human consciousness. That would be the first recorded place where something like that happened.
And look at their commitment. Let's take the Great Wall of China. It's like 14,000 miles long, and it was built over the course of like 300 years. Continuous building just on that project. And it's just stones and bricks and rocks that they built this thing, but it was a continuous process. I just find it fascinating, that they stuck to it like that for like 300 years to build the thing. So if they're that committed to a wall, I can see where their history, their heritage would be well preserved also. I hope that made sense.
No, it makes sense. And that's the thing. And this is why I'm starting to study Eastern philosophy and Eastern traditions, because, like I said, they're starting to, or have done so. They've studied us to the point they know what makes us tick. We don't do that with them. Like they're basically a mythos to us as they are now.
Well, you get the same thing. I remember talking to this little girl that was my rep from China. She was in Shenzhen, or I'd have to look it up, get the exact city.
Yeah.
But every time we get on the phone to do an order or to resolve an issue, I would have to go through 45 minutes to an hour of continuous questions from this girl, wanting to know everything there was to know about Western society, because she had no concept. And she was a young girl.
It's not even that they have no concept, right? Okay, again, because we're talking about the Chinese, but I also established that I see the relation to all Asians to China, and there are some things that they have in common, right? The Japanese, for instance, when the West came in trying to bring in Christianity with their trade, they studied Christianity. They knew Christianity. The average Japanese lord knew Christianity almost as well as a monk of their time, because they studied it so thoroughly. And it was done because they were trying to figure out, is Christianity compatible with Japanese culture at the time? And the answer was no, because the Catholics used it as a political tool to destabilize nobility and kings who were not European. And the Japanese monarchy and nobility rejected it because of that. When the Portuguese and the Spaniards came to trade, they saw that they were agents of the Pope, and they said, fuck you. When the Dutch came to trade, they saw that they were more Protestant, or that before the Protestant Reformation, they were more secular. So they let the Dutch trade there instead.
Wasn't there a group that went there? I forget the religion, but they were massacred right off the bat? Or am I thinking of a different colony?
So Southern Japan was converting to Christianity rapidly. And as it started moving up towards the north, not Hokkaido, the island of Hokkaido. When I say the north, I'm not talking about Hokkaido, but the mainland Japan, the three islands you think of when you think of mainland Japan. So in the north of the main island, the big one, they were converting to Christianity, and in the south, they were rapidly converting to Christianity. So they started studying what the Catholic Church was doing. And it wasn't Orthodoxy or Protestantism they were converting to, it was Catholicism. And what Catholicism does is, if you're a king, or what it was doing at that time, and has done for the longest, if you were a king or had some quote unquote divine right, it was in your best interest if the Catholic got a lot of power for you to convert. Right? Because the church would work with you to keep your sovereignty. If not, you'd be colonized by the Europeans. And Japan didn't want that. So they kicked out the Christians, and they wouldn't let them trade. They wouldn't let them trade but in specific places for like 400 or 500 years. And then obviously was what always happens when the Catholics do this shit, and the Catholic converts revolted and had a huge issue with the daimyos and other noble lords and the emperor, and the Christian revolution or rebellion was completely fucking crushed. All Europeans that didn't get the fuck out that were pushing Christianity were crucified. And yeah, no, they went ham. Yeah, I actually watched that movie, Silence, about Christianity in Japan, and it actually shows the way the church manipulated its missionaries into thinking that they were Christ-like figures, that they were sacrificing themselves for the sins of the Japanese people to bring Christianity there. It was very, very, very good movie. Very good movie, actually. You should people should watch Silence. But we were talking about the Chinese and Confucianism, so let's get back to that part. 5 classics and the Confucianist vision. Traditionally, Confucius was thought to be the author or editor of the... Well, before we do that, I want to point something out. Chuck, we joke about you being old, right? And it's obviously just a joke. You're one singular man. But I say that to say this, right? We are closer to Cleopatra's time than Cleopatra was when she was alive to the construction of the pyramids. And the construction of the pyramids were closer to Cleopatra than the construction of the pyramids were to the construction of the Great Sphinx. Think about that. And China existed before the Sphinx or the pyramids were built. Think about that for a second. Think about how fucking old that is. The Sphinx was already in disrepair at the height of what we know as the Pharaoh in the Egyptian Empire. Think about that for a second.
You're hurting my brain.
And the only reason the Sphinx lost its nose was because of Germans doing target practice in World War II. Or at least that's what I was told. I could be wrong.
I heard it could have been wind damage too. The wind blowing.
Think about being around for 20,000 years and then just now your nose falls off.
Yeah. But think about it too, that in that area, the way the storms were, that's basically a giant sandblaster environment. You know how a sandblaster works. You know?
Yeah.
So I'm surprised anything held up, to be honest with you.
Everything's held up, though.
Pretty much. Have we actually ever determined for real how far back we actually go? I'm talking about societal wise.
No. So the Sphinx didn't lose its nose until 1378.
Well, then that wouldn't have been the Germans taking target.
No, it was the Muslims. It was the Muslims. And so the myth of the Germans destroying the nose for target practice actually used to be the Napoleonic troops or Napoleon's troops doing it in the 1798. So, but what actually happened was Salam al-Diyar, a Sufi Muslim from the 14th century, had it defaced because people were offering offerings to the Sphinx for the for religious rites and reasons to do with the Nile. What's up, Ivan? How you doing, broski? But no. So the Sphinx is, let's see how old the Sphinx is. And then let's see how old the Chinese
Well,
are.
it took me a long time to actually get that Sphinx put together. You know, after I got done with the Great Wall, I moved on to the pyramids and the Sphinx.
The Sphinx is 4,500 years old. Right. As that's the official story. But it is theorized that it is actually between 9,000 and 12,000 years old because of water, because it has water erosion patterns on its body.
Well, yeah, they've recently discovered by using satellite radar and other technology that there was actually a river that ran through that area at one time. So that would make sense.
So it's between 5,000 years old and 12,000 years old, depending on what we can find out.
And it befuddles me how we can't get it closer than that. You know what I mean? With our technology and all that crap. Because think about it, that's a 7,000 year span we're talking there. That's a pretty good span of time.
Yeah, do you want to know how long humans have lived in China?
No idea.
1.7 million years.
Do we got actual proof or is this theoretical?
It says Chinese civilization has long and complex history with evidence of human habitation dating back at least 1.7 million years.
Damn.
And that would be the Paleolithic era, right? That would be before farming. So that would be prehistoric roots. Human activity in the region began in the Paleolithic area over 2 million years ago. Neolithic cultures by around 8,500 BC, early farming communities emerged, particularly along the Yellow River. So that means 8,500 would be what we know as modern China. What we know as China started to emerge. The first well-documented dynasties, the Shang, which would be 1,600 BCE, and the Zhao, 10,046 BC, marked the beginning of written Chinese history, making China one of the world's oldest continuous civilizations with over 3,500 years of recorded history. The 5,000-year myth, the widely cited 5,000 years of history, is a modern national narrative not supported by archaeological consensus. While ancient Chinese culture is deeply rooted, concrete evidence for a unified state or civilization at 5,000 BC is lacking. Political continuity. The idea of China as a continuous political entity dates back from the unification under the Qin dynasty in 221 BCE, marking the start of Imperial China. Even if they weren't united, these were similar. These were a similar people with similar languages, probably similar to the Jews, meaning that they were related, and probably like they're like a unique people and unique culture in the area, just living under different banners, right? So, I mean, I don't see how the 5,000 year thing, how they can say that there's been people there for over 2 million years, continuous inhabitation, and then say the 5,000 year is different or is wrong. That's crazy. Shadow Buddha says, Westerners think life and death are as separate concepts. Easterners think life and death are connected as a process and not separate for some reason. We think that binary, whereas Easterners think spectrum.
I don't believe that.
I'm living proof that that's not true. Even before I started studying philosophy, I always thought that everything was connected, right? Everything fits together. It's all the process. It all works together. I don't typically think in binary.
I don't ever, even growing up, I'm trying to think, I don't ever remember life and death being separate issues. They were connected. Like you said, it's a beginning and an end to a process.
Yeah. I think Westerners are more industrious, and that affects us, right?
Well, we're more logical.
Yeah, that's what I mean. More industrious.
We're not into the mysticism like the Easterners are.
I think that's what separates the European from literally everyone else is mysticism. No matter how intelligent, no matter how IQ, mysticism seems to be a very important aspect of everyone's culture. And then you get to Europe, and there comes a time where technology and intellectual progress takes over.
Replaces mysticism, yeah.
Christian mysticism is still a Middle Eastern thing and a Gnostic thing, largely practiced by Eastern Christians and Middle Eastern Christians.
Really, you could look as the Bible as there's a lot of mysticism.
Well, I haven't hit the nail on the head. And this is an open panel for people who want to join. Just when I'm reading about the Confucianist stuff, just sit back and listen, and then we can discuss it. But I haven't hit the nail on the head. Westerners don't allow superstition to get in the way of progress. Shadow Buddha seems to agree. But so let's move on. Let's move on, and I'll
didn't mean to get off on a tangent. My apologies.
Well, no. I just want people to understand that what we're reading about Eastern culture, because I am a true believer in things are cyclical and they rhyme. They may not repeat, but so for instance, all of the issues that the West are facing right now, culturally at least, maybe not technologically or with specific diseases, but I think China and these ancient civilizations may have dealt with them, right? Or something similar to them.
No doubt about it.
And I think that we as the West need to respect and learn how and maybe copy China's endurance. Because obviously something works.
Fish heads and rice.
I'm cool with that.
Oh, my apologies for yesterday. It took longer to retrieve the kitten, which turned out to be 2 kittens.
Aw.
But what was a great deal was being a veteran, there was no charge.
Based?
I'm based with that. Yeah, they were a set of sisters, and my son's got that autism, and the one was crying, so okay, we went with the one, and the other one started crying. He's like, I can't leave the sister behind, Dad. And I'm like, okay, we'll take them both.
Oh,
I love my little putties.
Oh, well, I'm glad they got a forever home. What's up, Miss Cynthia? How are you doing? Andrew Musk, how are you doing? Yeah, China is a communist state, but it's only been a communist state for 50 years, not 50, for 60 years out of its 4,000 years of existence. Calm down. They'll lose the mandate of heaven eventually.
they wasn't communist World War II, were they?
Yes, they were communists before World War II. The communist revolution started was in China. Like, yeah, the nationalists and the communists were fighting each other, and then the Japanese invaded. What's up, Miss Cynthia?
Chilling. Hello, happy Sunday.
Miss Cynthia, peace.
What up?
What do you know about Confucianism, Miss Cynthia?
I don't know.
She's Chinese, so she should have a good history.
I'm definitely confused about Confucianism. I was thinking today in church, when I was a young girl, we used to call the Holy Spirit the Holy Ghost, which is the supernatural. But I think that some reason the church has gotten away from it. But in essence, the Holy Spirit is something supernatural, and I don't know how we got away from that in America, but it's truly spiritual.
Because Ivan said it correctly. Westerners don't allow superstition to get in the way of progress.
Well,
that's why. And I'm not shitting on Christianity because I consider myself a Christian. I love God. I love Christ. I love the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
I think these things exist, but when you have 1,000,001 Protestants interpreting the Bible for themselves, you have people practicing religious divination where they're holding up snakes or they're standing up in their churches going, that's superstition. And since we're talking about Confucianism and we mentioned Christianity and with this comment, I think that, and I mentioned the cycle change. I think at one time, Confucianism and Taoism was a ancient rejection of superstition by Western philosophers, because Confucius and Zhao, the teachings that I know about, and granted my knowledge is very small, they were not very supernatural focused. They were focused on how one should live their life.
But didn't the Chinese believe in the what's the word I'm looking for? Like entities or spirits within the body? Most
peoples had some religion or some beliefs or superstitious belief in spirits. Like European cultures also had these beliefs. Right.
And I'm not talking of the religious sense either.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, because spiritualism or spirituality can be separated from religion. People believe, and I call it the fairies and gnomes and shit, right? Of European mythology. There were similar things in almost every culture around the world in their version of wilderness, right? In the desert, you have weird fairies, gnomes, demons, and ghouls. In the jungles, you have these same things. In Asia, you have these things. In North America, you have these things. That's something universal about humanity. And then as religions, even dragons, like everywhere had their own version of a dragon, it seems.
I disagree, Channel, with that last statement he put.
OG, I respect your opinion, but you and Chuck might be outliers. I think if you ask the average Westerner, are you alive or dying, they would say, I'm alive, and not, I'm alive, but aging to death. Yeah, no, everybody I've ever talked to says something similar to I'm alive, but aging to death. I don't think this is one of the things that, because like even Asian cultures have a distinction between stages and states of being. I think this is a more nuanced topic than we're giving ourselves credit for, because if you ask a stupid person in Asia or America, depending on, or not America, or Europe, right? Depending on their education level and what language they speak is how they're going to answer that question, right? Because some languages for like I'm alive is literally meaning I'm alive but aging to death. In some languages, is just mean I'm in the state of being alive. Like it's how they represent time, spatial awareness. There's a lot of things that matter. Chuck, do you mind holding it down for a second? I have to let Tucker out.
Oh.
Okay, go for it. So, what did you learn today, Miss Cynthia?
Well, ironically,
Because I'm like you, my knowledge of Confucianism is very, very, very limited.
indeed.
So,
Well, we've been studying Romans in my Bible study, and he was talking about when you die in the flesh, you're alive in spirit.
yeah.
And there's definitely people that walk by the flesh, and there are those that walk by the spirit. And I'm starting to notice the difference. And although we're all human, we're not all alive, as y'all say. And if we are we living by the flesh or the spirit? And I'm starting to really notice that separation in others.
Well, what's it say? You should be known by the fruits of your spirit. That I got that right?
Yes.
And yeah, when you do get I'll just say a taste of, I don't want to call it religion, spirituality or something, and you start walking that way, you do see it in others. You can detect it, I believe.
I like the way you said when you get a taste of something. I don't know if I would necessarily call it religion, although a lot of people do.
Right,
go
that's
to
why I was
religion,
trying to choose a different word.
But I definitely think when you get a taste, or when you could get a connection to that higher power, the higher source. Now, I would love to say that it's all God, but the Bible even teaches that there are going to be those that I make not that way. They're hard in heart, but they do serve as another power that is higher than them, I think, or my personal opinion.
Yeah. And I'll take this another step further. When you was talking about supernatural, I've had a couple of experiences that I cannot show anybody. I try to explain it, and I sound like a crack ball, that needs to be locked up. But I got no explanations for the things that happened when they happened. It was a supernatural experience. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't whacked out on anything. It happened, and I can't prove it.
That's the thing. Like, how do you explain to someone a spiritual experience in a logical way? That you can't. It's contradictory.
Right.
However, somehow, and I'm just referencing from most of the majority of the conversations I have here, people want to discredit your spiritual journey or your experience as something that it's not.
Well, even Flo pulled it out of me one time.
What?
And he was trying to analyze it, but he couldn't even put it to make sense.
Right.
From the psychological side.
And there's just that. I mean, we have to acknowledge at some time that there's a power greater than this, that our human bodies, our flesh, the world, and that walk amongst us or is amongst us. And it's important to have these type conversations, so you don't feel like you're crazy or something when you're having experience with something outside of yourself.
Yeah. And maybe I was nuts at the time. I don't know. But I know what I saw, and I know what I did to alleviate the situation. And I don't know how else to prove it.
Yeah. I mean, anyone that wants to talk to me, their spiritual experience, whether it be something I agree with or disagree with, I'm never going to discredit them, because I don't appreciate when people try to discredit my connection to my higher source.
Yeah, I don't even know if we had. And when you're in a situation like that, the last thing you think about is, oh, let me find a video camera. Because at that time, we didn't have this cell phone,
Uh,
whip out the cell phone type thing.
Today we had shooter training at my church. And the officer was like, so in the middle of the shooting, it is not the time to go live on YouTube. I was like, that's what you think.
You don't know Joe Cool.
I was like, that's exactly what you think, sir. But you're wrong, sir. It is the right time to go live on YouTube. But it cracked me up when he said that.
Well, think about it. Even I'm trying to choose my words carefully here.
Yes.
The mass unalivings that we've had.
That's what we were talking about in the shooter training today. Go ahead.
How many of them folk pulled out a cell phone and started filming?
Oh yeah, you're right.
How many? None.
We didn't review that.
None. Because you're in flight or fight mode. You know.
You mean the victims or the shooters?
The victims.
Oh yeah.
Now maybe some did and it just didn't get released.
That might be true too.
I think when you're in that situation, I don't think the first thought would be, let me pull out a phone. When you're on the receiving end of harm, you know what I mean?
Right.
Now, go ahead.
He was talking about if you got to kick a hole through a thin wall to get out of it, go for it, do it. I was like, wow, that's wild. I think it's been 25 years since Columbine, and he played that.
Has it been that long?
Yeah, he played that. He's played the 911 call, and different now. How it's so different in how people respond to those type situations. He was saying that some of those, like, you think that they plan, like back then they plan. He's like, now, some people only plan those a week in advance and do major damage. And I was like, wow. He was like, you can even go to Chat GPT and it'll plan it for you.
Well, knowing people that I've known through my life, I'll leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
But I can imagine it happening in one day.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because when that switch flips, you got a total different person there.
Is that the spirit? Is that another spirit taking over? I happen to think it is that. People can disagree with that from my experience of working in the hospitals and seeing some of the things there. I do believe that other spirits, and having conversations with people, I do believe that spirits do take over. And they're just as we believe that there are angels, there's demons. And demons, just like an angel could do it, a demon could guide you as well, depending on the one you serve.
Yeah. And my apologies to the chat, but neither me nor Miss Cynthia know that much about Confucianism. So we're just trying.
That's fine. That's fine. I just got back. He had to.
We were just trying to fill with some good conversation.
Mm-hmm.
No, y'all were completely fine.
Thank you.
Because I wasn't trying to derail by any stretch.
Well, welcome to the show, Miss D. I hope everybody is enjoying it. I'm going to get us back.
Okay, I got one technical question for you. Even though before I come in the StreamYard, I switched to my account, whenever I join your panel, it switches me back to you.
Yeah, just hit you don't just hit the all button, all destinations if you're trying to post, and click your name.
My name doesn't show up.
Chuck in Tennessee should show up on the all button.
It just shows Orthodox Guy on YouTube and Orthodox Guy on Kick.
We'll let's hold technical difficulties for.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry.
It's all good. But so let's do this. 5 classics and the Confucianist vision. Traditionally, Confucius was thought to be the author or editor of the 5 classics, which were the basic texts of Confucianism, all edited into their received versions around 500 years later by imperial librarian Lu Jin. The scholar Yao Jimhong allows that there are good reasons to believe that Confucian classics took shape in the hands of Confucius, but that nothing can be taken for granted in the matter of the early version of the classics. The 6th classic, similar to the classics of poetry, was the classic of music. It was lost during the Dan Dynasty. Music carried an invaluable tool to induce focus in performing rituals. These were internal music and external rites, key to harmonizing society. Yao suggests that most modern schools hold the pragmatic view that Confucius and his followers did not intend to create a system of classics, but nonetheless contributed to their formation. The scholar Tao Wiming explains that these classics are embodying 5 visions which underline the development of Confucianism. One Chang, or I Chang, or First Chang, I don't know how that pronounced. Classics of Change, or Book of Changes, generally held to the earliest of the classics, showed a metaphysical vision which combines diversionary art with numerological teachings and ethical insight. Philosophy of change sees cosmos as interacting between the 2 energies, yin and yang. Universe always shows orgasmic unity, and dynamism, classic of poetry, or book of songs, is the earliest anthology of Chinese poems and songs, with the earliest strata attending the Zhao conquest. It shows the poetic vision in the belief that poetry and music convey common human feelings and mutual responsiveness. Book of Documents, or Book of History, is a compilation of speeches of major figures and records of events in ancient times. Now keep in mind, this says ancient fucking times, and this is like 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. This goes back to Distant Light's comment, right? Of the Chinese, that's what I was going to say, Hank. The Chinese are such an ancient society that around the time of Christ, or a couple hundred years before Christ, they were having documentation of ancient fucking conflicts and like huge as fuck. It's crazy. Embodying the political vision and addressing the nightly... hold on. The Book of Documents is a vision addressing the kingly way in terms of ethical foundation for human governance. The documents show the sage city, the foul piety, and work ethic of mythical sage Emperor Zhao Sun and Yu, who established a political culture which was based on responsibility and trust. Their virtue formed a covenant of social harmony, which did not depend on punishment or coercion. Sounds like a utopia. I heard somebody come in. Let me stop this and go see who came in.
If it's Joe, we're closed.
What's up, Nightish?
It is I. I am him.
Okay, good.
What's up, Nightish? How you doing, bro?
What's going on, OG Chuck and Libby and Mister?
All right.
We are talking about Confucianism and Eastern philosophy.
Confucius.
Yeah.
We believe that about music too, and spirits, right? We pretty much as Americans believe that same stuff, right? Or is it
well? I was saying before you came in, right? I think that we are more influenced by Eastern philosophy than people realize. Because I have never actually heard, aside from cartoons and modern movies and feel good comedies and shit like that, about music being the communicate about, and the only other than music soothes the savage beast. Right, there are some things that I've only ever heard and explained when it's been like doing research into Eastern philosophy. So I think that we are more influenced by Eastern philosophy than we know, because there was an entire time in the West where Japanese, Chinese, and Korean history and philosophy was fawned over, and it was between the Victorian age and the American Civil War. When that was very popular in the West, it actually is what replaced Egyptology, if I'm not mistaken, was the desire to learn about things in the East. It was just ran over.
I would imagine that Americans might have felt it though, and perhaps were shamed for talking about it. But I think it can't necessarily be a Eastern or a Western tradition, because I think it's a human connection. Like, you feel it, even if you don't know how to put it into words. You know, when you hear something, you know what it resonates in you.
I want to agree with you, right? But I think there's an IQ thing there, man. Because if you can't explain things, if you can't put it into writing or put it into actual words, whether it's writing or physical speech, I don't think you can actually understand these concepts. I don't think your brain is developed enough.
But that's where the parables come in and the storytelling. You do tell,
but you don't get that from every culture and every people. There are select cultures, like, and I'm not even making it a race thing. There are cultures and ethnicities in Europe that are basically fucking retarded and can't grasp these concepts either.
But let me process it. Well, I think every culture, regardless, I'm
gonna grab my vape. I left it outside. I'll be right back. I can hear you. I'm listening.
That have storytellers. Now, what stories they're telling or how they're identifying, that could be different. But I'm going to think about that. What do you think, Chuck Knight?
I believe everything used to be word of mouth before they could print anything. And even though you might not understand it conceptually, you can still be affected by it. That's why, when they say that people in general are sheeple and they'll follow anything, I think that America is a melting pot of a bunch of different things, and people absorb all kind of things, whether they are able to articulate it or not. So Eastern philosophy, Western philosophy, Hinduism, Buddhism, voodoo, they could be influenced by all those different things, but not be able to express it.
All of it. And you're absolutely right. They can be influenced by all of it.
Yes. But not be able to articulate exactly what's happening to them. But you can feel it, especially if you like an empath.
Right. But not everybody's an empath. I do think that the tisms and other things like that have kind of dulled
there are, like, I don't want to disagree, but there is a reason and scientific studies to back it up that if you can't put it into either the spoken or written word in your language, and I'm talking about on a fundamental level, right? You can't grasp the concepts to communicate them is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you don't have a word for it. I'm saying that you can't communicate this shit.
I agree with you, but I'm saying that, like, for example, you have a lot of people say, I can't be hypnotized. That stuff don't work on me. And then the next thing you know, they're in a different world and don't know why they're doing what they're doing. They can't articulate it, but they can tell that something happened to them.
Yeah, but this is slightly different than that, right? This is a metaphysical concept that cannot be grasped by some groups of people, and they have no ability to understand, much less communicate it.
Yeah, I agree with you because my understanding about religion in itself, that was supposed to be amongst the elites and special people, and it was like a special language and everything else. Everybody couldn't read Aramaic or they couldn't read
Period.
rights, but they understand, they can feel when something is happening to them. And then when things were word of mouth and they were singing off the top of mountains, they probably necessarily couldn't tell you exactly what it was either, but they could feel the effects of it.
When I was a little girl and with my horses, I couldn't communicate with them in words, but I could communicate with them in a way that they would understand what I needed from them. But I had to learn that.
This is a fundamental. This is where the fundamental disconnect is coming from us communicating, right? Y'all aren't getting what I'm saying. These certain people and groups, yes, they may be influenced by it, right? But they don't know it's going on. Right, that's like if a spirit or something were to push you, you're like, oh, that just must be the wind, because you don't know what the fuck is going on, and because they don't know what the fuck is going on, they just don't think about it. It means nothing to them. It's like
right. So we kind of agreeing there,
right?
Hold on. It's like certain concepts with time, right? Some peoples around the world have the way that they process time. You can tell by how their language describes time, right? The more in detail your language describes time, typically the more robust and better your society and progressive your society is. Right.
Well, let me ask you something right now. We just had a blood moon last month. Friday was the 13th, right?
Oh, yeah.
And this month, Friday is the 13th.
Ooh.
It could be something going on right now, and I know everybody can feel some weird thing, they don't know exactly what it is.
Right.
Is it the planets? Is it the stars? Is it Armageddon? What is this thing that's overwhelming?
But we're capable. But Knight, we're doing it right now. We're communicating that. Right. What I'm saying, what I'm talking about is they're not even able to communicate with one another that feeling. So it might as well be as if they don't have it.
So there are those that they have hard hearts. When I'm always saying, let the dead bury the dead, I wonder if this is the group that you're referencing. Like they're just dead in spirit.
No, they're just retarded. No. Literally, Miss Cynthia, they're retarded. They're stupid. They're not. They not like us. They don't function. They're a vestige of a less evolved people. A time where people were not as evolved.
Democrats, in other words.
No, not even that.
I'm being facetious.
And I agree with you, Knight. There is some fucky shit going on that we can all feel and we can all observe by watching other people's emotions and by watching the world fall apart around us. Like there's definitely something in the air, something in the water, something. Mercury's definitely in reverse cowgirl. But
think about it too. Even though we're not there physically, the effects of war we feel.
I'm going to go out and call it the effects of the darkness. Like if I'm going to keep talking about a spiritual realm, I'm going to talk about evil.
Well, this is what drew me to Confucianism and Eastern philosophy is, and I don't know what they call it yet. I haven't dug into it, but they do have concepts for this.
What is it?
It's basically human consciousness and telepathy, and it's guided by a spirit. No, it's a natural mechanism that everything is derived from. And that's honestly what Westerners used to believe, and that's why I'm so interested to figure out how Eastern philosophy handles it. Yeah, no, I don't believe in the spell casting and the witchery, right? But I think that there is definitely something to do. I think there's something to do with the zodiacs of various societies, the energies and resonance of all the planets and stars in existence. I think that I do believe that there is a God. I do believe in miracles. I don't know if those function together or if God created it. I do believe that everything is connected as if it were a tapestry in reality. So I don't know, and that's kind of why I'm going down this journey to study philosophy, because I have always been a person. I have always been a person that believes in. Well, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. But I don't see the personality test, like the INTP stuff,
Oh yeah,
as any different than the zodiac. I think that I think they're connected. I think the philosophies behind them are connected.
So of course there is astrologers, there were sorcerers. All of this is talked about in the Bible. A lot of times the kings, when they were faced with dilemmas, they'd be like, go get the witches, get the moon readers, bring everybody to the camp.
Joe OG spell casting, does prayer work? If so, spell casting. My prayers have not worked, Joe. I have not seen the power of prayer work.
So
in my life, I have yet to see the power of prayer work. Now, does that mean that I haven't miraculously got what I needed to stay alive? No, God has looked out for me. Amen. But for the prayer to get into a position to advance my life, the prayer for protection of other people around me, the prayer for the betterment of other people around me, the prayer for the betterment of myself, no, it doesn't work. I haven't seen it work. In fact, I have seen the exact opposite. I might as well start praying for people's downfalls. That's how much I've seen it. If I love you, you would probably be more beneficial for me to pray that you die. The only time that somebody has died is when I was angry at them and they were the love of my life, and I wish death upon them because they pissed me off that fucking much. So yes, I don't believe in prayer.
So
this got dark quick. So you believe in the dark arts?
No, I don't believe in that shit. I don't believe in it. No. I don't believe in magic. I don't believe in spells. I don't believe in ooga boogas in the darkness.
Hey, watch
now, do I believe that there may be some type of do I think I'm not mad at God?
Yeah.
I'm not mad at God at all.
So
Chuck, I do believe that the ooga booga was a shot at me.
That's what I thought. That's why I said that.
I openly say the N-word. You stop it, Nightish.
I definitely think that, like what Joe says, if prayers work, curses work. But who has the higher power?
I think D is onto something. Prayer is good if it helps your mindset, then therefore helps you do things you need to do.
What?
Magic, spells, demons, etc. is get out of jail free card people use to avoid accountability for shit. I agree with those two statements. I do like to believe in psychic resonance. I do like to believe in human consciousness, that sort of mysticism, if you will, because scientifically it makes more sense than just praying and magic and demons.
Goodness. Hi, Mike. Well, I definitely believe in prayer, and as
I've never seen it. I've never seen it work. I've never seen it work. No matter how religious a person, I've never seen it work.
I know. Ortho, I want you to know I believe you. I want you to know that. I want you to know watching you in this state is like looking at me in that state at one point. So I completely understand what you are going through, and I love that you're not giving up on God. I love that you still praise Him, and I can't.
I think I'm going to build my own church, and I don't mean that as a cult. I don't mean that as a cult or a religious figure. I think that if this religion stuff is real, there is a select group of people that God just doesn't give a fuck about.
Oh my God!
And we need to go do our own thing. We don't need to be antagonistic to God or the religious, but tell the religious folks, God doesn't give a fuck about me, so I'm going to go exist and do my own thing and do whatever I have to do to benefit me.
So just so we're clear, what you're doing now is kind of being antagonistic towards God.
What? So, I understand. No. How though? How?
Because you're actually promoting what's going against His word.
How is that going against his word? I'm not saying that we should stop Christians from
No, you're
preaching.
spreading the message that he doesn't care about you, and that's simply not true. If he didn't care about you, and if you didn't have a mission, you wouldn't be here. Yes, it's rough for you right now, brother. I want you to know I see it, I feel it, I feel for
Darling,
you.
it's been rough for me since before the house shit. I'm not gonna blame God because it was rough for me. The eternal struggle. If you want to know what I truly believe in, study the eternal struggle, right? That's what I believe in. Men and women struggle every day. Life is about survivalism. All of this fanciful belief and shit is a luxury that the wealthy that didn't have to work in ancient times put off on us. I do believe God is real because of this thing right here. That being said, I experience things I can't explain, so I'm open. I know God's real because my mom, when she was a little girl in the 70s, got in a car crash that killed her older sister and knocked a fucking hole in her skull. I shouldn't exist. Right? And my mom had some stuff happen to her where she couldn't have kids. Me and my brother shouldn't exist. She tried to have children all her life because that's all she ever wanted. But I can't explain why my mom survived that car accident, but my aunt didn't. My aunt's injuries were less than my mom's, but my mom survived. And life isn't just hard for me. Everybody's got a sob story. Life's hard for everybody. I personally think that I don't believe in atheism, but I don't want God being pushed on people that are struggling because it doesn't do anything. It makes people feel like they're not good enough. I would rather lean towards Eastern philosophies that address things like the struggle of this life than the fucking person in the sky that, and it's not even, oh, boo-hoo, God doesn't care about me. He's apathetic to my existence. I don't matter. We don't matter. We're dust in the wind. Like, really? Do you think you're that important that something in the fucking sky that controls the mechanisms of the universe gives a fuck about you?
I think he knows how many hair. Yes, I think he knows how many hairs I have on my head.
At least 300.
Bro, I tried to count it one time and I just get confused. But I know that is him. But I feel you. I'm not even. I
mean, I don't even think God is a POS. I think he's got better shit to do than to worry about me.
Why would he? What? Why wouldn't he care about you? He created you. Why would he not care about his?
Bro, the closest thing to God is my parents. My parents created me.
Oh, it's okay. I can do it.
I'm not an atheist. I do believe in God.
I know.
But I mean,
do you ever talk to God? Do you ever man?
Darling, I prayed last night until I fell asleep.
Man, I used to sleep with the Bible, but I'm talking about bro. This is how I would start it off. Promise. Motherfucker, you better come down here right now because I got some shit to say to you.
No, I don't talk to God like that.
I used to go ham on God. I used to be so mad. I was kicking trees. I didn't care. So I understand your struggle.
I start every conversation with God because I pray for hours or until I fall asleep or something. I start every conversation with God as, forgive me, Father, for my sins. Forgive me for my anger. Forgive me for my ignorance. I don't know what I've done to displease you. I don't know if this is part of making me stronger because I've asked for struggle. I've asked for strength. I've asked to be certain things.
Hey, that's the one thing you're never supposed to pray for.
But I ask that you give me broader shoulders and help me through it so I learn these lessons. Because just throwing me to the wolves is not going to be an answer. And I know the creator of the universe is smarter than that.
Do you ask?
So I don't know. Hold on. Let me finish. This is the problem with y'all Christians. Y'all talk more than you listen.
I hear you, but I'm like, okay, go ahead.
I tell him I seek wisdom, knowledge, strength, and I want to be a warrior. I want to be strong. And I pray for forgiveness. I pray for those around me. I pray I give thanks for the mistakes that I've made. I give thanks for the struggles that I've gone through. I don't hate God, and I never will, but I don't impose myself upon the Lord because, like, it's the creator of the universe. He's the fucking creator of the universe, the engine that keeps the universe going. Why would he give a fuck? He literally tells us to fix our own problems. They hate him. They reject him. He's not a fucking slot machine. He's not a vending machine. He's not a gotcha machine. You don't just pull a lever and get a fucking miracle. You gotta fucking fix yourself.
Well, I feel like you got everything you prayed for. You prayed for struggles. You prayed for things to make you stronger. You were even thankful for the struggles. I wonder if you ask him to give you the eyes to see the things. Give me the lessons that I need to learn so I can get out of here.
I've asked for those. I've asked for them for years, Cynthia.
Prayer works.
If you only get the struggle, but not the lesson, one of two things is happening. Either you're too stupid to understand the lesson, and I think that I've become a better person throughout the years, so that's obvious. So that's out.
Mm-hmm.
Two, the instructor is not instructing you properly. They are being dismissive. When I was in school, teachers would say, okay, this is what you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they wouldn't tell you how to do it. They wouldn't instruct you properly. And I don't think the creator of the universe would throw you to the wolves and not give you proper instruction. Welcome to the show, Ike. Welcome to the show, Joe. Welcome to the show, Struggle. But and that wasn't a shot. I'm not trying to be rude or upset, but I noticed this. A lot of Christian folks talk more than they listen because they're so willing and desiring to evangelize and spread the word of God. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you don't hear the stuff that people are going through, it literally distorts the message for them. Because if you're telling me, and I've talked a little bit about the stuff that I've gone through, right? Mm-hmm. If you're telling somebody like me who's struggling, oh, God loves you. Man, I don't feel the love. This feels like an abusive ex. This feels like an abusive parent.
Yeah.
What should I say? What should I say?
If somebody said that to me, I wouldn't feel that way because the oxygen still works, the gravity still works. We're on a ball spinning in the middle of the universe. All the things that's here for you to thrive it might be a bit of a riddle for you to get shit back on track. But yeah, I can feel the love.
Yeah.
My brother in Christ. I am extremely thankful for all of those things. But at the same time, I have no issue explaining that I take them for granted for one issue and one issue only. God created this universe. He created gravity. He created oxygen. He created the life cycle. He created the water cycle. He created everything that exists. To me, I may not be an engineer, right? But that's what I went to school for. That's kind of how I understand the world. All of these systems work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether God did it or it's just nature.
Yeah.
How I see it is these systems work until they break down and they don't. And it's not because of miracles and us being thankful and us sacrificing babies to the sun god that they work.
That's where we disagree. All these things are miracles that we take for granted.
Man, 2 verses this week that I had to.
If y'all are enjoying the show and this epic crash out of biblical
You're not crashing out.
Please consider donating. We will keep doing the philosophical stuff.
You're trying to draw me in. I see what you're doing.
No, you are being so strong right now, OG. Like if you haven't hit the like button, you hit the like button. For those of you who are like, YouTube's fake. This is a real talk.
And let's not forget our brother in Christ is trying to rebuild his housing. That GoFundMe still going?
Y'all see, he needs some love right now.
It ain't even like that. It ain't even like that. If in the word in the thinking of my man Lao Tzu, if it happens, it'll happen. Life flows. You know, I kind of agree with Sun Tzu, or not Sun Tzu, Lao Tzu and Confucius. Right? There's a balance somewhere between them, and that's why I'm drawn to Eastern philosophy, because Sun Tzu basically says to not Sun Tzu. I'm racist. I keep getting these names confused. Confucius says that you have to build yourself strong against chaos. Lao Tzu,
you know what's crazy for my pale brother? He sound like a brother and he uses a hard ER. That's crazy.
Well, it's because I grew up poor in the South. Black people and poor whites have a lot more in common than they like to admit.
Well, I think more so than trying to talk to you as a Christian, I think it's more so just trying to talk to you as someone who has wisdom and is just challenging to change your outlook.
And you know what? Another thing before I leave, I said hello to the labia mister, and she just completely didn't respond. That's crazy.
I didn't say hello. I think I said yay or something when you first came in. But my apologies if you didn't hear them. I'm happy to see you tonight.
Okay.
Hope you're doing well.
Okay.
And I'm still have my labia mister. It's still doing good.
I'm still alive. I got a big bottle of Colorado. I'm trying to finish off. I have no complaints.
Indeed.
Well, I appreciate you said you were about to leave, so I appreciate you coming up, Nightish. Go ahead, Chuck.
I start my day, since you pulled me into it, with a simple little prayer, and it goes, "My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and to my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding." And that's a prayer I start off with. It leaves me out of it, other than to relieve me of me getting in the way of myself.
That's beautiful. Also,
and my issue with the types of prayer like that, and what Miss Cynthia says and what y'all say, and I could be wrong, but I'm taken back to a conversation when we were talking about Job, where Ike was up here.
Right.
And I agree with what Ike said. You can say all of these writs, you can say all of these prayers, but until you put in the effort to learn these things and to live a certain way and to do certain things, you will not succeed. It means nothing to say these prayers. And that's the third option. That's the third way of what I see about these lessons. I'm not too stupid to understand them. God's not misteaching me. I haven't put in the work. And maybe that's what's wrong.
Well,
maybe so. But listen, OG, isn't Ogiamin rich?
Was he? Does that matter?
Well, if you're rich and telling me some philosophical, religious stuff, it's kind of like pretentious, isn't it?
No, because not all men are born rich. Some men struggle.
But if the rich man is saying to me while I'm struggling,
what if that rich man has been where I'm at?
Hey,
and it's not even worse.
I want to say this though to Chuck. That was a beautiful prayer you got. I can't wait to see you, Sam Elliott, in the next Big Lebowski. Shout out to everybody. I love you.
Thank you.
Okay.
The simple fact of the matter is, a man who earns his way and earns his shit by the sweat of his brow is a very respectable person. The hatred of the wealthy, or the dislike of people because they are, in order to earn wealth in this world, you genuinely have to be intelligent and get out and do your fucking shit. I don't understand that. I think that's kind of dumb to think like that.
Well, when it comes to prayers and the answers, there have been many prayers that weren't answered. There were many times those answers were no. And then there have been times they were answered abundantly more than I expected. The one thing that I learned through that is, of course, going to be a scripture, and it was just like, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither my ways your ways, declares the Lord." And that's something I have to remember. I can't expect the creator of the universe to answer like how vain. We talked about the retarded people. To God, we're all super retarded. So I have to take that into consideration. And that's what I learned through my battles, spiritual ones.
I mean, my thing is, I agree with Ike on that. I think we can say all the prayers we want, we can do all the rites we want, but if we are not working, physically doing work, it doesn't matter. And that's where I disagree with Chuck. And I may be misunderstanding what Chuck's saying.
Yeah, I think you are.
If you leave yourself out of it, that's a problem.
Oh,
you're a part of the system.
Well, what I meant was I'm not asking for anything for myself. I'm asking for me to be of use to God and to others. Because self is where we get lost.
If you sell out, you get paid quicker. Logic follows that, generally speaking, the more money you have, the more likely it is for you are immoral. Or maybe motherfuckers are immoral and just sell out for money. Well, maybe it's evil people doing evil shit, or broken people doing broken shit, and people making excuses. Like the simple, like you don't have to be a sellout to earn what you have.
Correct.
And this right here, Joe, this is why I don't take people like yourself seriously when they talk about the Spirit. Love you to death, man. When people like you talk to me about God, I don't listen. Because it seems like there's some anger towards people that have worked hard to have what they have, because evil people do evil shit. Now, if you were talking about a man who inherited their wealth and was a spoiled brat, sure. But this is someone that I know. This is someone I know works day in and day out, every fucking day for what they have, who is very, very educated in philosophy and who is a great and good person. And I see, and it's not hypocrites. I don't know the word for it. I see the masses. I don't know if Eastern philosophy has a word for it, or if this is something that is so ingrained in human belief that we just don't want to talk about it. But humans are so willing to see what they don't have and see the struggle that other people they care about go through and look for someone to blame, to the point if somebody has more, they don't like them, or they think they must have had that, they must have got that through something, through nefarious means. Like, and I don't see, I always see this mentality amongst the poor and lower classes. I don't see it in the upper classes. I either see genuinely good people or genuinely evil people in the upper classes. There seems to be no in between. Either you're a degenerate hedonist or you're a really godly, thankful person who would give the shirt off your back. It's the poor and lower classes that I see being these scummy motherfuckers that'll sell out or be jealous or be angry, or alternatively, they'll go without so that other people can have. Like, I don't get it. And I feel like the answer is not in Christianity, because the West has just fucking just eaten that shit up like slop. And I don't know if the East does it. I don't know if their philosophy teaches against it. I like to think that Christianity used to teach against it, but I see all these fucking race hustlers and communists who want to pretend like they're religious, talk about the eye of the needle and push communism and taking people's shit using Christianity. I'm seeing it more and more often. So like I don't know how to feel about that. And I hope you aren't offended, Joe, because I love you to death, man. But when it comes to people that are left leaning talking about matters of faith and spirituality and kindness, I don't listen to, because people that are left leaning, in my experience, are the most hypocritical. You'll hear left leaning people and leftist people talk about people need to help the poor, people need to do this, the government needs to do that, but yet whenever they have the opportunity to help somebody that is down, they either don't do it or they do it begrudgingly and treat those people like shit. So I mean, I hear all this smoke for the actual, like, you know, right-wing Christians who are like actually, you know, prayed up, fast up, kind of like Chuck and Miss Cynthia, from like left-leaning people and these wannabe philosophical people. But Chuck's helped me out. If there's a God, God put Chuck in my life, just like he put Ike and D in my life. I like to think there's a God, and I do think there's a God, but
Amen.
I think that most humans have severed their connection to that Godhead or to that spirituality. Even if they proclaim every day that God is great, they still, because of virtue of living in the West and being poor and scummy, they literally have separated themselves from that, and they don't actually know what to do. And that's why I study philosophy. That's why I study these things, because I feel like this knowledge that we're talking about now is putting me on the path to be more in connection with my God, more in connection with the world and people around me.
Do you
We'll make sure it's him.
Bible?
What's up, Joe?
What's good,
Do you
man?
study the Bible too?
I grew up with the Bible. I don't need to study the Bible. I can quote it almost verbatim.
What's your favorite story in the Bible? Like, what character in the Bible reminds you of you right now?
Job.
Job. I was gonna say
Okay,
Job.
Literally Job.
How did it to Job? So have you we started the study, but we never finished it. Like, so have you been really just going through and reading that and that debate, or watching videos on it, or listening to sermons on it, the same way you're studying the other philosophies? I would just suggest put it in that same effort in the Bible as you do the other ones, because perhaps you will get more out of these lessons you're trying to learn.
Oh, Job is a good example.
Is that you, broski?
He was an upright man, and he had wealth. So
welcome to the show, sir.
Right.
That shows that it does the rich man shit. That's what I came up here to. I felt like I was being straw man. Just because you're rich, don't make you evil by no stretch. And Solomon, Job, we can assume that that you can have money and be good. That was not my argument. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Joe, you need a handler because without a handler, and we've talked enough that perhaps you know what I mean. Without a handler, you like to fucking you like to go off the. You know, and it's like this guy. It's like this kind of lack of relevance thing. Meaning, okay, you have these two dots. How do we connect the two dots? Right? Yeah, it's like, okay, well, you have to kind of imagine what's relevant to the conversation. But what you tend to do is you're going to be like, okay, well, let me bring up generalities, statistical distributions, and then it just becomes like an abstract conversation about.
I'm just going to totally agree with you. I thank you, and feel willing to remind me and quickly. You don't even have to wait when I'm getting off a point, because
I do that. I do that.
Doing that 15 times.
I do that with you. As I said, we've talked enough that you know that I'm just like, whether it's whether it's word thinking or this thing or all that shit, debate broing. It's like, yeah, these two dots, you connect them. But the point being, especially if you were doing that kind of sideways thing that you're doing, where you're gonna say, well, in general, this, that, the other, then you have to conclude with the relevant part, bring it back to the relevant street, to the thoroughway, by saying, hey, I'm just saying this in order that you take in statistics. You have to look at the individual, therefore, when you take the advice of blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but then you realize that you haven't really said anything. That, in other words, that whole thing that you just said didn't need to be said, because you already knew we were talking about individuals.
Understood, right.
It's like, yeah, when stuff has been understood, but you want to do your logic side street and alleys and shit. It's like, come on, why are you doing that?
Yeah, it's got to be a quicker way to get there. I'm going to absolutely agree with
Yeah,
you.
because again, and because I've had this conversation with maybe like you and some other people, and like without me there, you guys would be there all night with fucking a billion words, not going anywhere.
Too, right? I'd be content to be there too. That's a shame.
Anyways, I'll be shout out to you guys. I'll shut up and let Mr. OG here continue on what he's saying. One of the things I just wanted to add based on everything I've heard so far, and it's like a synthesis, basically. In other words, on the one hand, you have these symbols, abstractions, words, talk, right? On the other hand, you have what you may call practice, like action, right?
Right.
But the truth is, as human beings, it's hard to separate the two completely because they bleed into one another.
I'm about to say, I'm not sure they are distinct. They do bleed, yeah.
Yeah, they bleed into one another. Even our perceptions are symbolic in a sense. Like
Yes.
that language is all symbolic. Perception itself can kind of be symbolic. But I'll just say that as kind of like one general premise from which people can kind of draw several kinds of conclusions. But in addition, there's this thing of like that OG's pointing out, which is like to be embodied, right? As opposed to just being purely abstract. And we know that it's easy to just pick up the Bible and start quoting it and, and just like, and then whatever, and start doing it. And it's just, a lot of people seem to think that that's doing something, right?
Agreed.
So, but then
to be embodied, stay with that.
Yeah.
Right.
In other words,
live that and be that.
Yeah. Like literally in the moment to feel it in you. In other words, let's say, for example, you're angry, right? You're angry, but you're not conscious. You're not highly conscious, right? In other words, the anger can take possession of you or whatever
angry,
emotion.
You're probably not highly conscious. Yes.
You can be angry and be conscious. In other words, the physiology can be doing its thing. Your temperature can be going up. The hair can be standing, but you can be conscious of it, right? But when you're not conscious of it, then now the whole spirit has enveloped you and has taken you somewhere. Now the point is, these words about like, what to do and what not to do when you're angry, right?
Right.
In both situations, one where you're conscious and one where you're not, right?
Right.
Now, but to be embodied, which means you actually have to also, it comes with practice, right?
Practice, yes.
So you're going to practice these things which allow you to be present, allow you to observe yourself, allow you to not let the temperature in the back of your neck control you, right?
Yes, yes.
And the words are not the thing that make the difference, but you have to, but the words are important because at some point, maybe you have to learn these words and then think about it and then start practice, But it's no substitute for in the moment being in control and not doing some dumb shit that'll ruin your whole life, right? But also,
the words are also indicative for a motherfucker like me who's sitting on a sideline and I'm wondering, are you conscious? Are you angry? What state? All of that bullshit. Your words are an indicator for me, which state of anger and how much consciousness you have left. So
yeah, insofar as you're talking about somebody else and stuff like that. But when you internalize it, because it's all about practice and whatnot, and to be embodied, you're not possessing someone else's body. You're embodying this thing. And I would go further to add that in the embodiment in and of itself, there are answers in there. Meaning, if you are present within, let's just say, anger,
yes,
the right thing to do, it's like surfing, in other words, right?
Yes.
The right position to be is not something that's written in a book. It's like riding a bicycle, for example, right? You know when you are present on that bicycle on the surfboard or when you're present with the anger, the right thing to do. And it's not something that is written.
Yeah, it won't be a structured rule for all occasions.
No, it is literally embodied balance, right? Like you literally surf that thing through. And there are many, and anger I'm using as an example here, but there are many embodied states and embodied kind of conditions, whether in short term or long term, where this surfing gives you the answer. Where it is not to be, it's not about what you speak or what you read or what you say.
The Bible says when you're in front of the bad guys, don't even worry about what you're gonna say. It's not gonna be you saying it, it's gonna be me saying it through you. I interpret that in my vision as what you're saying. You be in the flow and let the moment happen for you. I see those as no distinction. It'll come from practice. I've been done it enough. You go in there and you let the moment occur. You'll know where to go, whether to do a layup. If you're going through numbers, you're supposed to do a layup 15 feet from. So if you're doing that shit, you fucked up already. You go with
so this is where the both sides come into play, because again, when we kind of want to debate bro shit, like, oh, well, here's Chuck saying this thing, and here's OG saying this thing. It's like, no, we know what the fuck it is, and we know that and to call it the middle is also kind of like silly, because it's not the middle, but it's just to say that these things bleed into each other, and then we understand via these kinds of things, such as being in the moment, being present, or being in the zone, that these things tell you what to do, and you're not going to be in the moment, present, or in the zone unless you practice being in the moment and present in the zone. In other words, fortifying yourself for chaos. In other words, it's not something you're just going to be telling yourself because you read it in Deuteronomy. I fortify myself for chaos. I fortify myself. No weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. You can say that to your fucking blue in the face. If you're not unable to embody it, nothing happens.
Yes. And the more you're in that chaos, the more you'll refine that, and the easier it'll be for you to find that vibration, that moment in a chaotic situation, because you've been there or similar circumstances, similar situations before.
And I'll say this one other thing, and then I'll shut up. For example, and it also, it's not something that you can like just, in other words, if you neglect this particular kind of thing for like 20 years and then you want to come back to it, it's not this, it's different from the person, obviously, that has made iterations and refined themselves every day for that past 20 years where you neglected it. You would never catch up. It's not possible. You're not the same. It's not the same thing at all because of compounding and then many different kinds of things. Now, I'll just say one thing, just because, it's related to this, but, it may seem like tangential or adjacent or whatnot. But basically, I'm saying over time, right, your cognitive capacities change, right? It's kind of like saying there may be something that was more malleable before. Typically, generally speaking, your fluid intelligence goes down, and then it's on you to develop crystallized intelligence, right? So fluid intelligence, just raw power, being able to move fast. 20s, boom, perfect, great, right? Yeah. So over time, just think of it as like that fluid start becoming more and more like molasses, right? So what you need to do is to take that fluid intelligence, create crystallized islands of knowledge, right? In other words, take it up a level so that, because before I used to be able to just swim to 10,000 boxes, but now I need to create bigger boxes, bigger notations, bigger conceptualizations.
Let me give an analogy. I used to be able to just dunk over 5 people. Now I have to use my brains a little bit and spin around and bank it off the backboard. I'm using a different skill, the crystallization from the fluid skill.
Exactly. So, but the thing is, you do that every day as this particular fluid, goes from less viscous to more viscous over time. Each day you're doing the iteration. Somebody who just ignored, right, and just depended only on their fluid stuff, and then it gets slower and slower and slower and slower. 20 years down the line, they don't have any crystallized stuff. They don't have any shortcuts. You know what I mean? All these shortcuts that you've created.
Yes.
It's not the same thing. So these kinds of things are and because it's not just physical, it's not just cognitive. These things bleed into what we may call spiritual as well, because obviously everything bleeds into everything else, right?
100%.
So these are the kinds of things that quote unquote Eastern, or what OG is saying, really emphasizes. These are the things that buttress his point or make his points relevant. And it's not anti the word or anti such and such, right?
Yes. And to bring that, all right, I was gonna say, and to bring that back to what the fuck we were, I'm so high, I can't really remember where, but I agree with all that shit you said. Fuck, it'll come to me.
You were aware about some rich man or something like that we want to go back to?
I don't even remember what the fuck it
or
was.
God being, or OG not being humble or something like that.
Yeah, I was in that era, but we had moved on from the humbleness to something else. I don't remember what it was. But 100%, with all of that shit, I dig the shortcuts that you learn through practicing, right? And then when your skills start to deteriorate, or the way you send the fluid starts to become more and more viscous, then you have these ways of relying on a thing. I could give examples, but they might distract more. My old man was like, I'll give an example. My old man was like this shit. I remember him telling me that he was still sharp and all of that shit. He was blah, blah, blah. But the smaller things, like when remembering where he set something down, He said he get into the habit of I always put my watch here, I always put that shit there. That was him preparing for the coming of that. That was him developing a shortcut to get past the thing, as an example of how we develop these
100%.
shortcuts. Yeah.
And wisdom versus intelligence is like that, you know. In other words, over time, crystallizations of this kind of knowledge, that you have these shortcuts for being able to kind of cut
This
through.
is
And
where I wanted to go. You reminded me. But it still don't help because I don't know exactly where we were. But I wanted to ask, was OG practicing the things that he needed to practice? But I have no idea where we were talking about how to apply it, because him and Cynthia was on the thing, and I don't know where. But that's what would have been relevant about this. Was OG practicing the thing? Not his point of views and shit, which is what I'm usually more concerned with. Was he practicing a thing that would develop? And let me think. Well, he was doing a bit of both. And early on, he let off a little steam, and he was absolutely practicing in the sense that all things bleed when he was coming back to his baseline and, you know, and recognizing things and saying the adult shit. By the time I hopped up here, he's been pretty much an adult.
Is OG going to answer, or is he?
I don't think it was a question about
I mean,
just an observation.
Personally, I think I was saying adult shit the whole time. I wasn't talking fast. You was listening slow.
This is where OG, fucking OG, you OG and Ike. I think you're Ike OG too. Y'all about to confuse me, but Ike, this is where I slip, and I'm about to slip. I'm about to go into the pedantic bullshit. You think you were on point the whole time? I do remember you, and I apologize in advance, Ike. I do remember you saying, that's why I don't listen to leftists. Was that wise? Was that you know, practicing and on your square at that moment?
Yes. There are groups of people that have shared traits that say stupid shit and have stupid opinions, in my belief. It doesn't mean that
you identified one. We're talking about the left. We don't have to extrapolate at this moment.
Well, I also brought up the right as well.
Well, let's stay with the left and let's see if it works. Or we can go to the right. If I said I don't listen to anyone from the right, would I be valid in making that statement? Or is there reason to listen to people from the right, just not the left?
Well, if you actually, instead of getting in your feelings and actually remember the whole thing, Joe. I said I don't listen. Pivot. I said I don't listen to the left on particular matters like spirituality and faith and philosophy.
Ah, okay. That doesn't help a lot, but the particular matters thing does save you some. But I could go in forever on those three too, but I'm not. I think I made my point.
I don't understand your point. So what's your point?
My point is, if you're on your square, we don't make comments like, I don't listen to someone who's a Democrat when it comes to faith. We don't do that shit because
he doesn't know. A wise man once told me that not all opinions are valid, and you shouldn't listen to all people all the time.
I agree with you, man. And that same wise dude would have told you that logically you can't just group a motherfucker all people who voted left or suddenly all of their advice on
stop because again this is the problem. This is the problem with leftists. Right? It's not about who you voted for. It's a way of being. It's a way of being. It is a way of being. It is a character. It is something that these people have similarly in the way that they operate. That makes me not listen to them. It doesn't matter. They could have voted for Trump, but if they still have these characteristics, I would call them a leftist.
You're making my point.
It is merely a classification for the actions of people, Joe. Stop.
And it was done poorly. And if you were on your square, you know that if I say I just don't listen to niggas on the left, they don't know nothing about spirituality. You know, and you sound dumb. You did not take the time to clarify. You were, in fact, I'd say doing the opposite, trying to inflame because you're in baby mode. That's what I see.
Okay, you guys have, or should I say, Joe, you've had your fun, right?
All right.
So let me do the quick synthesis here, because basically, I came in and I said that you were doing that thing where rather than draw the through line from point A to point B, you're going in and you're doing everything that logic.
I got a bad
do,
habit.
right?
I don't know what to tell you, man.
So basically, now what OG is referencing is, okay, human beings, very few of them, okay, are able to do the kind of thing which I just said. You have the psychological, emotional discipline to just say, okay, I'm going to go for relevance. I'm going to go for, I'm not going to have all these cognitive biases. I'm not going to have all this stickiness, right? That, oh, you said this, therefore I'm going to, so human beings have this bias, right? Now, if you're the left side, you're going to bias one way. If you're on the right side, you're going to bias another way, right? So generally speaking, the left will then bias and be like, oh, but this guy has this advantage. This guy is on top of a pyramid. This guy is, the haves and have not type stuff, right?
Yes. All right.
And that particular bias, in
the sense that OG is talking about left-handed, left-leaning people think a certain way. And in specific, you would have said that I don't want to cause an argument here, but I'll just say it so I can hold the thought. It was going to boil down to the left have less of a moral sight because of whatever reasons. It'd be some because they bleed.
It's not about morality, Joe. Let Ike finish.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm saying that if you want to,
it'll be morality in 10 minutes. Mark my words. Go. When we finish the conversation.
Oh yeah. It's like all these fucking things. It's like you can make and unmake these boxes 10,000 fucking times, Joe. Like it doesn't fucking matter, But the point being, insofar as you want to call it a deficiency, it's equally distributed, right, amongst all different kinds of people.
I would agree,
right?
Yes.
However, the way it's going to manifest in one person versus the other is going to depend on a particular makeup. Someone whom is, we don't want to get into the psychological types, but let's just say that. Yeah, but let's just say that there are types that will immediately look with a side eye to anyone that is perceived to be higher up on any particular hierarchy, right?
Yes.
And that's going to be, that's going to be their way in which they fall. And if they're not strong enough to keep that bias on the side, then that's going to be where they fall short. If another one will do it in a different way, they'll be looking at some other thing. There'll be people who fall short by looking on skeptically at everybody who's above because they're just appeal to authority type,
Yes,
but the thing is to say that it is I look at the human frailty itself. The thing that makes people, it's the bias itself, the inability to regulate itself. I don't care that they tend to fall to the left or fall to the right. Anyone who is doing this shit when once they hear something rather than listen to it, their butthole puckers up and they just fucking run into,
Yes.
That is just shitty behavior regardless.
Yes,
right?
but if you got to deal with these motherfuckers, you got to take the time to
That's why I don't deal with them. And again,
I was about to say you don't have to deal with them.
Like you don't have to. But the thing is, of course, you, Joe, you like to, you want to, you want to go and tell that guy, oh, don't jump over the bridge, even though once you turn your back, he's gonna jump. That's your life. You like to do that shit.
Yes. I think that I have this philosophy that I don't make unless we all make it. It goes further. I think we're all connected, and to neglect you is to neglect me, and all those things. I have a million reasons in my head where it's absolutely necessary that I get along with other people and touch their hearts and all of that nonsense. It's like a commandment of mine or something. So I must engage. It's not even an option not to. I was not put here to do strictly for self. That's just part of the task. The bigger picture, perhaps, is to how can I help others? When I pray, I don't pray for myself. I ain't did that shit in years, right? And I'm going through some shit. I pray for other people. That's how serious I am. I'm surely my job here is you guys over me. I could never cut you niggas off.
Yeah, but I understand it's like moral like I have mine too, right? So like these moral compunctions, I believe that people have. I have mine as well. You may not. It's just I'm lucky.
He said you may not see it, Joe.
I think I'm lucky that mine don't play out in public arena as much. Like I can completely ignore the fucking whatever.
That's so
my calculus is that guy's going over the bridge, and I am not going to fucking. I always talk about effectiveness, right?
Effective. Talk about effectiveness. Is that what you said?
Yeah, like effectiveness.
Yeah.
Like
yes.
Just because in other words, someone has a compulsion, I got to go tell this person something. Me, I'm like, I'm looking from a bird's eye view. Like, no, you're gonna waste a lot of energy over there because overall, way more good could be done at this other node here, which maybe you have to wait till next month to do.
This is where I think OG has solid footing. I think leftist people spend way too much time trying to save the nigga who's already jumping over the bridge. Way too much. He has a great argument over there. I don't know what the reason it is. It is not because they want to help him. It's selfish reasons, because they feel inadequate. But that's neither here nor there. I have to make that same decision all the time, and I think I'm pretty harsh in my decision. I don't have a whole lot of feelings about a nigga who crying and whining and shit like that. So me and him would be picking out soft ass leftists all day if we were hanging out together. I think every motherfucker's too soft. You gotta triage and all of that bullshit. But I'm also the guy who, after I come to the conclusion who's worthy of a triage, I'll spend an hour talking to some schizophrenic motherfucker outside the gas station. I've deemed them worthy of the triage. I had time, motherfucker, maybe I only made very hairline progress. Maybe I made none. I gave it a shot. Donated an hour. I'm not quick to cut him.
Yeah, it's it's interesting, right? Because obviously not all the time are you out there, being a soldier or a missionary. That'll be a rather ridiculous, boring, and dangerous person. Right? if you're, you're just actually trying to talk to this guy and get something out of it, and it's like a side quest.
Most of the time, 99 point something, the camera's off, but I'm still out there dealing with people and all of that bullshit. So, yeah, I can't be that radical freedom fighter at all times. No, I'm a regular dude, and I got to kill time all day. And I'm fortunate because I can do it in different states, cities, and towns and shit. So that's just like, for me, that's a high. I want to interact with this guy and all that bullshit. Even if there's a fucking lost cause, what fuck I care? 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm in Tennessee somewhere, and if I didn't have Google, I would have no idea where I was. So this is fucking great. Surely this is all what it's all about.
Did you say you're in Tennessee? I'm sorry.
No, but I found myself every morning I get up and try and catch a sunrise where I'm at, and I find myself, it just lost down some, whoever got the best view, so I don't pay attention where I'm going, where can I see the sun come up, and sometimes you get lucky and there's water, whatever the fuck, but I do it every day. Well, when I'm out traveling and shit, I get up early and go off on my own, and that's when I find myself among a bunch of people I don't know. And eventually, I don't know, I come back to the same spots and meet the same people every day. Yeah, I'm here every day. But that's when I find the people I don't know, and that's my opportunity to exchange with them. Surely that was what I was here for. I don't know. I'm losing it because I was trying to think and hold another thought to progress the conversation. I'm not good at it.
Gotcha. You'll come right back around to it. Where's Chuck? Did Chuck leave because of you?
Chuck's phone is updating.
Well, I took notes.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I thought it was interesting when y'all were talking about the habit of practicing. Ike had mentioned, when it's, because it was so far back, I believe it's when someone's going through something, when you just quote scripture to them, but are they really in the habit of practicing? So I really thought about that. Did I quote that correct, Ike?
Oh, no, yep. On right there.
Spirit, did I hear you say? Because so no, the what in the habit of practicing.
So then I was thinking, okay, good, I like it. Maybe I'm gonna ask OG, do you talk to people who practice or who just have opinions? And then disciplined humans, the disciplined humans. You do have to be disciplined to practice it. How do you practice it? Do you practice it by reading, acting, doing, studying? Ever how you practice it? Do you put effort into? And then I remember that this argument started because
I'll be
OG said, I'm not going to listen to Joe Cool. And I was like, well, okay. But then the more I heard Joe Cool talk about and give his testimony, I completely understood that. I wouldn't listen to you either, Joe. You, first and foremost, you haven't prayed for yourself in years. Instead, you've only prayed for other people. Oftentimes people will be like, I don't treat God like he's a ATM or something. And that, to me, that would be an example of treating that as an ATM. Even though you're doing it for somebody else, you're only like, give this, take care of that, do that. But you're not asking him for wisdom for yourself. You're constantly up here going, oh, well, y'all know I can't help it. I can't help it. You're not asking for prayer to help you grow in that. And then you were saying you don't feel, but somehow you believe that you're here to help people, right? Which is great. But when people reach out to you because they need to talk, you can't be bothered with it. You rather go talk to the people in the streets because it gives you a high. It kind of makes you look self-serving on the people you want to help. And it's ironic that you don't want to help the people that are reaching out for help. And those are just the observations I observed. And so I could understand why OG doesn't take you serious. Because you're kind of in a few states yourself, from my opinion of someone who practices.
Well, let's be clear. I love Joe to death. I don't listen to people of his mind when it comes to philosophy and religion.
Yeah, no, I love Joe to death too. I'm not dissing Joe. I'm just pointing out the irony in some of the things that you were saying, and maybe perhaps he hasn't noticed it.
I missed everything you said.
Oh my God.
I hit a button and it jerked me away. I couldn't find my way back here.
No worries. It wasn't important.
Is that
no. Whatever the fuck you said was on point. When I was left, my sister's name was came to the door, and then I tried to come back to the phone. I pushed the wrong button, and it was weird. But you was on fire. The first thing you
let me get a voice check, sir.
Absolutely. It's Confucian is a fucking enemy of the West. However, if you believe in collectivism, Confucianism is pretty much the gold star of collectivism.
I don't think Confucianism is an enemy of the West. I don't think that we should let people like you dictate the enemies of the West. You know, I love you to death, Josh. I don't think that this is the example, Joe. I don't listen to right wingers like Josh when it comes to dictating the enemies of my culture and civilization, nor how to run a functioning society.
I would say these fucks are lacking, and I listen to them understanding that they are fucked up. Go ahead, Josh.
Let's settle it with a basic question. Did Confucianism, was he pro or anti-individualism?
I would
say
he was a status, damn. Yeah.
I would say that his philosophy. I would say that his philosophy was not concerning individualism or collectivism. It was concerning governance of one's soul and building out of chaos. If you want to discuss individuality or collectivism, that would be the actual Taoism and Lao Tzu.
It would be true if you're going to get into the specifics, but as a general rule, Confucianism was actually very anti-individualistic. It's why it actually dominated within.
It was also very anti-collectivist as well. It was anti the individual putting themselves above the collective, and anti the collective burdening and harming the individual.
Well, when you say it's putting a state above the individual, I would accuse them of that if I was.
They also said the state was not allowed to harm individuals unduly and unjustly.
That's more argument over there because everything he talked about was the individual. There's more weight over there that he cared about the individual.
That becomes interpretive as to what defines what harm is, right?
He was quite literal in what the group shouldn't do to the individual. It wasn't interpretive.
Okay.
Confucian. Hold on. I'm just now studying, and I want to only give official sources. All I know about is certain stories, so I'm not going to give you an example. But it was very legalist, and it was very determining of what rights the individual had in the collective. I know that for a fact because we just read that.
I'm talking about Confucius himself. I think you guys are
individual right.
I think you guys are talking about what came along after Confucius. I am talking about the way Confucius himself, whether he was. And then y'all interchanging it with Confucianism, which would be other people's interpretation. I read a lot about the guy. I admire him. I can give my own interpretation. I know for sure that he thought the way to change the system was through the system. He'd have been like Jack in that way. If I became president, I could make everything greater. I know he held those beliefs.
No, because he never once reached power.
To some degree.
Wait, he's famous for trying to gain power and get power, and people promised him positions but never delivered. He was sad about it. He wanted those positions, and he was shoulder to shoulder with all the people in power, and they promised him positions all the time.
He never attained power, yet his philosophy is how the entire governance system worked in China for like 2,000 years.
Not just China, all over Asia.
I agree. He never attained power. I agree, but he chased it in the sense that if I became governor, I could make things better. We know that much about him. So we know
in that sense, he knew that he wouldn't half-ass his system because he believed magistrates and people in court, when they unduly hurt their people under them, that they should be executed. They should be removed from power. They didn't deserve it. It's not in the sense that it's not in the sense like Jack Talcott, where he wants power. He wants to be in control. He wants to make sure that his system is not half-assed or misused.
I would agree. His famous saying was, and often fuck it up, the government will remain fucked up until philosophers become government or government becomes philosophers. He that tells me that yes, he was trying to do it to save his people. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, like him chasing power was not a selfish thing like most people, like it would be for most people.
Right.
It was literally him trying to enforce his own dogma. And the system from what little reading I've done before this show is like the system that he pushed was a very good system. And that shows why it endured for 2,000-3,000 years. And China, Josh, you can hate the Chinese all you want, but they've been a persistent culture for like 6,000 years.
The same claim would also be made then, if that was the case. The same claim could also then be made that it was probably one of the key tenets that actually caused the downfall of China, aka when they went from the Enlightenment stage. You know, when they pretty much like closed their doors and said, fuck all the other cultures, right? We're just going to basically close ourselves off. And then the Brits turned around like 1,000 years later and came back and whooped their ass and took them over. That kind of concept.
They didn't do that for a negative purpose. They did that because the influence of outsiders was a negative to their society.
Correct, which was actually based on one of the tenets you had just pointed out. That what was that? The right to remonstrate, I believe, is what it was. Is basically, you're sort of correct in that Confucian actually went against the state, but he was only anti-authoritarian. He wasn't anti-state. He was just anti-authoritarian.
He was anti-totalitarian, not even anti-authoritarian.
You could phrase it that way if you wanted,
because he was pro-authoritarianism, pro-state. Anti-totalitarianism, meaning that you can't just do what you want to the people. Your authority actually.
He did lay down some tenets that had some limitations of authority, but that was just it just gets into semantics kind of concept. But he was definitely anti-individualist. He was very much so.
Why would you say that anti-individualist? Why would you say that? His life seemed to be the people. He taught kids and
but that's the point. If your life is based on other people, because it's in the description. If you're pro all the other people, right? Your life is about your relationality with other people, not with yourself.
Well, hold hold on, because I was reading the 5 books, right? So the very next book in line is specifically the social doctrine. So it's called the Book of Rites,
Yes.
and it describes the social forms, administration, and ceremonial rites of the Zhao dynasty. This social vision defines society not as an adversarial system based on contractual relations, but as a network of kinships, groups bound by cultural identity and ritual practice, socially responsible for one another, and the transmission of proper antique forms. The 4 functional occupations are cooperative: farmer, scholar, artisan, and merchant.
Yeah,
that's good to hear. Right? That
it's
he had
real,
a further vision of the state. That I knew he had a vision of that he could do it better. That tells me what his vision of doing it better meant, what it was. So that's helpful.
And then the 5th book, I'll go ahead and read that. Spring and Autumn Annual Chronicles. The period to which it gives its name, Spring and Autumn period, 771 to 481 BC, from the perspective of Confucius' home state of Lao. These events emphasize the significance of collective memory for communal self-identification. For reanimating the old is the best way to attain.
That's dope. He's a big fan of culture. That's dope. He wouldn't have been trying to homogenize shit. I like it.
That's again why he was pro-collectivist and anti-individualist.
I don't think it makes him anti-individual. I think it means he loves the individual. I'm going to give you a guide to live among each other.
Because us in the Western world view society completely different. We view it from an individual lens. We're effectively like the ones that say, oh, well, society is good or bad based on my own internal perception. His wasn't based on that.
Maybe I
His
don't
was
know
based
what
on society as
individual means.
Well, fucking Josh here. Josh is a censor, and whenever a censor tries to drag you into some philosophical conversation, OG, don't fall for it. They have a thing. They have a map. It's very solid, and they're very good at looking at a solid map. But the intuitive mind understands, bro. As I just told Joe a second ago, that map is something that I can dissolve and reformulate in 10,000 different ways.
Yeah,
right?
so we just
and the best of the West knows this because, for example, a lot of the German, or shall I say continental philosophers, were anti-individual as well. They were always about the group, the folk, if you will, which which some say led to kind of like Nazism or whatever, right? So it's not like there's not these different traditions in there and whatnot. But the point is, the best of the West are those who can actually recognize that just because I look at the ecosystem doesn't mean I'm anti-lion. Okay, I'm just saying the lion is an ecosystem. I cannot fucking separate it from the. You get the point, right?
I do. So, I think the bleed things.
Well, that's exactly what Confucian was talking about in the Book of the Right. It was not being then that's what I told Josh. It's not anti-individualist or pro communitarian or whatever. It's literally looking at this system and how to harmonize and synergize within it.
100%. Now, okay, what I would say, because again, because Josh understands there's an ecosystem, right? And then you can't just fucking flow it. As I like to say, like there was no such a thing as an ant that developed in space, in outer space, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like you cannot take out the ecosystem or the environment from it's an individual, it's an organism environment, both together, right? There's no, the separation, it does not exist really. Now, yes, within there, you said, Josh, you said that, the lens of the individual, let's say, or the lens of a story that says that individuals can make certain kinds of decisions that maximize their own rational self-interest. It's a decentralized kind of way of looking at things, right? However, if you look at that kind of ecosystem, there is a logic to it as well. Right. In other words, it's not like, individual. No, there is a logic to decentralization, and the West benefits from decentralization. Right. The West benefits from decentralization, financialization, and then it benefits until it starts to even become bad, whereby it's like, you know what? My rational self-interest is to ship the jobs out to China. After all, individuals make it whatever. It's all digits, it's ones and zeros, it's numbers, it's financializations, global banks, doesn't matter, capital flows, blah, blah, blah. Then it starts to bite you in the butt as well. And then maybe you want to start looking at the ecosystem in your city that just got gutted out, right, Josh? So it's obviously not like, I'm going to stick to one or the other on this map. It's like, no. If you can't shift maps, you're screwed.
Yeah, I guess the important part is to pay attention to the mindset from your starting point, right? Are you doing the thing because it benefits you, or are you doing the thing because it benefits? In Confucian system, you just start with the family unit. That's effectively
wait, because there's more to this, because after it talks about the books, it goes into the doctrines, and the first set of the doctrines is theology, theory, and theology, right? And this is from the main article is Confucian theology. Further information, religious Confucianism and the Zhao dynasty and philosophy. And it says Confucianism revolves around the pursuit of unity of the individual self and Tian is heaven, or the relationship between humanity and heaven. So it revolves around both the individual and the group. Yeah. The principle or way of heaven, Tian Lai or Tian To, is the order of the world and the source of divine authority. Tian Lai or Tian To is monistic, meaning that it is singular and indivisible. Individual may realize their humanity and become one with heaven through the contemplation of such order. The transformation of the self is extended to family and society to create a harmonious community.
Individual.
Joe Thurville studied Confucianism as a diffused civil religion in contemporary China, finding that it expressed itself in the widespread worship of 5 cosmological entities: heaven and earth, D, the sovereign or the government, Jun, and ancestors, Qin, and masters, Shi. According to the scholar Stephen Fentwine, in China cosmology, which is not merely Confucianism but shared by many Chinese religions, the universe creates itself out of a primary chaos of maternal energy, Hundu or Qi, and is but shared by and it is organized through the polarity of yin and yang, the characteristics anything and life. Creation is therefore a continuous ordering. It is not it is not how yin and yang are invisible and visible, the receptive and the active, the unshaped and the shaped. They characterize the young cycle or the yearly cycle, winter and summer, the landscape shady and bright, the sexes male and female, and even socio-political history, disorder, and order. Confucianism is concerning with finding middle ways between yin and yang in every new configuration of the world. Confucius, go ahead.
Just go back because you're going way too far, right? So you're bringing in words more specifically within the translations of heaven, right? Except for he doesn't mean heaven the same way that anybody from the Western world is going to actually use the word heaven, right?
But he does though. But he does. That was
okay.
Heaven was described.
Define for me the mandate of heaven. What was he talking about exactly there?
This is that book shit that stick to the script shit. Where you failed to fly on the move shit that Ike was talking about.
He was very specific. He was very specific, right?
He said a lot. Heaven, and what you picked out that one word to, I hope, make a great point. But that won't be what it be. You picked out that one word.
I actually agree with Josh. So, like everyone's definition of heaven, like what are they saying?
His mandate of heaven was actually
the mandate of heaven is. The mandate of heaven is still a thing in China. That's why I made the joke the CCP will lose the mandate of heaven eventually when someone said China is a communist state. Anyway, for one, it's right, but I'll indulge you for a split second, right? Because the Chinese culture or Asian culture of heaven is both simultaneously similar to Christian heaven and different. Heaven is another dimension to the Chinese culture. It is another level of
individual. How would this heaven part? I guess we're indulging at this point, but I'm wondering how is this heaven part going to get us to whether he's talking about individualism or not?
Well, that was answered earlier.
Within the constraints of heaven, your ass is going to serve something else, and more specifically within his culture was family worship.
Ancestral worship, sure.
Ancestral family, all of those things. But the overall thing was clearly you have to take care of self and do self as well. You agree there, Josh, right? You think that OG covered the basis.
But hang on, Joe. Joe, you're doing it again, Joe. You're doing it.
I'm trying to ask a question without being interrupted.
Answering a question,
I'm trying to ask a question without being interrupted.
But
OG
was already answering.
Ladies and gentlemen, calm down. Joe, you'll have the floor right next. Let me read out this next part because Again, Josh interrupted right before it got to the answer he wanted. Confucianism consolidates both the inner and outer polarities of spiritual cultivation. That is to say, self-cultivation and world redemption, and the ideal of singleness between kinglessness without. Ren, the translation as humanness, or the essence proper of a human being, is the character of compassionate mind. It is the virtue endowed by heaven, at the same time the means by which a person may achieve oneness with heaven by comprehending their origin in heaven and therefore divine essence. In his work, The Book of Great Unity, late Qin Dynasty reformer Kang Yue considered Ren as the means to form one's body with all things, and can find Ren when the self and others are not separated and when compassion is aroused. Lord Heaven and Jade Emperor were terms for a Confucianist supreme deity who was an anthropomorphized Tian, and some conceptions of it throughout the two names as synonymous. So, I mean, it seems like it's very similar to the Christian version of heaven,
Except,
and that there are in both individualistic aspects and communitarian aspects.
So here's the conflation, right? The individualistic view would be, from their perspective, would be, yes, I have to pay attention enough to myself to be able to be productive, right? But the starting point isn't to be productive because of like cause and effect, right? Like I'm going to do good things, so I'll get good things, right? That wasn't the mindset. That would be the individualistic mindset. The mindset that he was attempting to teach, which successfully, was to do good things because of others. That's the difference between individualism and collectivism. Your starting point. Do you do it because of you, or do you do it because of other?
I thought it was inherent in his original.
It depends. You can say
I don't think there's a separation, right? Because even in Western philosophy, that's a thing. Do you partake in things because it's good for you, or do you partake in because it's good for your family and others? And it all boils down to, is it good for you?
Correct.
In some fashion.
So you measure that by the ending result. Are Americans, or I'm sorry, is the northern hemisphere, or is the northern western hemisphere, are they profitable? Are they beneficial to the rest of the world because of their individual takes or because of their collective takes? One would argue that Western culture is nothing compared to collectivism from Asia.
I would agree
we don't
with
even
that.
describe them as the same way, right? An example would be within Confucianism describing homogeny, right? Why doesn't that exist within the Western culture? If it's the case that they're so indoctrinated within each other, right? Like they're so, there's a healthy balance kind of bullshit, because there clearly isn't in our culture. There's a stark difference.
There isn't what mindset. There isn't what, Josh, culture or the homogenization.
Well, so the homogenization. Okay, so like the culture is the result, right? Homogenization.
Okay, we are not homogenized here in America.
We're not. No, we're not, and they are, and they're specifically taught to be, aka through Confucianism. It's the collectivism. That's what he taught, was collectivism. You could be as successful as you wanted. If you didn't belong to the group, you were fucking useless.
I think there's truth to that. Though.
Well, I don't disagree with it. Right? Just understanding that there's two very different perspectives within Confucianism. There's good.
I think you missed it all. I think in there, and what fucking OG read, the very first paragraph. Excuse me, I've been fucking. I supposed to had the flow 18 minutes ago, and I'm just gonna say the same shit because this is what I'm gonna say. And what he read, you could tell what he thought about individual just by how he talked about the yin and the yang. It's a balance. No way he would ever consider neglecting the individual for the sake of the other thing. It's greater. He'd be wise enough to know there's a balance. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's you trying to bridge the connection that doesn't exist.
So he did not believe in yin and yang. Well, at least that's
he
what
did
I
not
heard.
believe
He thought it would
in
have been
the
a balance.
concept of
He
the
would.
individualistic. If you,
I don't know what that is. The concept of
okay,
the
the
individual.
individualism
Wait. Let me.
is the mindset of I'm going to do for the benefits of me.
Right.
Selfishness.
Very good. So you don't think he's wise enough to know that you can't separate these things. I have to make myself
They
better.
did separate
Excuse
those
me.
things.
I can't. You don't think he knows enough to know that
They
I
did
can't
separate
I
those
can't
things.
separate myself. I can't make myself
You're asserting
Josh,
that,
Josh,
but they
how do you
did.
know what the fuck I'm assuming? Because you keep interrupting me.
Because your premise is
Josh,
How
let
the
him
fuck could you possibly know
him,
what my shit
Joe,
is finna be?
Joe, calm down. Josh,
Whoa.
let him finish. Josh, let him finish.
okay.
I assume that Confucius is wise enough to know that you cannot help others, which is
You
the
assumed
premise. Excuse me,
incorrectly.
motherfucker.
You assumed
I'm
incorrectly.
I'm just gonna keep fuck it. We'll just be dicks together. I'll just keep starting over. You keep interrupting. We'll see how long this takes.
Yeah, if your premise is false.
No, I will drop. I will drop.
Confucius.
No, I will drop both of you
Okay,
because this is.
let
the stream
me
for
let me just reiterate a couple of things again. Number one,
Why
I'll
the
go ahead and
fuck I
say
don't get to talk without interruption is what I want to know. Why the fuck you don't drop him? I'm trying to say a thing. He's interrupting me.
I dropped both of you. All right, y'all chill the fuck out. Go ahead, Ike.
okay. First of all, I'm gonna repeat: when a censor comes at you with your hard and fixed map, trying to fucking have a philosophical conversation, a conceptual conversation, you're foolish to go all the way in. And I think I don't even need to describe what I mean to you. You're seeing it right in front of your face right now, right? It to a conceptual, intuitive person says, "Fuck your map. I draw 17,000 maps before you wake up in the morning." Right? It doesn't, to make it, because I understand there's wholeness and I understand the space of conceptual morphism and whatnot, right? So I mentioned earlier that decentralization, individualization, that kind of assumption and that view has a collective landscape and operates in a particular way, right? There is obviously an ecosystem to that, right? And it has a certain kind of robustness. However, things tend to move slow. But in other words, there's drawbacks and whatnot, right? So you can just think about a multi-headed hydra versus a single-headed snake. Collectivism is very efficient, right? But it's not robust because once you cut off the head, it's done. So you need a little bit of that kind of like individualism, decentralization, experimentation, if you will. Oh, the 50 states or 50 different labs and non-unified insofar as, blah, 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 right? So, but these things just kind of, it's like a spinning plate. You look at it, it spins this way, spins that way. See, so, and it's the same kind of thing. The only point is when it comes to operationalizing, right? For example, I'm talking about, well, what are the benefits of one versus the other? One has robustness, right? And the other one has efficiency. You're not going to be a decentralized and very maximally efficient. With the simple way to think about it is like a stool. The most efficient stool has only 3 legs, right? But if you cut off one leg, boom, it's done. But if you may have a stool with 10 legs, it's very robust, but it's not very efficient. That's the literal kind of difference and analogically between these kinds of things. So insofar as you're talking about operationalizing, yes, you can then say such things, and it's important. Also, by the way, when you talk about a system such as that in the United States, where you say, okay, I'm just going to give the individual the rights, and then I'm just going to say the government don't take it away, that kind of negative rights thing, versus, let's say, European, which wants to do positive rights, right? These systems may, at the end of the day, you may stand in the street and still have the same kind of a thing happening in Brussels versus New York, right? But the methods of kind of the operationalizing of it, the court system, and all these other kinds of things, what people espouse and believe, very different. You don't want to tell an American that the government gave them their rights, right? They're like, no, but really, does it really matter though? If the government is going to want to defend your rights, yes, it matters, but not in the way where it's worth arguing about to the people whom understand that, hey, I draw map A or I draw map B, right? It's not something to fight over. It's something to see, augment, shift, and change, and all these different kinds of things. And Joe, yes, you go ahead and take the floor. I don't think anybody is as smart as Confucius who not know, obviously, that the individual and the collective are in balance. And by the way, whenever you see an admonishment one way or the other, such as when somebody says, oh, think of the community, it's because they already know you're thinking about, people are thinking about themselves. You know what I mean?
100%.
That's why I'm telling you, hey, think of the community, because I already know you motherfuckers are thinking about yourself. It's in your fucking DNA. The gene wants to propagate itself. What, you think you got to tell somebody to think about themselves? No. So I'm going to tell them to do the other thing, because one way or the other, whether I'm in society A or society B, these two things have to balance.
Yeah, he started and finished that whole thing with what my exact point. So I don't think it need be said again.
Well, you didn't hear my response to your points.
That Confucius will be wise enough to know you can't separate the two.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Separate doesn't address the differences.
Right. Like,
yeah, you're just basically saying that, oh, the two things are the same, right? So the collectivism and the individual mindset, they're the same things, right? You just have to accept both. That's the thing. We in the West can't actually separate those two. We usually don't, at least as a
who is we?
Well, say we as in general society in the West. We are
general. Then let me introduce you to the best Eastern philosopher there is. Then he's actually a Westerner, and he was a continental. Those who refuse to fight deserve to die. If you can adapt and overcome, then the West deserves to fall. Plain and simple. That's stupid.
There. But we are here. I'll give an example. Consumerism. Is that an individualistic mindset or is that a collective mindset?
It's both. It's both.
Oh, okay, I got it.
The needs of the individual are met through consumerism, and because of abundance, consumerism grows and expands beyond needs.
And that would be the Western perception of individualism. So I'll ask the question straightforward. What is the difference from all of your views? What is the difference between the individual and the collective?
I would say the individual
there is none.
Is nude guru.
Okay. If they're one of the same things, then the entire Confucianism fails to be anything.
How? It's literally about ordering.
You can't tell the difference between
It's about ordering the individual and society together. It is about mixing them together and bringing harmony between them and bringing synergy. If you don't get that,
you're combining material and spirituality is what you're missing.
Right.
Or
and my question is flat out asking, what's the difference between the material and the spirituality? In this case, it's going to be, what's the difference between the mindset of the individual and the mindset of the collective? Or the mindset of in the concept of teaching it.
It would show in the person's behavior. Agreed, Josh. The individual is
at the end of the
wait, Josh. It is not your time to interrupt every time I start.
Josh, you're going.
Yes, that's how you would measure it.
Josh, you're gonna have to let Joe finish. I'm gonna drop you until he gets done. Let him finish.
Drop me. I don't give a fuck. You people are dumb fucks talking about shit you can't comprehend. Period.
I'm just
I'm going to stand 10 toes down on it. You guys cannot see.
You're wrong here.
He's just a nut house, Cynthia.
What is the difference? It's
the end of.
Is that you, Broski? I don't know.
Is this me?
It's him.
John Wayne, roll it in.
But no.
I don't think Josh really wants an answer because
he'll
let someone answer who he thinks he can fucking combat. Whenever I try to give him an answer to something, he cuts me off. I don't think he wants to hear an answer that's going to challenge him.
His answer was they're the same. What's your answer, Joe?
What's the question?
I try to give it to you 4 times. Blow me. Suffer.
What's the difference between individualism and collectivism? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
In the Confucianist context. In the Confucianist context.
Yes,
I don't even know the answer to that.
And they're the same because Confucianism.
Don't get baited, Denizen.
Confucianism.
What happened, Ike?
I say don't get baited, as I've told OG. Like one of these censors, and censors is a word of mine, tries to get you into which Josh is, tries to get you into a philosophical conversation.
I'm damn sure going to drag you into it.
They're on a rigid map, and if you're a map maker, which maybe you, Denizen for sure, and then OG, that was intuitive. You're a map maker. You're just gonna get stuck in one map when you are in the space of transforming maps, and you see, oh, here's one map, another possible map, blah blah blah. It's like talking about yin and yang and trying to stick on yin versus yang and thinking like they're separate things. The shadow side of the mountain versus the sunlit side of the mountain, like the different mountains. Like, no, it's the same thing. So, Josh, and I sorry to interrupt, Mr. Joe Cool. I have mentioned a couple of times already. Like, take for example, you can say you can have the same kind of rights, like in two cities, one in Europe, one in the United States, right? But one in the United States, hey, says it's negative rights, right? It's in the individual. The other one, in Brussels somewhere, they spell it all out. They say the government gives you the right to this, to this, to this, to this, to this. What is the difference? There's going to be difference in terms of how the society operates when it comes to operationalizing things in the court system, in da-da-da-da-da. But when you're standing in that street, and there's not really any difference, right? So
the difference is, and there's a real stark difference. The difference is the beginning mindset of your starting point. They produce different results only because of your starting point reference from the mindset.
100%. I understand this too. 100%. When it comes to psychological things or things within the ecosystem, where you put the first stone in the balance makes all the difference. It's like you're going to balance this particular scale, but if you put the stone on the left first versus on the right, it makes a difference. 100%. The last thing I'll say is the difference between Ike and Joe Cool, right? Or the Joe Cool type, which is more like, you know, collective and social harmony and stuff like that, versus me, where I come from that perspective, which you may call individualist, even if I'm not stupid enough to think that it actually means anything, right? It's just a particular stance, a starting point from whereby, you know, and you think about efficacy and efficiency, those kinds of things. But for the 10,000th time, it's like we're talking about irrelevant things and irrelevant words rather than look at the actual operational differences. We talked about the fact that the decentralized system, such as the West espouses to be, has a collective, has an ecosystem as well. What is the nature of that ecosystem as opposed to thinking, oh, there is no ecosystem, it's just individuals? It's like, no, then you're lost.
If we're going to be stuck
I would say they're not, because
if we're going to be stuck on the individualist thing, I like to give Josh you a real definition of individual, because we should have asked earlier what that to define it. I think in the individual, you could tell his mindset. I agree with you. It would start with his mindset and it would show in his actions. An individualist would be the guy like Nude Guru who goes off in the forest and leaves everybody the fuck alone. By definition, that would be an individualist. Yeah? You know, off-grid guy. Do you agree, Josh?
Yeah. Can we just over-summarize it with like self-reliance?
Excuse me?
They moved.
Can we just over?
They were right here. Look under the bed.
Oh, Chuck's talking to someone else.
Yeah, I muted him. My bad, yo.
Yeah. Can we just oversimplify the definition as self-reliance, or at least the goal orientation of being self-reliant? Like you don't have to actually be it. Okay.
Yes. Okay with that. So
no disagreement.
No disagreement. Okay. So then the argument, if he is anti those people, if Confucius is against those people, meaning he thinks that he should force them into the community, is that what we can start at? That would be anti. He wants to get rid of them. I can't speak to the prescription of how he dealt with the antis, right? Because it was more seems like the point where he believed that the society should separate. Definitionally, what does anti mean?
Anti
what do we
means
do?
To oppose it.
Oppose them in what fashion? That's what I'm saying. In what way would we oppose
there
them?
was different prescriptions for different things. There's no way
you give me yours. How do you? How
wait, no. Because Confucianism and Confucian did not teach against those people or was not anti those people. He sought to bring them into harmony with society. It's not anti them. Each person in society must be self-sufficient, reliant to be in harmony with society.
So go back to conflation. How can you be self-reliant and collective?
You said anti, don't move it now. It doesn't mean that they're against them. I think OG just answered your question. He thinks that they're screwy and I would like you in society. But I hear nothing in there saying that. And if you don't, or we got to run over you and push over you. I think he's going to be like, live your life, bro. But we could use you over here. I don't think he's against them as if they're fucked up in some way.
Josh, you have a point, right? There is a way in which collectivism can be. In other words, you have a group and you have people whom are contributing to the common cause. There is a way, obviously, of exploiting that by the lazy motherfuckers, right? But if you also have, in other words, just because you're collectivist doesn't mean you drop excellence, if you will. These things are, mutually exclusive. They're orthogonal from each other. You can be like, no, we're going to be badass motherfuckers, but we're going to do it for the group. And that cocksucker out there trying to be, mooch off of us, he's not allowed to do that. Is that not possible, Josh?
Is it not? What do you mean? Like, is it not possible as the
before you dodge? That is the essence of Confucianism when it's talking about society.
No, because Confucian did give some prescriptions in different concepts, but as a general rule, anybody that was to be deemed as an individualist or an anti-right was, let's call it excommunication, for a better way of putting it. Yes, there were prescriptions to get rid of these people from society, right? Whereas nobody's addressing it. We're all saying
I'm saying we're solidly collectivist. No one is an anti, right? However, just like we in an individual society, or anything can be gamed, right? Any system can be gamed. One of the ways to game a collectivist system is to be a moocher, right? Now,
yes,
just because we say we're collectivists doesn't mean we throw excellence out of the window or through the window, right? These things are sufficiently orthogonal where I can think to myself, hey, we are collectivists, we do it for the group, but we are going to be badass, and there's not going to be any fucking lacking being a fucking moocher.
For China.
So, you exactly. You can say, "Hey, motherfucker, we're collectivists, but we're not going to have any moochers." Is that not possible, Josh?
Yes, it's generally possible. It's how they created a pacifist.
So there is a general thing that people perhaps on the right or maybe on the individualist side that tend to think that just because that collectivism necessarily means mooching, right? Necessarily means that things are gonna. No, not necessarily. Now there's a question of scale and policing of that. Like it doesn't work at all scales. That's why a family unit can be kind of collectivist, but the further out you go, the more, shall we say, decentralized you want things to be because they don't have the information that is local and required. Blah 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 blah. But you don't necessarily have to throw excellence out the window just because you're being collectivist.
I emphasize my individual greatness through mooching.
Damn.
And I appreciate the collective. Gracias.
Okay, so what I said happened right now, right? These fucking censors, these fucking Joshes of the world, right? They want to argue about maps.
Well,
on the right side. The third doctrine on letter, fucking page number 3 of section number 6 of code A. It does say, and like,
yes.
What the?
I will say this: if you take a position, right, you end up going to destroy your own position. An example would be how you guys keep conflating an individualist with a collectivist, right? Saying they're one and the same thing.
My brother in Christ. It's not conflation. Things are fluid.
Sure.
Things move and flow. Things move and flow.
What is the difference between an individual and a collectivist?
I thought we already hashed that one out. And let me refer you back to a few minutes back in the conversation.
You still come to the same conclusion that they're both. Oh, it's fluid. Oh,
no, Josh, wait a second. I think you're missing something. Just because I understand that something is fluid does not mean that when I'm about to enact or create a system or legislate or create some kind of or engineer something, that I'm not going to pick a path and understand what's downstream from that path. But still, I know that I created that. And I know that, once it takes, when it's time to pivot, then I pivot. I can't blow my brains out just because I picked the path.
The point was Confucian was an anti-individualist. His teachings were anti-individualism.
But he wasn't. It was literally about creating synergy between the individual and their family and the government. It literally says that.
His prescriptions, he never gave prescriptions to go against the anti-individualist or go against the individual.
No. I don't think so.
No. Okay. I strongly suggest you read then. Because there is a
the individualism is a key component of collectivism in Confucius theory, as far as I can tell. Because you must, in order for the
You're
society to
you're roboting and clipping, Dennison.
Clipping is better.
crackling or robot.
Crackling.
All
Crackling.
right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I actually want Dennison to get to this point because I think he'll be able to word it in a way Josh can understand it instead of me just reiterating it's one and the same. Because I
Josh
read,
understands perfectly
understand,
well. Josh just has different interests in terms of this thing. He's just looking at this thing and he's doing that word thing. It's like what I say sometimes. I'm like, okay, what do we have to do? We have to go over the hills. Like, well, no, that's not a hill. That's a plateau. Oh no, it's not a plateau. We're not plateau people. We're not plateau people. Don't you dare call it a plateau.
Exactly.
well, we don't live in trailers. We live in shacks. All right, that's trailer trash. I get you.
So here. If I were to make the claim, Confucianism is fundamentally anti-individualist, would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I would
If
disagree.
you said it's
I would
Then you
disagree.
went against everybody, any third party's opinion within philosophy, and you went against Confucius himself. That's simple.
Can
But
I,
No, I think it
I
has-
didn't.
can
Go
I
ahead,
be
Dennison.
Josh? Can I be fundamentally?
Yeah, it's just interpretation now.
can
Now
I
it's just
be-
interpretation?
Can I be fundamentally collective and still not be anti-individual?
can't be-
Is that a
no.
thing?
No, you
I think
can't.
See,
Dennison is
that's
back.
why he doesn't get it.
Dennison chime in.
Yeah. We're gonna.
There's
let
the
Dennison-
hang-up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so in order to be purely collectivist, you must believe in the strength of the individual. Otherwise, you cannot have a collective. So the problem here is, as I can see, and he just kind of
Clarified it, crystallized
iterated
right
it.
there. Yeah.
is that you can't be pro collectivist without being anti individualist, and I don't think that that's necessarily true. And from the Confucian perspective, in order for society to be well, right, to function, it relies upon the individual meeting certain expectations, bettering himself morally, spiritually, so that he becomes a productive component of the society at large. The society won't be able to function without the moral individual. That's my understanding of it, at least.
We started there.
And yet you'll get no answers in there.
No, Josh. Let me, because this is clear.
What's the
In other words,
question?
it's not
No, you gotta-
complicated. It's not complicated at all. Let me say it again. In other words, I agree with you, Josh, and I think everybody agrees that there's a question of starting point, which makes things quite different. Points of emphasis, and so on and so on. Right now, no one is stupid enough to understand or to say, "Oh, well, there is no ecosystem; it's just all individuals." Like, no, we all know that there's this yin yang; it's all one thing, and we have to, for purposes of analysis, separate things. And then also, when you try to create things into operation, where you start matters. However, Josh, when you just use words like individualism and collectivism, you're not operationalizing something. It's better to say, "Hey, is Confucianism, right, necessarily opposed to a decentralized mode of governance, where you're not going to have a centralized
Now you're
and
trying to
stuff
get
like that?"
somewhere.
Exactly, something tangible, something where you can see, because something downstream, in other words, right? It has to be downstream, and it has to be something where it's like, oh yeah, it is very different to be unitary versus decentralized. And of course, all these different things are going to have one versus the other, right? You're going to have a Supreme Court, and you're supposed to have some kind of pretend democracy, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But you have to go downstream from words, because words are too big. They're big buckets that contain concepts, especially concepts such as individualism, that if you're not going to take the discipline to kind of disaggregate, disambiguate, and then say, I'm taking this particular needle and I'm putting it on this node, and downstream here are the particular effects that I'm trying to compare, then what the fuck are we talking about? The same stupid fucking brain dead shit all the time? Come on.
Ego shit. It turns into ego at that point.
There was actually very weird phrasing within Confucianism. Let's call it I think he called it ethical. I believe the translation was ethical cultivation, aka you're supposed to do things for yourself, like, I don't know, promote your own education, blah blah blah. Go on down there with
Yeah,
reason.
he called it self-cultivation too.
Yeah,
That's the internal moral development.
That's literally one of the concepts that we read about. That we read
the
on
prescription
definition.
part is the ethics, right? That's why they called it ethical ethical cultivation. So yes, you would do for yourself, but why? What was the
in
point?
order to promote collective responsibility and harmony with your environment.
Bingo. And where is the difference between within the West?
You're saying they're antithetical, aren't you?
Yes, he was very anti this.
We're saying that he accepts them both.
Yeah, one could even argue that he used individualism as a starting point, contrary to what you're trying to say. That he actually used individualism as a starting point to get to collective harmony.
Yeah, you're basically
logical as well.
Yeah. Okay. So welcome to the West. You were all Western. You can't actually fundamentally adopt any of his principles. You can't even comprehend it. Because you skipped a bunch of steps. That's simple.
He gave a prescription, like you said. He said, small. I'm translating myself here. Small areas. Let people define themselves, have their own cultures in small groups. He's given some prescriptions to change it.
Yeah, he absolutely opposed that.
OG just read it. I'm just restating what he read.
Yeah.
That was the first thing he read.
He opposed it.
Opposed what?
He opposed the concept of creating your own little your own little ecosystem within an ecosystem. Your ass was joining the state, right? The only part that I fundamentally agree with OG is Confucianism was very anti-authoritarian within the state, right? Like he believed that the state was there exactly as prescription is politically. He believed that the state was there to serve the people, and the people were there to serve the state effectively.
I would disagree with you, man. The only reason he wanted to be a part of the state was to change it. He thought that these people were inept. He wasn't all in.
He thought that the governments were inept?
Inept. He said they would remain inept until they became philosophers or philosophers become the government. He thought there was no hope for them, but he could pull it off. He wasn't saying, I'm down with you niggas. It was the opposite. He had contempt for him.
If you think
what Denizen said regarding using the individual kind of dovetails with what I mentioned earlier. When you tell somebody, hey, look out for the collective, it's because you already know that they're individuals. You already know that they're thinking about themselves individually, because you would be insane not to think that individual units are not thinking about themselves as individuals, right? So you want to nudge them in a different direction. Now, if you start from the other direction that says, it's self-evident that you are blah, 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 and then you have to then come in with the collective on the other side, right? But your starting point matters, as we've said. And then you see it, just like in my example of Brussels versus New York, you will see it in the court system. You see it in the whatever. You'll see people say things like, hell no, the government doesn't give me my rights, right? It's just words in their head. In Brussels, they'll say, yes, the government gave me my rights. Those are also just words in their head.
Yes.
But these two societies, I'm not saying that it's all the same. I'm saying, yes, they're different. And in terms of one being more efficient versus the other being more robust, right? And these are just systems. And in the system engineering way of looking at things, there's no need for these kinds of arguments, unless you're talking to idiots, in which case it doesn't matter what's in the head of idiots, right?
Yeah.
Now, and this is perhaps a hypothesis, and it's for Josh, right? I'm not sure it's completely accurate, but I don't necessarily think what the individuals think about philosophical matters like this really matters. In other words, if, for example, people whom cannot really grapple with these kinds of things start thinking, oh, well, you know what? I think Confucianism is good. Do you think the West is going to collapse? Do you think that the system of the West is going to collapse just because some people think that, okay, well, I think collectively, is that where it's at? Is that the fulcrum of movement?
I guess the belief is just a replication of history, the same thing, whereas the groups, all of the people believe that the individualist is more important than the collective. Yes, it ultimately leads to self-destruction. Happened within the Roman Empire. I mean, arguably, you could perceive it as a different way, right? But it ultimately generates that. It ultimately actually did end up where the collective believed that it was, within Asian culture, where they got so homogenous that they believed they were just this one thing, that they eventually collapsed on themselves as well, or at least
they got homogenous They got homogenous and then they thought, right? It's not like they thought and then they got homogenous.
Yeah. They basically all believed that they were one, and then so they just
No.
became
I'm doing something stepwise here. What happened first? Did they get homogenous via some structural means, like blah blah blah? They were locked in a fucking valley together.
They became homogenous. Probably were so before even Confucian existed.
Exactly. So the point is, and it always is the case. This is one where, again, even though it's a hypothesis, I stand strongly with this. Structural things are more important to the average person than thoughts, right? People will say, "Oh, you know what? Postmodernism is because somebody wrote something. Feminism is because somebody wrote something." It's like, no, it's structural shit. It's the pill. It's the toilet. It's the this. It's the that. It's people will have to go into war. It's a war. It's technology.
Not a war, it's a skirmish. How does that nigga help anything? It's not a war unless we vote on it through Congress. We over there dropping bombs. How does that help anything if we're arguing about the title?
Yeah, but the point here is like structural things are way more important, and then downstream from structural things, people then write stuff, and then people say, "Well, you know what? This thing happened because Voltaire wrote stuff." No. Come on. If you really believe Voltaire wrote something and then the West changed, you're insane. It's like,
I don't know.
structural things happened.
I believe Confucianism actually had a huge impact within the culture, within Asian culture. Like, I mean, that
after he wrote about it.
Afterwards, right? Like it's pretty fundamental in there.
100%, right?
We even adopted some of it, aka the golden rule. That was Confucian, not us.
The soil has to be there for this particular crop to come up and then do a description of it, though, generally speaking. It's like with the particular kind of knowledge. Let's say we take Marx, for example, right? Marx wrote something which is because of it was a time when we had a certain kind of scientific know-how and ways of describing things and so on, and philosophical know-how. But what he was describing was not something that was not kind of quote unquote obvious. In other words, what is obvious? It is obvious that when any particular hierarchy becomes calcified and corrupt by definition, not representing those in the bottom will fucking flip it over. Right? That's just something you don't need Marx to come tell you that has been happening. However, when somebody then comes in and within the new consciousness of people who can, as the scientific consciousness and whatnot, can then state it, it does then make certain pathways quicker. Right? Now you have this thing called Marxism that you can then use to mean things, right? But it doesn't mean that Marx created those. In other words, you get my point.
I do.
Oh, shout out to Voltaire.
There is a poll in the horizontal stream. If you guys want to participate in that poll, I would appreciate it. How's everybody liking the topics and the philosophy today?
I wanted to talk shit about Voltaire. He was a piece of shit that opposed the Catholic Church. He should get. He should have been. He should have been martyred upside down on a cross.
Let me before we move on, Josh, and we get right back. Ike, what irritates me is people say so and so invented science, and I hear smart people say that all the time, as if
oh my god,
yes,
Denison was just involved in such a conversation.
Yeah, oh my god, some dude tried to tell me that a Frank Monk invented the scientific theory, the scientific method.
There we go. Right,
because of God.
Because of God. There we go.
Well, didn't the French also invent French fries?
Invent what, Chuck?
I said, didn't the French invent French fries?
I don't know. Like, is pommes frites really French fries? I think French fries might be American. Pommes frites.
Are they still French fries?
Don't
When they
look
don't
that
use
up. Know
enough
what that is?
potato
Look
in
it
them
up.
anymore?
That's German.
No, pommes frites is French.
Is it?
Yeah, it means fried potato.
Oh, okay, because in Germany they call them pommes frites, just the same way.
And in England it's chips, and in the United States it's French fries. And I would argue they're three different things.
I would too.
Yeah, aren't chips mostly?
There's
I've
a
had all
fourth
three.
element to throw into there nowadays that now they have, like Pringles, for instance. We would call them potato chips, which are fried potatoes, but they don't have enough potato in there. They can't even call themselves potato chips. They got to call themselves something else.
Now, yeah.
Crisp.
Well, crisps are what they're called in England.
Wait, I gotta ask: is there anybody British around here? Chips, or AK, what we call French fries, wedges, whatever you want to call them,
That's
right?
what we
they're
call
basic
steak fries.
Are they baked or fried for the Brits?
Fried.
Okay, so they
Chips
like
are fried.
Pan fried or deep fried?
Deep fried.
Oh, okay.
They're steak fries, is what they are.
Steak. Okay.
Wedges, yeah.
No, wedges are bigger.
Well, yeah. I was just trying to give him a size.
Wedges are bigger and usually have batter. Steak fries is just your steak cut, large cut, peeled, deep fried potato.
Yeah, wedges usually have the skin on.
And they're larger and they usually have batter.
Huh. Interesting.
Just realized I didn't eat enough British food. Must be the
Fingers
beans on
and
toast.
mash.
Earlier, I thought it was interesting when I was in chat and you guys were saying, probably without saying, does God play a part? And now there are miracles. I think that was Cynthia's angle. And I think OG was saying there's a God, but he doesn't do miracles. I wanted to.
Yeah, that's kind of the gist that I got from that too, Joe.
You do believe God is active, OG. I think you stated as much. He helps your friends and shit. You said that. So he's active. Can you do something? Yeah, can prayer move you? Move a thing. Can prayer help? That's what it was.
It can.
Yes, and in what form?
It'd be like asking, can focus help you achieve your goals?
Yes, that was what D6 said. She's D6 now in the chat. That it would definitely help in that way. I wonder if there's other ways. Cynthia, there would have to be an unseen way. It doesn't mean it's a miracle, but some fabrics of unseen things we move around to make them happen. Like I can pray for a friend and he gets better. That just doesn't help me. It did him. So there was some attachment there that reached across to that friend. I think some people call it a miracle. It seems science to me.
Miracles when God suspends the natural laws in order to change something.
I think when we don't recognize the natural laws, we like to call them miracles.
Just call it unexplained phenomena.
This is where me and Flo usually butt heads.
I'll give the distinction here. See, it was a miracle when Jesus walked on water. It was an illusion when Chris Angel walked on water.
I think it was probably like an illusion when Jesus did it too.
And if he did, I think it would have been science. He would have known that that matter can be manipulated in this way. It wouldn't have been I don't think it would have been a miracle, as they say. God works his shit through science. It would have been a logical reasoning that he knew about and we did not, and they did not.
Well, I didn't know my logic.
There is no spoon type of shit. There is no spoon. These things only behave because I need them here at this moment. Blah blah. I could wish this storm away, but he's been on that shit. It all would have been science, though.
The difference is the intention, the purpose, right? So when a religious book, and it's not just the Bible, right? But when they talk about a thing that's unexplained, they don't try to explain it, right? Science has tried to give it an explanation. Usually religious context tries to give purpose, the reason for it.
Yes, they may be even anti-explanation, because if you try to find an explanation for it, they get testy.
But by definition, that would be true. Christianity does not prescribe knowing God. It prescribes, or at least biblically speaking, it prescribes faith, to believe without a reason.
Yeah, but
my best logic, my best reasoning, my best looking at data, my best advice that I got from professionals, I could not get sober. it took something bigger than me to achieve sobriety.
Indeed, Chuck.
Can I argue with that a little, Chuck?
Yeah, I'm used to it from Flo.
We said
Go
I'm
ahead.
used to it.
I would say
Flo
it's
fights
not.
me on it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's not the existence of a higher power. It's your surrender to the lack of power in yourself.
Correct.
And this is what gives you like the illusion of influence, right? A semblance of control, because now you're riding along in the vehicle as a passenger instead of trying to stand in front of the car.
I'll take it one further. When you were unable to move the car from the outside, you had to release that and become a passenger. Once you become a passenger in the car, you now realize that you do have some direction over the car. You do have some influence now subtly,
Yeah, very, very subtly.
Very tiny, super,
And you can at least see where you're going now.
Yes. You at least have a better view now, yes.
Like, damn, watch out.
All right. You can influence that dude at the brakes because the deer is up there.
Hey, OG, I got a question for you. Does philosophy inevitably destroy faith?
No,
Ooh.
it strengthens it. It strengthens it.
It should. It hasn't.
It won't. It won't. It won't. It won't. It strengthens it. It strengthens faith.
You still haven't shaken my belief on what happened.
Right. Well, I think the Holy Spirit. I mean, it's not when you say you're dead because you're weak. Like you have another spirit that has that connection to God, and it guides you in ways that your human flesh wants the desire, but you know that it's something that's not good for you, not good for the purpose of your life now.
Or maybe maybe your spirit is the Holy Spirit. Maybe the essence, the energy that runs through you is your Holy Spirit. Maybe the next level of life is where you'll go, your consciousness. I don't know.
Can my Holy Spirit speak English?
Well, I don't know, but I'm sure it could if it needed to. Angels speak English when they need to, right? I mean,
Are angels spirits?
Ministering spirits, absolutely.
What'd you call it?
Ministering spirits.
What's that mean?
Delivering a message.
Yeah, they come to guide you or purpose. Like the one story I heard about a man that had an interaction with an angel. It was like he was about to get hit by a bus and a force like grabbed him by the waist. He even said it grabbed me by the waist and it yanked me back. And he said, and it did it with such a force. And when he turned around to thank the person, there was no one there. That's the only story I've heard, like face to face with someone who shared.
I've heard that it's a similar story, and I think it's common enough where they put it in the movie Grand Canyon. But my sister, I think it was, tells a similar story, and I heard someone else tell a similar story. Or someone pulled them back from it could have been a bus in every example.
So is that real or is that our mind?
I'd say it's probably in your mind.
Yeah, I'm not quick to trust motherfuckers. I don't know that.
It's more likely than not, is what I would say.
Can I ask Cynthia, what's the purpose behind giving all of these extra descriptors on angels, right? Like, so if it was the case that angels delivered messages, which if you're using the Bible as a descriptor, I'll grant it, right? Like, because that's kind of what they did. They popped in and said, "Hey, God's going to do this or God's going to do that. Get the fuck out." Like an example with Lot and all of them, right? But why do you add the extra descriptors like ministering spirits?
Yeah.
Well, that was quoted. Let me go find it.
That's the language that she's learned. What language do you expect?
Yeah, from like reading the Bible and practicing it. Let me go.
So the Bible refers
to them as ministering spirits, or even
I was going to say the Bible refers to angels as spirits.
Not particularly, no.
I wouldn't think so. Angels are like us. They just were made first and have different characteristics.
It means something very different within English than it did from like any of the Hebrew writing.
Angels are more like beasts, angels, right? They're just another kind of man-made, a God-made creation.
Yeah, they weren't.
I don't know in the sense that if the spirit gave and the angels are man-made beasts or whatever like we are, but God gives him a message. That message is spirit. Somehow we're going to call it spirit, and he delivers to us. Now he's a man-made guy delivering the spirit, angels, spirit, whatever Cynthia called it, if that's a thing.
Angels are not flesh, says Chatter King. This is the first I'm hearing of this.
Not, what? Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
They can appear in flesh.
They can appear in flesh.
Like Michael has huge ass wings and he beats the shit out of motherfuckers.
Somebody got wrestled by some dude.
So
was that Enoch who wrestled the guy? No, it's not Enoch.
Jacob
wrestled an angel.
Satan, Lucifer,
Abraham, Isaac,
it was
Jacob.
A man. It was one of y'all supposed to know this.
One of the three, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Well, maybe Jacob before he became Israel. I think he was
Jacob.
wrestling.
I bet you it was Jacob. Yes, he wrestled the angel until he told him to do what he asked him to do. Probably the non-Christian. I doubt Ike's a Christian. He seems too smart. And no,
angels will take the characteristics of the elements. Well, this is blowing my mind.
Why? That's
because angels have wings and carry weapons, and they fought in the war for God's kingdom.
So, why? I don't know why people think that angels are just sweet and soft. Like, there's even a story.
No, not that they're sweet and soft. Just
there's a story.
They're huge and muscular, and they look like men. They're androgynous, and they have huge ass wings.
Well,
I don't know.
You've heard all these descriptors,
and they're like 7 or 8 feet tall, and
all of the Hebrew descriptors of angels would have been something that nothing remotely resembles a human.
So, going back to what Josh asked me, it was in Hebrews.
Yeah, the Hebrews got some crazy shit, like
1:14, where it says, "Are not all angels ministering spirits sent to serve those who will inherit salvation?" That's how come I call them
only after 1611 when they started writing in English. Which no, take that back. The Geneva Bible was the first English Bible. But.
Okay, well that's why this is what I believe, and that is
so
why I refer to it. This is why I would call them ministering spirits sent to serve those. Meaning, if I'm about to get hit by a bus, or meaning whatever is needed that they have the power to do.
Wasn't it like
not human?
Wasn't Lucifer supposed to be like super hot? Like, wasn't that part of it? He was like the most beautiful angel that ever was an angel,
and he did music, was excellent at music.
I was gonna say,
and then when God made him Satan, he made him like ugly and shit, right?
I didn't hear that.
Gave him horns and.
I don't know if that's just
devil's wings.
Men who did that. I don't know if the Bible said that. I don't know if that's just men who said that. I don't know.
Yeah, indeed.
So I don't get this like angels or spirits that manifest themselves as the wind and shit. Like,
how do you not get it? But maybe you don't read the Bible. They talk about how the angels make themselves manifest and then disappear. So when they're not being here, just the fact that they pop up here to do a thing. In many cases, so
they can make themselves into fire. That's different from them being fire.
But I'm saying if they're doing that type of shit, they're probably a spirit assuming a form. At least a possibility that there's a spirit side of them. The fact that they can vanish and disappear, like when a donkey, they was in front of some dude's donkey because some dude wasn't supposed to go to the town, and he kept trying to make the donkey. Then the angel made himself visible to the man and told him, "You are the most hard-headed fuck in the world. I'm trying to save you. They're gonna kill you when you go down that street."
Well, the donkey saw the angel and stopped, and then the man keep beating the donkey, and the donkey turned around and talked to him. It was like, "Why do you keep beating me?" And then that's when the angel revealed himself.
But if he's revealing himself, then that's what he looks like, right? Like a big ass dude.
I would assume he when he needed to appear to that human, and it would lead me to believe that he could appear as other things too. At least it seems feasible now.
So that's like a superpower, though. It doesn't
spirit.
Yeah. Do you think spirits have superpowers, Denison?
Well,
And are they all the same?
I don't think spirits have bodies. I think spirits are disembodied by definition.
That's the distinction. Spirits would
Do
be.
they have superpowers, as we would call them, but unholy?
Yeah, let's approach it from the other
powers?
end. Can a spirit take on physical
Because the
form?
Holy Spirit does.
Can spirits indwell vessels?
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can,
Yes, according to various religions, spiritual and folklore traditions, including angels, demons, and deceased, can't take on physical form or manifest in a material world. Or as Google.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess by definition.
Then angels don't really look like that. Then they're faking it.
That was the definition of a spirit.
So can a shapeshifter, can that also be construed as potentially being an angel if you don't know one way or the other?
Potentially, perhaps.
See, that's what I'm trying to say.
But
I would have understood an angel to be a shapeshifter, not a spirit, because a shapeshifter is not a spirit.
I would have thought it would have been a spirit because it disappears in front of your eyes. So that wouldn't be a shapeshift unless you turn into sand molecules and dust fell to your feet.
So I think there are spirits, and they can shapeshift, and
definition.
They don't have they don't have limitations like humans, but they don't have a power of God. So
they probably know more than we know. It probably looks like miracles to us because we're small, but it's probably still science. The way they do what they do, and they have rules that they have to follow within and outside of us. We do.
Correct.
This is nowhere near as cool as I understood it to be.
Wow.
Like Dracula turned into a bat, the spirit be sitting on as a crow on your balcony watching you. I mean, the angel.
Yeah, I thought Michael was a big, badass with fucking huge ass wings, and it was God's first creation, right? Like,
yeah,
he made the angels first.
According to the Bible, like the idea of I guess appearing as anything, they generally appear within whatever the thing that they were trying to interact with, right? Which is usually man. So they would usually appear as similar to man, right? But almost every appearance was also came with a stark warning, or they were saying be not afraid kind of thing. So apparently whatever the hell the angels were doing was scaring the living shit out of people every time they appeared.
Look up biblically accurate angels. I'm sure everyone has seen those videos, right?
That's
I got you. Actually, it's funny.
Yeah,
like several heads and eyes and weird shapes and shit, right?
Yeah. Wheels that turn in every direction, like all kinds of weird.
And when angels appear to people, they've always fallen down. Like they've always been so struck down by the presence of an angel, their immediate response has been to fall.
Yeah, I get that when I'm meditating and the entities or whatever that come to me, I immediately assume that posture. That literally because I'm laying down meditating, but I cower and shrink and all of that.
Yeah,
biblically accurate angel, by the way.
Oh yeah, I've seen this exact one.
Yeah.
Everybody always wants to go recheck out Revelations first, and it's a lot. Definitely a lot to take in.
I've been reading it a lot lately. A lot this week and the last couple of weeks, perhaps.
Shout out to the Greek Orthodox who believe that the Book of Revelation should be untouched, unreadable. You fuckers shouldn't access it. I agree.
There's another one, Apocrypha. I don't know if I read it or not. It's supposed to be the mate to Revelation, but it didn't make it into the Bible. And I'm sure I read some of them that thought, oh, I see why they kept this shit out. This just sounds lunatic, as if Revelation isn't crazy.
I thought most
makes
of
you
them
wonder though, like it's like 5,000 years ago, people had less frame of reference, and so maybe they literally couldn't see certain things because they had no mental frame of reference.
Okay,
So like,
keep going.
describing an eye could be like a anti-gravitational engine.
So exactly. So for instance, I think you're right. If I took my car, and I drove it through town 3,000 years ago, they would say it was a silver chariot. They add all sorts of shit to it with eyes. I just got the headlights on with eyes that shine with the
glow,
with the flash of the spirits.
Give me 1 second, gentlemen. If you guys are enjoying the show, please like and share. Consider giving a donation; it's much appreciated. Please vote in the poll. I do plan on doing the series on philosophy and religion until we get to Shintoism. And if I'm going to continue afterwards, I want to make sure you guys are actually enjoying this so far. All right, you guys, go ahead.
Was that the topic? You had a topic of this?
If they're here, they must be enjoying it on some level.
Well, the topic is philosophy, Confucianism, right?
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna do 3 parts, right? Because there's still a bunch of Confucian stuff to go on Confucianism to go. Like, I stopped where I stopped because this is the theory and the doctrine of Confucianism that we talked about today. But moving forward, we'll talk about the heaven and the gods, the social morality and ethics. This will be either tomorrow or sometime in the future. We'll go into a little detail about Ren and the rites and other things to do with Confucianism. So there's still a lot. We're not even a third of the way done with the page.
All right.
So,
OG, I got one other question within regards to philosophy. So if you believe that philosophy leads to religion, do you believe that Philo of Alexandria was the single most influential philosopher that created Christianity?
Joke's on you. I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Hebrew philosopher in Hebrew that ultimately 50 years before, I guess, roughly 500 years before Christ, somewhere in there, basically took the Hebrew philosophy.
The answer is no. I'll just be honest with you. No. I believe that Christianity actually stems from Zoroastrian dogma and theology and philosophy.
Damn. That might be a good vibe. I gotta look into that one then.
Well, Zoroastrianism is where it has influenced Judaism. It is where the savior myth is introduced to Judaism. It is where the prophecy of Christ is added. Is somebody sleeping?
Probably Chuck.
Chuck's not here.
Oh,
Chuck.
But no, Zoroastrianism is where the Jews get their myth for a savior, as well as the prophecy of Christ. If you look back at it further enough, it is also one of the first monotheistic religions where there is a good entity and an evil entity. It is mainly about moralistic ethics.
I just Googled it. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, no. Anything, no. Straight up.
Zoroastrianism founded in ancient Persia, 1500 to 600 before BCE, is one of the world's oldest monotheistic faiths. It focuses on the worship of one God, Ahura Mazda, and the ethical triad of good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Emphasizes the cosmic battle between good and evil.
Triad? Did you say triad? Trinity?
Yes, ethical triad, Trinity. Emphasizes the cosmic battle between good and evil, advocates for free will with personal responsibility, and purification through fire. This sounds like you could be describing the Bible.
Yeah, to me, Zoroastrianism is actually, if Christianity is wrong, Zoroastrianism is the one true faith, if you ask me. But I believe in Christianity because it means most to me.
Is anybody else?
Well, first of all, yeah, the Thus Spake Zarathustra is if you haven't read that, OG is a good book regarding, Nietzsche's kind of view of Zarathustra. That name, Uhuru Mazda, by the way, that's a fucking badass name for a fucking day. I don't know. It combines many, it's like Japanese like plus this plus that plus kind of
I
Arabic
thought
plus Uhuru
Middle
Mazda.
Eastern. Yeah.
That's a badass motherfucker. But according to Nietzsche, I think that he was the first, that Zoroastrianism was the first to kind of have this epic kind of good versus evil battle in its kind of religion. There were many kind of not monotheistic, but polytheistic things where it wasn't really about good or evil, that kind of thing. It was just gods and this and their wishes.
Yeah,
But
moral tales.
The ancient
exactly.
Egyptians went through that when one of them took over and had one god, but it wasn't about the battle of good and evil and all of that shit. I cannot know one of them ancient pharaohs did that. And then after he died, they went back to the multiple gods.
What were you gonna say, Denison?
Oh, I was just wondering if anybody else is as terrified as I am that the D algorithm is already on its 6th version.
Yeah, I thought
The what?
that the D6
The D algorithm is already on its 6th version. And given the time that it took from it to emerge from version 5 to version 6, version 7 will happen before the end of the year.
The exponential rate of advancement will squeeze us all out.
Yeah, I'm seeing like the D10 version coming like within the next couple of years.
It's gotta be DX. That would be funny.
I'm DX.
Not anymore. You've been replaced.
Aww.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
It's gonna be a fight when it gets to D9. Then it's gonna poison her.
Yeah, when D9 comes around, me and that dude who played Freddie Mercury in the Queen movie, and Christian Slater, and what is that dude's daughter's name? Is it Angelina Jolie? We're all gonna like hack into the D9 and take it down. Have you seen? Have you guys seen Good Luck High Five Don't Die?
I don't think so. That don't sound right.
That's pretty cool.
Hackers, I think, is the other flick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Keanu Reeves. Can't forget Keanu Reeves.
Man, I'm annoyed with what you just sent me. All I seen was the phrase Hellenic or Hellenistic Jewish, and I'm just like, bro, can people have their own faith without having judo thrown in the middle of it? That's crazy.
No, because the Jews originated everything. All of our everything is all based on Jewish philosophy. And you could argue that's how they've secretly been in control of the world this whole time. Even Christians and even Muslims are Jews.
Even the people who hate them
are Jewish.
Somehow end up supporting Jewish. Yep. Like Christians.
It's all Abraham.
I've got a weird little tick about Philo. If there was one person I could go back in time and assassinate, like in their cradle, it would be him.
Because
because it had a fundamental change on society.
In what way? Be specific.
The conversion from it's basically what single-handedly. It's what basically adopted Greek philosophy within our framework as to how we perceive.
So you want to get rid of them because they introduced a certain area of Greek philosophy.
Yes, Greek philosophy.
The homosexual shit. Yeah.
Greek philosophy. No, Greek philosophy was designated to question everything, whereas Hebrew philosophy, you didn't really get. It was just do what God says or die. Right, like for like couple hundred years, this was always the philosophy. It was just, you're going to do what God says or you're going to die, right? Like really that simple. You didn't need all the extra excuses.
So we didn't need Jesus and all of that stuff. You're content with
this was all before Jesus's time period.
Right. So I'm saying you don't think Jesus was an upgrade. I'm preferable to the New Testament guy as opposed to the beat your wife with a brick because she came in after the sun went down guy.
The mindset It wouldn't be the Jesus part. It would be your perception of Jesus was okay. Like an example would be Jesus was a pacifist, right? Like he was just a pot smoking hippie that went around and said, "Oh, we all need to get together and sing Kumbaya." That's more of a Greek kind of concept.
Okay, whatever your concept of Jesus is, we don't have to do that. Whatever your concept of Jesus is, I assume that you believe there's a New Testament mind shift as opposed to the Old Testament, so we can communicate here. Do you think I'm assuming for the shit you said before that you think the new Jesus mindset is a negative? Yeah.
What when people
your
say
Jesus
that
mindset
was a pacifist,
not other
yes,
people.
that would be a
No,
mindset.
no. Fuck that. Fuck it. I thought I just explained. I don't want what other people say. I could do that on my own. I'm saying under your interpretation of Jesus, and
I don't have an interpretation of Jesus.
You don't have an interpretation of how Jesus' mindset changed it. That was the end of the question.
I don't believe Jesus was divine. I do believe
you don't have to in order to do this.
So then,
shit,
what
right?
mindset would you be asking about then? If you're asking,
I'd be asking, what your mindset of what Jesus was. What was Jesus to you? I'll ask. What was Jesus?
A man.
Yes. A couple more things. Yeah, like a lot of people wrote about that man, and it changed people's mental. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the way it changed people is one thing, which is what I'm talking about. It changed them away from beat your stepmama because she came home late. If it gay, kill him. It changed from that. So was that a positive or a negative?
Based on Philo, or based on the Greek philosophy, a negative.
It's a negative. All right, that was my question. Yeah, I figured that's what you were saying.
Greek philosophy taught us to question everything. Hebrew philosophy prior to that just basically boiled down to do what God says or die. The only reason that you needed to do anything was death.
No, I understand. I read.
Okay, Josh, just real quick, if I may interject here, Joe. Josh, for the purposes of moving things forward, I know, because you mentioned Philo, right? I mean, there's people like Moses Maimonides or whatever, right? One of a rabbi who kind of did something similar to what the scholastics did, like bringing in Aristotle, if you will, into in Maimonides' case, it was like Judaism versus fucking what Thomas Aquinas and whatnot doing it for Christianity, right? So, however, though, there is that tradition, even as far back as I said with the Pharisees and whatnot, of arguing back and forth, like oh yeah, the law said this, but how about if my chicken had 4 feet on that? Like, that's the whole Jewish thing. It's very legalistic. That's why shout out to the small hats. They're good at that shit, right? They took that, and it's just thousands and thousands of issues of the magazine, right? Just like, here's what this guy said, this guy said, But that was part of the tradition too, right?
Well, yeah, but it was a different concept within. So when people talk about like the oral Bible, right, or the oral law, right, what they really mean is litigation, right? You had
exactly.
Bunch of religious leaders got together and they argued basically against evolution, like say technology. New things came about within society, and they argued based on what they perceived the laws to be as to what was the best way to deal with the law, right? That was fine within their own tradition. However, and I'm not knocking it, right? Like this probably was the only thing that actually saved Hebrews from continue or kept them to continue was Philo. He was the one, at least academically, that's always pointed to as to the adoption of an outsourced philosophy. In this case, it was the Greek philosophy. That's my only point here. Was either Hebrew traditions were strong enough to survive on their own, or they would have basically they just would have gone extinct on their own. But I'm claiming that this single event, this single author was the one thing that ultimately held them in existence.
Mi madre. So yeah, fair.
No way to prove it, but that's my claim.
I would like to look into the structural aspects surrounding that. Obviously, as you know, there's always things that you know, you have all these emanations and emergent things that happen. And whenever anyone says that it's because of something someone wrote, I always want to see, well, what else was going on? Because it's typically that there's 17 things going on, right?
Always is.
Definitely.
Always one
And a
thing.
bunch of other writers who just ultimately were less significant for whatever reason. So, like, if you remove the most significant, it would just fall upon the second most.
It was inevitable.
So I give some kind of concept,
Which would make a great TV
at the time
series.
period.
Like Josh trying to go back and kill Philo, and then going back to the future and recognizing that it had, you know what I mean? And then he'd have to keep going back in time trying to get the next guy, you know?
Yeah. And it'd be a fair point, right? Because you're right. There were other philosophers that were there. The reason why I say this is because our academia is based off of this. If you're going to study theology within our framework, this is the guy this is the constant go-to guy, at least academically. I can't prove that he was single-handedly. It's just my claim, because within academia, as we have, or we're exposed to, this is the fucker that constantly gets brought into it. As for what was going on at the time period, this is roughly about 50 BC, give or take. We all talk about like the Christian persecutions, right? But it was also the Hebrews that were being persecuted. Christianity survived because they basically kind of ran away from the Roman Empire. They went everywhere to survive, right? But the Jews, or I'm sorry, the ancient, the Hebrews themselves, right? They were also being persecuted. Their survival was based, I believe, fundamentally on them adopting outside perceptions. In this case, Greek philosophy, because it was just not that the Romans actually liked the Greeks, they actually hated them, but they kept all of the Greek stuff, like the language, the philosophy, they brought it in. Like to them, it was being poshy to be able to speak Greek. That was the thing that kind of kept it going.
Some would say, well, some have argued, just something just came that's adjacent along these same lines, that the Americans kind of imported German philosophy, or European philosophy, generally speaking, continental stuff, for the same reasons, to kind of feel more deep, more substantial, like what's this nihilism thing? What's Schopenhauer and Nietzsche talking about? But that it was not well suited for the American stomach, or that it somehow undermines without really doing the real thing, blah, 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 blah. In other words, that whole line in this particular regard is something that I've kind of studied for a while, and I kind of like, right, that German philosophy is so deep in American parlance and the American psyche, even though it's so counter it, right? We're not real. Anyways, yeah, so it's interesting when people do that. Another thing, too, is, that you could say that the East has kind of spiritually colonized us as after we physically colonized the East. And now we're all fucking looking for, we're like, like shells of the East with our yoga mats and shit, barely able to kind of reach, meaning.
This would be true just based on the concept of Confucianism as an example, right? The golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's actually Confucianism. It's just from our perception. His phrase was, I think, it was either in the affirmative or the negative. I don't remember. And ours is the reverse, right? So if his is in the affirmative, ours is in the negative. Do not do unto others as you would not have done unto you. Stuff like that, right? Yes, we occupied them, and they mentally got a piece of us. This is
and that's the best way to. That is the right way to go about doing things, though. In other words, I would say, like, in other words, generally speaking, if you're going to conquer, if you're going to move forward, you have to be about accretion, and you need to be malleable, right? You can't just be like, oh, I'm hard, I'm fixed, and whatnot. You're definitely not going to last very long.
It's not logical.
Damn, right? So we can't just like basically colonize other people, wipe them off the fucking face of the earth, and just take their shit, right? We have to actually adopt their stuff too. Asshole.
I mean, you can. It will just cause problems for future generations that inhabit that area. Like eventually,
yeah.
Eventually, the problem with having a unitary state is outside a certain range from your capital, there's going to be deviations, and that unitary state does not create a environment in which those can exist and be at the same place, right? So there's always going to be a conflict when these things happen. Just like, so for instance, when humans inevitably leave the cradle of Earth and colonize another astral body, within 5 generations, there's going to be a war fought for independence or some type of recognition into the greater system. And that's just what happens with humanity. And I think and this goes back to the Confucianism thing, is I think China is such an old civilization that they've gone through these civilizational struggles and these civilizational things multiple times. And like that's where you get Eastern philosophy like Confucianism, is they recognize this and they seek to find synergy.
As opposed to us, the young nation, and other nations that are younger than us.
Well, they're as old as the Egyptians, if not older. Like the ancient Egyptians, like the ones who built the pyramids.
Right.
Like China is a continuous culture. The people that make up China are a continuous culture. They've gone through so many different civilizational struggles. And almost like the Koreans, the Vietnamese, and the Japanese are so related to them that I would theorize that that's stuck in their genetic memory. So while they're younger civilizations, they still have the philosophies and understanding of the Chinese.
You say that out loud, right? You'll become a very hated person by the Vietnamese.
I don't care. And that actually speaks to it, right? Because genetically the Vietnamese are very similar. That speaks to it. The Vietnamese are nothing but the Chinese who went to Mars. Boom.
Correct. And they fucking hate any parallel that you draw between them.
Yeah, you know what? The parallels, they're both tiny Asian women, and I'll fuck them both. How about that?
I don't know. Are the Chinese a little fatter? I think the Vietnamese are a little bit skinnier, but that's probably lack of resources within the area. At least.
Well, we all know the superior Asian are the Japanese. I'm just saying, we all know that. That's the best model. That's the best one you can get. Superb.
I don't know, because that incorporates tentacle porn, and it's not my thing, right? I don't want to fuck a fish.
Well, why are you
what I
afraid?
think it is, what I think it is, what I think it is.
These fuckers are just the authors of tentacle porn.
It
I don't know.
cannot be a fucking thing, man.
Tentacle porn is very much a thing, Joe. Don't look it up.
I saw a map. This is completely fake, right? But I did see a map, right? Like where we dropped the nukes on them, right? And it had a map overlay of the origins of the different weird types of porn that came from Japan, right? And it apparently lined up, right, or some shit, right? Like there's nothing that actually proves this. It's just this weird map, right?
That map is not fake, though. That map is not fake.
It does make
unironically.
I'm wondering where Josh saw that map. It's just on his algorithm. He scrolls so much weird porn. Hey, check that out. A map
so what?
No, Gorilla. I have no respect for the Hmong.
So for those who believe in karma, right? What did the Japanese Empire do to deserve not 1 but 2 nuclear bombs?
All right, let's think that through.
They refused to surrender. They believed it. They deserved it by wishing for death as opposed to surrender.
Right about then, they would have been when they were switching from the emperor, emperors, I think it was, they had, to the state guy. Yeah, I think that's what they call them, emperors. In fact, I guess they probably still have emperors in some form of faction, but the last guy who had power and all of that shit, the state had took over and was treating him like a piece of shit. It was really just symbolic shit. So maybe at that time, the state was being oppressing the fuck out of its people and making them do its will. In fact, that's when all the samurai would have lost all of their positions and couldn't have swords and city limits. They would have changed everybody's life at that era.
During the samurai era or World War II era?
World War II, I think, is the last emperor. With them losing their power is when the samurai would have become outcasts. That would have been the fall of the emperors. The very last one would have been World War II. They probably have it still in some type of fashion where he has no power. But at the time of World War II, they still had an emperor. But he was really stripped of anything.
They still have an emperor.
They probably
still have
do.
an
I don't
emperor
know
today.
Yeah, but it'd be more like he don't have power like in Britain or something.
You could argue that we kind of took that away from them, right? Because I mean, at the end of the day, it wasn't that they took away from themselves. We took the power away from them within the surrender.
We would have certainly played a role. Yeah,
they couldn't build an offensive military because they surrendered to us, and we prohibited it. I guess until recently, we gave them their navy back. But I mean, it wasn't them. It was an outside conqueror.
You say we gave them their navy back. Americans are something else. How the fuck can you just tell a nigga you can't make a navy if I guess it's a thing.
Because a condition of their surrender is they had to give up. It's the same thing that happened to Germany, right? Germany doesn't have an offensive military; they have a defensive one, right? When you surrender, if you go to war with somebody and you surrender, you will sign conditions of that surrender.
They thought the Germans weren't stringent enough. Whoever the military guy was the guy who put up the things for the surrender. Whoever the big military guy was at that time, he was criticized.
What do you mean that we didn't? Like we didn't think it was.
We didn't go far enough. Like you say, we told them, someone was blaming the guy who sat down and signed the papers with the German for not asking for more.
Yeah, well, that would be grounds for that.
It happened on a ship too, I think. It was on
the German Empire had to be destroyed twice, right? Because the first time sure was good enough, right?
True, right.
So I mean, there's a little bit of truth in that claim.
John's current events. Does U.S. lead? I know this can get to a quagmire. Does U.S. pull Israel strings? Or Israel pull the U.S.?
I think they have overlapping interest, right?
Yeah.
But they're not identical enough. Where Israel has a long history of. Example, Iraq, right? We didn't want that fucking nuclear reactor bombed. Israel did that on their own, right? There's always going to be that case where we have like similar interests, but they're not identical enough that we do the same things, and we're never going to really oppose Israel.
So who's on top? Of someone I think corrected me. I always thought Israel was calling the shots, and someone explained to me that no, the guy with the bombs and the missiles, stronger guy, is actually calling the shots no matter what it looked like. He's got a great argument there.
I don't know, because I actually don't believe I can comprehend who is actually in charge.
Well, we know Israel, we really do stupid shit out of their interest. That leads me to believe that they're in charge. Whatever they want, they get shit. That shit.
Well, Israel's
we'll look stupid for them. We'll do anything for them.
Israel's wanted a war with Iran for like 45, 50 years. That's not a new concept.
Agreed.
And that predates even our acceptance of Israel. Believe it or not, World War II, we were not the first ones in line to support Israel. We were kind of closer to the last five. We actually hated Israel, at least during World War II. We hated Israel more than almost anybody else. We would at least
also had that both World War I and II. We had that. Stay out of other people's business. Even our friends, stay out of other people's business.
I don't know that that's a true take either. Otherwise, how did the Cold War come about?
Well, we're not gonna say 100%. We'll give motherfuckers money so they can buy bombs and shit. But generally speaking, we did not get involved in the physicality of it back then. Now apparently we're different.
Before World War II. Yeah, because we weren't
even World War II. We got drug in. The British needed us, right? We were not going to get involved unless Japan comes over here and hit Pearl Harbor.
Post World War II is we got involved in everything, right? Like the Korean War wasn't very far behind it, right? Like we just kept going after it. But the difference being is post World War II, we were a superpower. Pre World War II, we were not.
Good point.
Is OG here?
You'd have to be. Right?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. What's up?
Put something in the back.
That's what she said.
Backstage.
Diplomatically,
footage of Trump and BB speaking about after all the Iranian
So if I was
missiles
under the
fall.
illusion that BB called the shots, that would have set me straight. At least it should.
all I know how to describe it is diplomatically, the U.S. and Israel, they kind of step on each other's toes, mostly in the context of like agreements or interest, right? So, whereas one is trying to conduct business in a certain way, or say a very controlled business direction, the other one will say, "Well, we're not going to tolerate that, right? So we're just going to bomb it off the face of the earth, right?"
Right. But their interest still. As long as we have a foot in the Middle East, they play a role type shit. I wish it's like, the crazy fuck who you got to keep getting out of jail. I wish you can calm the fuck down so we can get business done. But you keep shooting up taverns and shit like a drunken fucking teenager.
Israel's less interested within like global economics. They're not large enough to have that type of interest, whereas we are.
I think ours is more economically driven. Theirs is more religiously driven.
Yes. Yeah. I think whoever described the United States as a large scale enterprise, probably very descriptive.
It looks like right about now, and I think Trump is doing this. It's another potential quagmire, but I think Trump is doing this as a bid to stay in the power later. If there are wars, I think he's going to do the hey, maybe I could stay in power bullshit. But it looks like we are really about
very specific. That would actually require a war declaration from Congress before that could even happen, right? You can't just enact war powers and then suspend elections. That's effectively how we would get a third term.
I first of all, I'm agreeing with you, and I don't think that that's ever stopped him before. I saw him on TV saying something last night about, hey, we'll just go ahead and do it anyway. I'll do it through executive order, and we'll fly through the courts if they defeat it. He's the type who's going to try, and you have to shoot it down. Won't stop him from trying.
I don't to suspend elections. When was the last time? World War II was the last time elections were suspended, wasn't it? Shit, I can't remember.
I don't even remember, but we looked up. Not during wartime did they suspend presidential elections. We looked that shit up a few days ago.
When was the last time elections were suspended?
I don't know that they ever were. Certainly not in any of the modern wars.
I want to say it was
in the U.S. It was never.
We didn't do it in World War II?
No. No, in World War II was prior to the 17th Amendment? No. 22nd Amendment? Anyways, look it up, people. Don't listen to me. I can't think. But in other words, it's the amendment that limited the presidential term to 2 terms. That amendment, whichever number it was. So in World War II, we kept re-electing Roosevelt. We didn't suspend the elections. We just kept putting the same dude back in there.
Yeah.
4 times.
Yeah. Here it is, right? Yeah. I just looked it up. It's never actually intentionally been suspended or prolonged or delayed. They just did something else different. Yeah.
They told one of Trump's guys, I don't know who, a lawyer or whoever the fuck he was, that how they felt about it. Dude say, shit, we don't think it's over. We think he gets to stay in office. They said what we just said, but that's impossible because of this and that. He's like, no, we got 4, 5, 6 different ways that we're looking into already that he can remain in office. I don't like that fucking attitude.
He's looking at legal loopholes and the like, and that's within his, that's within his purview.
It's in his character.
Yeah,
the likelihood that he's going to be able to stay president, though, is extremely low.
He's also still got feelings about the last election being stolen from him,
and nobody else does.
He will absolutely pursue this shit.
He's got no support in the other parts of government. That's why it's not likely to happen. The Supreme Court wouldn't even hear his case.
Right.
And all the other courts
he's got
try to say
it's gonna be lame duck at that time. So no reason for the Supreme Court to cater to him at all at that point.
Yeah.
And be like, yeah, fuck that. We ain't trying to listen to that bullshit, man.
Is the House Democrat now?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so. No. We only had like three states. So I can't know where it's Democrat now.
But the midterms are happening now. Is that what it is?
Well, I know midterm primaries are happening in 3 different states.
Yeah. So we'll find out if it becomes Democratic by November. That's the deal.
Lindsay says she wants to know more about Japan in the chat.
Because
the poll
apparently they got
going,
weird porn.
The poll has been going for an hour, and most people tend to like the philosophy and the discussions that we're doing here today. So we're definitely gonna do more of that. It's like 83%. But in honor of International Women's Day, all right, I have an anti-feminist video to play that is specifically about Japan.
That's propaganda, man. International Women's Day. I can't believe you fell for that red pill bullshit.
I call it fuck Women's Day.
What is wrong with
I do like fucking women.
My joke was funny.
Here's my problem. Here's my problem, Cynthia. You've got a Women's Day, you've got an International Women's Day, and you've got a fucking Valentine's Day, right? How many
and Mother's Day?
Mother's Day.
Well, no. So here's the beauty of Confucianist culture, right? Their women over there, by and large, are the only ones. Asia, Vietnam, Korea, and Japan are the only ones that culturally accept accountability, even when it's not theirs. Right? And this video actually covers this. And it's actually why feminism has failed largely in most Asian countries, unless you're talking about South Korea. And somehow the Korean peninsula has just become a hell on earth. In the north, they have a communist dystopia, and in the south, they have a capitalist dystopia. Think about that for a second.
Can't argue with nothing you said.
But in Japan, they affectionately call this samurai dueling, right? Because Japan supposedly had this big issue with sexual harassment on trains and trams. And it recently come to light that 80% of those accusations were actually false. And some women were using them as a way to extort money. And then people found out that, while that can get a man sent to prison for up to 5 years, a false accusation in Japan is also punishable by up to 3 years. So people have resulted to just fighting each other if the blackmail doesn't work. Like they'll just like smack the fuck out of people in non-vital areas because that's only a 15-day detention.
And let me speak to the accountability, Cynthia, right? So, technically speaking, right, yesterday was International Women's Day. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning here, right? So it's the next day. However, yesterday was the day we celebrated. I took my old lady out to the cinema, right? It's just basically like a date.
I took her out for steak, cheaper.
Plus the benefits of like flowers, right? Which I had to get up early as fuck in the morning, go down to the damn flower shop, pick up flowers, right? So what ended up happening was, I went down to the store early as hell, got flowers, brought them home, right? They were there when she woke up, all blah, 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 right? But when it came time to go to the cinema, right? She paid.
Okay.
She took me.
With your money?
Well, yeah, technically speaking, right? Like it all goes
Get the fuck out of here.
but right, like it didn't come out of my cigarette money or anything, right? She just said, fuck it, I'm here, it's easy, blah blah blah. There was no qualms about it, right? And that was even while I'm in the middle of the damn cinema and I'm screaming about this shit, right? I was like, how many fucking days do you bitches get, right? When do we get a man's day? She strangely enough pulled out November the 19th. I think that might actually be International Man's Day or some bullshit, right?
Come on, Josh. That's like fighting to get tampons in the men's bathroom. It's like, why are you trying to wrestle something? It's like, why? Like, is this really something you need? Like, come on.
Because I was upset. I had to get up at like 5 o'clock in the fucking morning.
No, that's extremely feminine, Josh. Women are the ones that need constant of affirmation. Calm down.
Yes.
Calm down.
I want the affirmation of my balls, right? At the end of the day, I want to be reassured that my balls are being taken care of.
No, I mean, honestly, right? Aside from feminism, I have no issue with women wanting things like Mother's Day, International Women's Day, because women go through a lot in our societies in general. Like in that video that I was watching, right? And I'm not gonna play it because Lindsay's gone. But one of the most famous ladies in Japan got married to not entertainers, but like news broadcasters got married to like the most famous at the time kabuki theater worker. And he cheated on her, treated her like shit. And she would go on TV and apologize, saying that she didn't service her husband. She didn't take care of her husband properly. Bro, that shit's kind of fucked up. Like, nah, bro. I don't want to live in an overly feminist society, but I also don't want to live in a society where men are coddled to the point that your wife has to apologize for you being a cheating bastard. Like, that's one of my biggest problems with Islam is that,
probably was her fault, though.
Stop it.
Oh no, Dennison lost connection. That's crazy. Oh man.
To keep his belly full and his balls empty, he's probably gonna stick around. I'm just
most men will, right?
And to be fair, one could question her sincerity of her apology. Was she apologizing because her fucking society demands that you're a lower born woman if it's the case that your reputation is on the line? As opposed to actually
you probably didn't even really mean it. Josh is right.
The reason I bucked up is because men, I mean, even though we're not in a relationship, y'all do kind of tendency to have bad behavior towards women, myself, others, when we're on panels. And you're always like, we aren't special. Y'all get treated this way. I don't know. It's peculiar. And I don't even think
women get special treatment most of the time.
You think so?
Yeah.
Until we don't stop it for men to speak as nearly as much for women. We make
and
sure
why should we though? Why should we though?
Because the women I talk to, I mean, that's
because women are super entitled. So even though they already get special treatment, it's still not good enough.
Why shouldn't they be though? That's the thing. Like they have the vagina, they have what we desire.
They're not making meals and putting it to work. Then
I'm over it.
Yeah, to be
you get to a certain age where the vagina doesn't have nearly as much power as it does in your 20s and 30s.
1,000%.
I don't want to live to see that time. That means my dick ain't working.
Well, my dick works just fine, and I rub one out. It's a champagne of victory.
Nah, bro. Nah. Ain't nothing like that grippy grip.
Yeah, but you'll go out the back door when you're young over some pussy. It's when you're older. I've
never done that though. I've never done that. It's about personal choice, bro. It's about personal choice, responsibility. If you'll sell out your homies or sell out some bullshit over some pussy, you're just a weak man, and that's a you problem.
So
there ain't no generation Star Trek movie rerun on this weekend. I just don't know.
To Star Trek. Oh,
I don't know. When y'all were talking about the individualism,
I mean, that only comes around so many years. Once in so many years, Joe. I mean, I have not seen all the Star Trek Next Generation episodes as many times as I've had pussy. Nowhere near as close.
I don't even remember the movie.
I've had pussy like 5 times in a single day sometimes.
Imagine getting a blowjob while watching that marathon. How much better would that marathon be?
Oh my god!
Well, I'm still choosing the marathon at that point, though.
Cynthia, finish your point.
We should be having a conversation.
I mean, I don't want to. I'm supposed to mistreat her.
Actually, Miss
I'd rather make her point.
This is wild. This is crazy.
I'll just say one thing here, and it goes to the embodiment thing that I was saying.
Oh, hell yeah, D6.
Before, which is
I put a load all
Ike,
over.
we gotta
and...
talk over you, Ike, to make
yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's equal opportunity talking over this time. That way, everything is nice and fair and everything ends well, right?
You suck, Ike. All right.
But the whole point is, this thing becomes an issue when it is spoken about. Now, I understand it's a political thing. If you want to do political things, that's fine. But otherwise, you simply embody certain things, and then you don't fucking speak about it. It's like, oh well, why do I do this for a woman versus a man? Oh, now let's talk about it. It's like, if you gotta talk about it, like it's just what the fuck. I think everyone understands what I mean.
The more you talk about it, the less I'm gonna believe you anyway. I'm gonna tell by myself what you embody.
Like, oh, you're like, shout out to Tywin or whoever. Like, anyone who says he is the king is no true king, right? Anyone who has to be that way, it's the same fucking thing. It's like, just shut up about it.
Unless you want inquisitive motherfuckers like me calling you names and shit, and you like, I'm the smartest motherfucker in the room. If it wasn't for y'all, I'm trying to attack you. It's in my vibration, in my nature.
I don't know. But we're not going to watch a video, OG? I thought we were going to watch a video.
I find that people who are smarter than me don't have time for me, and I don't blame them. So it may not just be a consequence of my high intelligence. It's that the people who are smarter than me aren't going to deal with my stupid ass anyway. So,
all right. So this is the best we got.
We go back to bashing on women for International Women's Day?
No, we can't.
It was my nature, Josh. It was my nature to crack one in that direction, but I would
horrible. But y'all desensitize it. It's desensitized, and it's funny to us, but the generation behind us is going to seriously feel that way. It's not going to be good collectively for society. You don't want a bunch of incels. It's not good.
I disagree. I do not want the United States to adopt International Women's Day. I don't want to do it. I hate fucking having to deal with Valentine's Day, right?
Oh my God, Josh, you also pretended to be dead. Okay. Yeah. So
I'm pretending to be happily married too.
Oh, it was a conversation. It's hard sometimes.
But I wasn't happy because she bought the fucking movie tickets, right? Of course, the fucking Den's gonna pop in with my own money, right? But you know what?
Then y'all have the weirdest men conversations. Men talk about the most interesting things at times, but there needs to be a cohesive, like, men, women on panels to have good conversations.
I think so. I dig it when the women energy come up. It's not dependent on it, but I dig it.
Do we have to?
Women usually ruin everything.
Oh no!
And then even with the few that can keep up, the dynamic still changes because then the men start to
cater.
Fawn over her.
Yeah.
This is why they created male-only institutions.
Or even the woman who has the knowledge doesn't have the nuts or whatever it takes to speak her voiceful opinion. She's
she's gonna have to talk over people, interrupt people, be aggressive.
Yeah, it's hard to find that.
Yeah, it's just it's bad enough, right? Like back in the 1970s, we had to give you ladies fucking credit cards and shit, right? But now, right? I just don't see any benefit from it, right? Like y'all are dominating like what 70% of the domestic spending, right? What the hell are we spending all this money on?
Your choices suck. Oh my God. Now, the only thing I'll admit real quick before is that I can't account for most men. Most men might be just as bad as the average woman. I honestly don't know. I have no way to know. All I know is I'm a man, and I would make way better choices than most women do.
We don't need 3 different laundry detergents, spring fresh plus lemon flavored laundry detergent.
Oh my gosh. That is such an arrogant thing to say.
It's not arrogant, it's competent.
No. Just like I could never say I could be better at being a man than you when I have no idea what it means to be.
Well, I didn't say I'd be better at being a woman. I said I'd make better choices than the average woman.
Okay.
Y'all are in charge of consumer spending, and you choose to spend your money like unwisely. You've driven down the quality of society with your purchasing power. So since we gave women jobs, economic freedom, and voting, society has gone to fucking hell. And then when you look and you see like the policies that everybody's in favor of, and you try to find a way to separate them, the separation is among gender. So like when you look at that female voting is the most influential on society and the most, quote, progressive, end quote.
Let me get something to eat, guys.
Now, could all that be one big coincidence? Sure. I don't know anything for sure. It doesn't look good on paper.
Well, I'm not sure.
Can we change the title? Bashing on women to celebrate Women's Day? Yeah.
Men shop just as much as women. It may not be you, but that is the market. And they're okay. Going back to making choices,
it's not, though.
A woman is a different being than a man, and we process things. We have intuition, so you don't know that. Now, as far as the shopping, yes, that's a good example. However, you can't say I would make better choices. You may make better shopping choices, but as far as better choices. But again, my homie has like over 300 pairs of shoes. Who gets an Amazon package twice a week?
Yay.
No, but I'm saying like
85% of consumer spending is women.
Hang on.
85%. Y'all drive the markets. Mm-hmm. And again, don't forget.
That is women taking care of their families.
It doesn't matter. They're still choosing what food, what housing, etc. And they're making really, really bad choices. Now, again, I can't say that all men wouldn't make those same exact choices. I don't know. All I can say is I wouldn't. I would do much better than the 85% of women.
I think by and large they would, though, because like women run the family, right? They set the tradition. Damn, I gulped down that fucking Gatorade bottle of water quick as fuck. But like, yeah, in between saying the first thing and then unmuting and say it again, like it was gone. Like I was thirsty.
How much of that you? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
How much are you taking into consideration? Like a lot of that spending is done because they're single parent homes, or
it doesn't matter.
Women are single. Why it makes up 85%?
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about voting with your dollar, which is the only voting that matters in America. Women do 85% of the voting.
Fair enough.
What are the choices though that you don't like? Like I want to understand like what makes it bad that we're doing 85% of because the choices.
Consumerism would be a good start.
Yes.
Consumerism, but like OG said, we're buying the groceries, or where women are by themselves now. So
but they do it.
Their apartment. They have to buy.
Okay. They do it from a consumerist point of view, though.
Let's examine.
And they perpetuate consumerism.
Let's examine that. Usually it's to claim that the food that we consume is the reason why we're like the biggest fat asses in the world. I don't know how true this is, right? There's definitely a difference between our food and somebody else's food, right?
Corporate food.
Women would be the ones buying that, wouldn't they? So is Pop-Tarts, like, is that the
okay,
standard?
But now in that same home where the woman has a child, if not multiple, she has to go to her job and she has to get up early in the morning and get everybody ready. The consumerism is putting it right there. The powers that be are making it easy for that in that moment. So I understand what you're saying about the women, but now how much of it also plays into the marketing and the advertising companies?
We'll try for this. Now we're just speculating, right? Because there's no way to fucking prove any of this shit, but just speculating, right? If it's the case that 85% of the consumer base, right, or consumerism, whatever the cost of living is within the United States, if it was spending less, right, wouldn't the cost of living also decrease as well?
I'm not sure about that. I'd have to check in.
So it would be the case.
I don't understand.
Would be the case that women are both creating the problem and then claiming the solution to the problem.
And they're perpetuating it with their solutions because they voted more of the same consumerist bullshit.
Right. What are the other options that they should choose?
Saving.
Right? Because that's the system we're in, right? We haven't lived long enough to see another option to be able to compare. That's kind of the point. We don't know what the other side would do. And Dennis,
I was almost about to thank Abby, and then she had to be a cunt at the end. We were so close.
Yeah.
Wow.
Den stated this openly, like that was his starting point. Is he wouldn't know what men would choose differently. Yeah, hell, even I don't know, right? Like if I didn't have to buy flowers every year, right? Would that be enough to allow me to afford, I don't know, like a Harley or something, right? And purchasing that Harley, would that be any different, like of a society than if I had to purchase flowers,
I can tell you what I would do differently. I would spend locally and spend more money on less in order to make sure things were locally done, locally grown, sustainable. I would make choices based upon the source of what I'm buying rather than the price or the convenience. I would give up fashion statements and personal expressionism for savings, and I would put that money into savings and then not spend it at all and build savings. And so interest would be more valuable to me than diversity. Like women spend more on razors than men do because they want them to be pink. That's the kind of consumerism that is, turning our country into shit.
That's the only thing that annoys me about women in consumerism is because they spend the most money. Corporations realize this, so they market to women specifically. And what they market to women specifically, they charge a premium. And then women bitch about it and go, "It's the pink tax. It's the pink tax." No, it's the dumb bitch and spending her money tax.
Yeah. Just don't buy pink razors and watch how the price plummets. It'll be cheaper than black ones.
Like that makes me angry. Like ladies, that pisses me off. That makes me go into brat breaking mode. It's like, sit down, shut up, give me your wallet, and I'll get you a cheaper razor.
And you're gonna buy the Pop-Tart because you don't want to get up an hour early and make a real breakfast for your family.
I'm gonna buy the Pop-Tart because I'm fat and it's good. Okay, I'm just gonna be real with you.
I don't know. It would just
based.
I know. I only buy.
You could avoid buying razors if you just invest in the one tool that cuts both your yard and your legs. Get a weed eater, right? Just go out there and you can fucking take care of your lawn and your legs at the same time. See, that would be an economically decent.
What do you mean a bunch of shit lying around? What does that mean?
It means that you poop in the floor.
That's disgusting.
And but these not wrong. Like,
what did she say?
All have she's talking about knickknacks and.
No, I don't have any.
Y'all have games. You have.
I'm a minimalist. The last time I spent money on a game was like 5 years ago.
I'll own this one because I'm a kind of consumerist, right? Like my
and it is probably because I made like 30 grand that month.
My desks have knickknacks all over them, right? Like all kinds of weird bullshit that I have no idea why I have. I just have. It's a bunch of junk.
Yeah, but that's you. I'm a minimalist. I don't have any knickknacks at all. Zero. And the stuff that I do have, I keep trying to cut in half. Every time I move, I have half as much as I had before.
Do you buy a bunch of computer parts and stuff?
No, not unless I intend to sell them.
Yeah, but most men are not you. Most men do have a lot of things.
I admitted to that earlier. I can't speak for most men. Most men might fucking buy Pop-Tarts. I can't say they wouldn't.
If we're talking about the general male spending, the difference would be like an example would be a boat, right? A boat is basically money.
I can't speak for the common male. The common male is probably the way that the statistics demonstrate it, is that the average man and the average women are the same intelligence. But all the dummies, retards, and geniuses are mostly men. The outliers are almost mostly men, which makes sense because men are the mutation. Women are the basis of the species, and men are the diversity injection, the mutation of the species in order to perpetuate.
It's because we're special.
Basically, that's what it is.
We are technically nature's retard.
Exactly.
Be honest.
Exactly. That's where the autistic genius comes from too, from that same mutation, that mutability.
I kind of don't want to run from it because I think D5's got a point. I think Cynthia was trying to ask the question as what the alternative was, right? So yes, men do have more expensive toys. An example would be a boat. A boat is nothing.
Well, that's not an alternative. That's the same thing, but from a male perspective. I gave the alternative, which is stop spending your money on stupid shit that kills you, and stop spending your money on shit you don't need, and start saving more money and not allowing it to enter the economy.
The question of utility comes in place, right? Like, so a boat, you could technically go fishing, right? You feed your family from that, right? You're looking.
But I could make a boat.
For me, my addiction is guns and survival equipment and swords. I'll be real. I will buy those over computers, over anything. They're just so god dang expensive.
But now on the flip side, like say clothes, right? The only reason I have any nice clothes because my old lady won't let me dress like a fucking bum out in the street, right? Like I can't wear the ripped up jeans that I fucking love because it's like air conditioning. I'm not allowed.
Here's the thing, though. There's the other choice. You don't have to wear the ripped up jeans, and you also don't have to wear the designer pants, slacks that make you look good. You could have a durable, less fashionable alternative that would last longer and cost you less. Also, God forbid that bitch stay home and make your clothes. No. That's misogyny.
I think the difference is in the concept of the spending, right? So like when I buy a boat, right? I don't buy the boat because society says I have the best boat, right? I'm buying it for, I don't know, I want to take the family out, or I want to go fishing, or, something like that. It has something to do with me as a person, right? Whereas if we're talking about the consumer spending, it's I got to buy maybe it's the name brand clothes, right? Because it's based off of society and what they say is value, right? It's the intention. Something about the intention is different. I think that's what the fundamental difference is. I'm just not really sure of that.
I
don't know how to compare
them. What they say about activism is be the change you want to see in the world. I'm just saying. And on that note, I like brown mustard more than I like regular mustard. And I like Italian dressing, as kind of a lubricant on the sandwich, mind you, not otherwise.
No, he said it right with the lubricant, right? He's substituting Italian dressing for KY jelly. That's really what he meant.
No, I specified that is not what I meant, sir.
Why'd you call it a lubricant then?
Because that's essentially what it is. So that's the difference between a superior sandwich that you would get at like a sandwich shop and one that you would make on your house is an insignificant amount of lubricant.
Man, you're like, but you're describing it in a way where the sandwich goes down easier because it.
Yeah.
It's a weird way of putting it. I mean, I fundamentally agree with you. Like,
Why you put KY in your Italian sub?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for almost 5 hours. We got about 15 minutes before we reach 5 hours. So if you want an extension, we will do that for 20 for 30 minutes, 50 for an hour. If not, we'll just end it at the 5 hour mark. Y'all continue your conversation if you would like.
Extension will include the octopusy tentacle porn that Lindsay wants to discuss because she believes that Japan is a superior country or people, whatever you want to call it.
Jesus Christ, you guys.
Lindsay, how much do you charge for a pair of dirty panties? I'm asking for a friend.
Is that OnlyFans?
Oh my gosh, Ortho. I meant to apologize to you earlier, but since it's about to close, perhaps, if y'all don't get in the donos, I am so sorry. You came to my page the other day and Snaps was out of control. He's out of control. I don't know what's happened to him. The shift has changed. But I do apologize for his behavior. He is, even though I still rock with them, he's still my cupcake. He can't come to my house no more. We're just gonna have to be secret cupcakers.
Well, I've come to the conclusion that I'm perfectly normal. I'm just fat, and these people trying to use it against me
exactly
are retarded losers.
Exactly.
And I genuinely don't give a fuck.
Well, I absolutely agree with you. However, as a content creator and as a host of the show, I don't ever want you or anyone else. I was going to apologize. I did apologize to TML on my page. He's not going to get one like you face to face. Anyway, I'm not going to go there.
Well, thank you.
First they ignore you, then they call you fat, and then you win.
Yeah, so I do apologize. But as a content creator, I'm not
you like that?
I'm not going to tolerate that behavior. So I wanted to make sure, I apologize as a responsible content creator and to correct that situation so not that you or any other guest ever feels that way, because that's just crappy behavior. That's just really crappy behavior on any guest, on any show, to go in there with your personal agenda and just vomit on everything, along with not having respect for the person you're vomiting on. You don't have a respect for the host.
I mean, I do have a gut, but I also am very strong. I mean, I've been told I'm very beautiful for a fat man by very beautiful women who I've never mind. I ain't gonna say that part. But no, Miss Cynthia, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot.
You're welcome.
Once we hit 40 anyways, right? They're all accusing us of having dad bods anyways, right? So it doesn't matter.
Thank you. But thank you, Abby Normal. I appreciate that. They are something. I don't know what their issue with me is, but I despise narcissism, so I try to push those traits for myself away as well. But I have noticed that I collect the ire of people that are like at the bottom of the barrel. And I'm like, why? We're both bottom of the barrel. It's like they see me trying to crawl out and they're like, nah, get your fat ass back here.
Yeah. That's where we're at. But that's humanity. That's unfortunately the hearts and the intentions and the motivations of some. I always think where there's good, there's going to be the opposite of which I consider evil or bad, and they just dwell in the same place. But you can definitely set boundaries. I do believe. I'm not by any means. I'm not telling anybody.
I have always been a chunky monkey, and I got spoiled because the love of my life was a 5'3" blonde with blue eyes and very pretty. And looking in her eyes, seeing the smile and the happiness, I don't care what anybody else thinks about me. That's why I have such a hard time getting over that that being missing from my life, you know. So I genuinely don't care. I've seen happiness.
Shout out to Women's Day. I don't care if you women are ugly or not. I can fix that by turning off the lights or consuming large quantities of alcohol.
Oh my God. What's wrong with you?
All women are beautiful, okay? My thing is, man, looking I can't date or fuck a dumb broad even for fun, right? I gotta be able to talk. I gotta be able to talk to you and have a good time and conversate. I can't
I don't even care if she speaks the same language. It's preferable she doesn't. Now that I think about it.
I can hear OG now. Fair enough.
Fair enough. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. As much as I loved her, she said some dumbass and annoying shit. I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
I can have a conversation with Cynthia. You know, I don't need my partner to fucking talk at all.
No. See, there's something magical where y'all just was fucking finished and then just start talking and chilling, cuddled up, just killing jokes. Or sitting in the kitchen at 2:00 high as hell.
Yeah, okay. So when you've never had it, sure, you want to have the experience at least once, right? But then that's it. That's good.
No, it's
fun.
I'm
good now.
There's something about being able to go back and be like, you remember, and it'd be a story from like 15 years ago.
I'm gonna be real with you, Abby. Normal. I don't want anything else.
I think to be fair, there's probably some truth in that whole different language concept. I come to realize that I don't get my feelings hurt so much because my old lady swears at me.
Man, yours is bilingual. Calm down.
Yeah, but when she gets pissy, she goes straight to Vietnamese. I don't know what the fuck she's saying, right? So she can't hurt my feelings. So I don't have to.
See, that's the best. A woman that only speaks English when she's being sweet to me, and then when she's mad, speaks in some ching chong bing bong. That'd be perfect.
Yeah. There's some weird benefit.
Oh, wow.
Right? There's some problems that just don't exist simply because of that.
All right. Well, with that being said, you guys have a good night.
Bye, Cynthia.
Bye. Thank you for being here, Miss Cynthia. But no, like, in all seriousness, man, like, here's my thing. The chick that I was with always had a lot of energy, right? And she always had to be doing something. So she'd be cleaning or cooking us something awesome while we would be talking. Or we'd be playing some video games because she was highly competitive. And I just give her old smackdown on Call of Duty or Street Fighter or Risk. We'd play Risk or Monopoly. And she would just get so angry. It would be like the most adorable thing ever. And she'd be hitting me. She'd be like, stop it. It's not fair. So, like, I like shit like that, man. I'm men. I do believe that men are the romantic gender. All right. It was nothing better than just us hanging out, chilling, and talking. I've had that with a few other. I had that with all the women I talked to, but she was the best, to be honest. And I can't date or talk to you if we can't have shit like that, man. That's what annoys me when I talk to the red pill type dudes and whatnot, because it's like, I see the differences between men and women, and I want a companion. I want somebody that completes a part of me. I don't want something to just fuck, because if I wanted that, I could just pay her to leave, right? If you get on my nerves, whatever, I could just pay you to leave. But
no, I'd like a sandwich too, and maybe just do some laundry and clean the bathroom.
See, I can do all that myself.
So can I.
Yeah, I don't like to be reliant on other people because it's never been a positive thing. So if you don't add value to my life, if you don't bring me, and I've had to have this conversation with her, especially towards the end before she passed, because bad shit happened. I've had to have this conversation with her and a couple other women. I've literally been, people don't have to believe it because of my looks or whatever, but I've literally picked up bitches and carried them out of my house and put them back on the street where I found them. I was like, you can go now. You can leave. And
I had to do it one time. It devastated me.
Well, I physically have had to do it. Like, I'm not joking when I say pick them up, carry them to the street, and be like, be gone. And it's not out of a disrespect for women. It's literally, if you don't, I've gone through hell my entire life. Physical violence, that sort of thing. I've done terrible shit before I was 18. If you don't bring me peace, I don't need you. And the one that was love of my life, me and her trauma bonded. She brought me peace. She was the only one that was ever actually capable of bringing me more peace than discomfort. And to me, that was valuable. But towards the end there, it was the exact opposite.
Mm.
And when we finally split, and she passed away a few months afterwards, yeah, it fucked with me because it's just and I'm not going to do that with anybody else. That was not worth it. I'm not going to find peace and then have it ripped away. I'd rather be in perpetual fucking conflict, getting shot at again, than fucking deal with that bullshit.
I want the peace. I'm old enough now. I'm so done with it. I want the peace. I want to come home to a nice quiet house. Least amount of bullshit. But unfortunately, married, that's never going to happen. So that's my family.
But isn't that solitude, though?
Yes, it would be solitude, right? This is where
I
request.
My house is peaceful as fuck.
Yeah. Maybe it's the case that women don't allow peace. I don't know.
People don't allow peace. It's not a man or woman thing. Women actually are the epitome of peace because they desire security.
I don't know. I hang out with my friends. It's usually like non-confrontational.
Women nag.
We will be going another hour. Thank you, Mr. Ike. Ike says, thanks for having me up. No, thank you for coming up. It is always a pleasure. I appreciate you, good sir.
Yeah,
we can go for another hour.
Ike, you
yeah,
asshole.
I wish I had more time to pick Ike's brain on a regular basis.
Well, I'm hoping to do more philosophical content, and while I have been supported by a lot of people, including Ike, for everything that I do, I want to do things like this because we semi did that when I first started, and that's what kind of got everybody over here. Mm-hmm. And hopefully you'll get that opportunity because I like talking about things like this. I don't care if we start out talking about Confucianism. As long as I get to the majority of my point for the show, I'm fine. If we talk about, like, if I talk about the love of my life or you guys talking about pussy, I don't care if that's towards the end of the show. We've been going 5 hours and the first 3 hours was about Confucianism. That's fine. We can deviate. Lindsay, if you want to come up, you can, by the way. That goes to anybody. Anybody's welcome.
I want to try some pre-recorded, edited, scripted, structured conversations that are premiered with the audience instead of live, just for the sake of trying it, see how it goes at some point.
That could be kind of interesting.
I could feel that. Yeah, I could feel that. I wish. So I got all my talent beat out of me in school. Like anytime I would draw, they would take my shit and rip it in front of me. If I read, they would take my books. Like it was literally just like my teachers were pieces of shit. They fostered no creativity, no cognitive thinking, no nothing. It was sit down, shut up. You have ADHD and I don't want to deal with you. But yet, anytime I would do something to occupy my mind, they would bitch and complain and try to get me removed from the class. And that's why I spent so much time in ISS. And then the teacher's just doing it because it's her job. I have 3 ISS teachers, one in elementary school, one in middle school, and one in high school. And they taught me more than any other teacher there because I spent literally 4/5 of the year in in-school suspension. And I remember in middle school, I was drawing, and I used to be pretty good at drawing. And the principal came in and started yelling at the ISS teacher. And she's like, he does his work. He's in here most of the year, every school year. He does his work Monday through Wednesday and has nothing to do Thursday and Friday. She's like, I'm not going to make this kid. He misses out on field trips. He misses out on all this stuff. I'm not going to not let him do something for fun. Like, I don't know what it's like. I've read this stuff that y'all got him in here for, and it's on file that he's ADHD. This is borderline abuse. I don't care anymore. And the fucking principal took it and ripped it up. Like,
actually, OG, that'd be a good suggestion. Dennison would actually be good at a monologue. You might be, OG. I don't know. I don't think I recall ever hearing one from you, but Dan would definitely be good for it. I think you ought to actually give it a shot.
well, I'd be down for that. I don't mind that. My thing is like
just to try it, see if it works.
Well, my point in saying that is like, so I never really, I'm of the mind, and I'm trying to get out of that now, where I don't try new things and I don't practice new things that I like because I'm just used to it being destroyed around me. So, like,
maybe a business mindset might be worth it, right? So the reason why I'd say Dennison is good at monologues is he's actually good at explanations, right? So in explanations, if you're trying to explain something that might be complex, right, usually gets derailed. That's what I'm notoriously known for, right? But Dennison's got this like weird skill set in there. I'm assuming you might as well. You just picked a topic that you think that you might be able to explain. So like collectivism would be actually a very good one, at least coming from your mindset, might be useful, right? It's definitely worth a shot in doing it. I think Dennison's got something here. Yeah, I think it's a damn good
teacher's part of my personality set, and it's a skill I developed over time, and I've even been able to use it professionally. So
he calls it a fucking skill. I don't think it's something that's learned. I think you're either talented at it or you're not. I think it's just something.
Well, to be fair, it started very young.
I appreciate you coming up either way, Ike. I appreciate it. You're always good to talk to.
Yeah. I was interested in it at a very, very young age, and I would argue that's why it became a profession. So, you know, if it's a skill that was developed over the top of a personality trait that already existed, a desire at the very least.
I think it from a business perspective, OG, you should look into it just because it's a way to like differentiate different videos. Like in your community, you can break it down within YouTube, right? So I'm looking at it from a business aspect.
Well, one of the reasons that it's pinned. If you wanted it, I'll post it again, D. If you're talking about the StreamYard link, if not, just tell me what link you're interested in and I'll drop it. But no, even though I suck at a lot of things, I'm a perfectionist, right? And I didn't think people would accept me talking about Confucianism from a Wikipedia article. I feel like that's not good enough for my audience, but I also don't know how to create the graphics and videos to go along with this stuff. And I don't want to just us to watch somebody else's video on Confucianism and
so
not
collaborate with somebody. Fucking collaborate with somebody. Collaborate with Dan. I know he's good at monologues. Like when he gets into his explanation system, his monologues are actually pretty decent.
Well, I mean, I can talk, and plus I don't mind talking with Dennison. I don't mind talking with anybody, really. And I don't mind being a platform or anything for somebody that thinks they have something worthwhile to say.
I just think his idea was a really good idea. It's worth a shot in trying.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. If Dennison wants my help with that and wants to collaborate on that, I'm down with that. I also am feeling a little bit smug and bastardly towards a particular individual that asked me when I was going to do philosophy content. Suck a dick, you know who you are.
I know who that is too. I'm trying to think. Now I remember. Yeah,
I know his name. It's unimportant. I'm just being ignorant. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even ruin the moment for that.
Oh,
I feel challenged, and I like to be challenged. The problem is I've suffered for my own success. I've beaten every challenge I've ever had, and I've never had any real challenge until now. So, I mean,
corporate success was probably my biggest challenge, and but unfortunately, I lost myself, and now I'm on like a journey back to who I am.
don't care about money and success like I probably should as a man. But whenever I've set goals for myself, I've smashed them. So I genuinely don't care about money because I look at it this way. If there is something I need bad enough for my survival, I will just simply take it if I can't afford it. Without qualms.
I need money to buy my tomato farm, though.
Do you, though?
Yeah. How else am I going to do it? I don't have family. I can't, like, inherit it. I can't, you know.
Dan, you in the north or the south?
There was a requested video. I'm working on getting it planned, so give me 1 second. I got you. Oh, hold on. I'm pretty sure that let me get a voice check, lady.
1, 2, gonorrhea.
Gonorrhea. I need some medicine now.
All right, bye, Lindsay. Bye, Lindsay. Bye.
Is that how you get rid of gonorrhea?
That is exactly how you get rid of gonorrhea. Bye.
Damn, I wish it was that easy.
Do whatever you were going to do. I just thought I would join.
Bend over.
Oh!
I like them like that. Let's go.
She opened the door. I snuck in.
You were gonorrhea, and your response to her is bend over? Come on.
brother, I don't like rubbers, but if she's hot enough, I'll slide one on.
Oh, boy. I was going to say.
All right, on that note, I think I'm going to, bid you all good evening.
You going to go rub one out?
Yeah, I'm going to go try to rub that image out of my brain.
Syphilis, mic check.
That is crazy. She doubled down.
Damn, she's coming in hot tonight.
Herpes stage 4.
That's speakeasy.
What I was going to say on a more serious note.
Give me 1 second,
Okay.
Lindsay.
AIDS.
1 second.
All right.
There is a video someone played, but I cannot get sound.
Okay.
But it doesn't look like there's sound. I don't know what the it's a reef
with a bird building a nest.
That's adorable,
isn't it? Building a nest in it.
Somebody said gonorrhea. Yum! Oh my lord!
You guys are weird.
I knew a guy that got it in his eye one time. That wasn't pretty.
How the hell do you get gonorrhea?
Go ahead, Lindsay. You got the floor, darling.
Oh, I thought we were going to get to see a cute little animal. More of it.
We just
Is that like a palate cleanser?
No, that was a video somebody requested me to play for Gorilla Biscuits.
Okay.
Somebody likes birds.
Well, it was cute. Well, if we needed that palate cleanser, trust me, after I got on here with those words.
Yeah, but see, when you popped in here, right, like, and I started seeing birds, the instant thing I thought about was bird shit all over the damn door, right? So now you're tracking in the house, right? Like,
Well, you're a fatalist. Of course, that's what you thought.
Sure.
Just lazy. I don't want to clean up that mess.
You're consistent. Okay. Kumbaya stuff. I think you have not necessarily just met your biggest challenge. I think it was sitting there all along, because I think everybody's biggest challenge, I could be wrong, is themselves. You have to.
Amen, Lindsay.
Overcome yourself, whether it's self-esteem issues, which I'm hearing you have, takes one to know one, or holding on to bad things from the past, or whatever it is you do kind of to self-sabotage. And that is the hardest challenge you can possibly face and do and change. It's easy to tell somebody else, oh, you simply need to do this or that with your life and you'll be happier. Or, oh, just get a new girlfriend or get a higher paying job or whatever. When it comes down to it, you're not going to be happy truly with any of those things unless you change yourself somehow or accept yourself. And that is extremely hard.
I know what would make me happy.
Well, the first requirement is that we're convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. On that basis, we are almost always in a collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. Most people try to live by self-propulsion. Each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show and is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in his own way.
How
If
is it
only they would do what he said.
Yeah. How was it?
What's that from?
Go to the premise. How is it concluded that OG has self-esteem issues?
Mm-hmm. I mentioned that. What about it?
Yeah.
Do you think I have self-esteem issues?
Yeah, I am not convinced that OG has self-esteem issues.
Boy, boy.
I see
Chuck says
him,
no.
but you know him better than I do. I was just kind of going by what I think and felt. Let me put it this way. If he had, I don't know, $1 million right now, he'd still think he's fat. He would still think he's unattractive. Would you not agree?
He's not. He stating I'm unattractive and stating I'm fat, completely different things, right? So if he's stating, okay, I'm overweight, right? Is that a self-esteem issue, or is that him just speaking as in generalization, a descriptor of himself?
It's not so much as the descriptor in and of itself. It's the fact that he is kind of stuck on it and brings it up and lets it bug him when other people say it.
You notice last year it didn't get mentioned quite often. The only reason it gets mentioned is because other people are basically trying to, oh, you're a fat ass, right?
Right.
He's
and
not.
To me, that's a victory.
And if he had an internal locus of control that was stronger, aka greater self-esteem, he would not give one holy shit.
He doesn't.
Oh no, it's tactical from him, right? If the only insult you have at OG is he's a fat ass, right? And he says, okay, I'm a fat ass, right? It's just basically him disarming your attack.
Exactly.
The people that are attacking him.
Okay, you can put it how you want to. We could argue about this, but I don't really want to.
But over and over again, I agree, Lindsay.
I see it as very much.
Well, everybody else keeps bringing it up over and over again.
Yeah. Last year, he didn't really mention most of this, and he wasn't being attacked by people based on that shit anyway.
To me, when someone calls me fat, I win.
I don't know about that. I think you win
automatically
when you feel strong and resilient and you feel good about yourself, and what the people say on the outside does not have much of an effect on you at all. Am I practicing what I preach? No, because I have that problem. I'm forever practicing that. So I'm not pointing the finger at OG and saying, hey, well, you need to improve this way and that way.
I think you're misreading it, though. Like, if someone calls me fat, I'm going to bring it up, not because it affects me, but because it proves that I'm right.
No, you're responding.
You haven't addressed my argument. You haven't addressed my principles. You haven't addressed my assertions or my statements. Your only retort is a low IQ, junior high, not even elementary school level insult. So I'm going to drag you around in your fat comment for fun because it proves you're stupid and that I win.
No.
Yeah.
It's kind of usually a tactical thing, at least generally on some of these panels, right?
I preface it. Sorry, interrupted you.
Like when Andrew Wilson and I had a debate and he couldn't argue with me and he just said, I think you're fat. It proves I won the debate in my mind. He had nowhere left to go. Whenever anybody resorts to these like petty little insults that have nothing to do with the topic, it proves that I win. And it makes a stupid, asinine, like petty bully out of the other person, hurling names around.
Yeah, and to be fair, like if it was actually a self-esteem issue, right, it would be negative talk as a generalization, right?
Hold on a minute. I did not say it was only self-esteem. I mean, I'm not thoroughly analyzing OG. I don't know him well enough. I'm just going on what I hear and see in the past couple months. and I see themes. That's all. But as I preface this, I could be totally wrong. But I would guarantee, I would bet my house and my car that we all on this panel and in chat have some kind of insecurity or self-esteem issue to some extent, with some being more confident than others. I think it would be little cap bullshit to
You're
say.
describing humans.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, and I
So
don't think
if
it's
that were true,
Well, when we harbor fear, resentments, and anger and items
D6,
like that, it destroys us, not the
that
other
wasn't
person.
meant as a petty insult to you. I can bench press you.
Who are you talking to?
I'm not putting you down when I say that. I'm just saying that you look like you weigh about 115 pounds soaking wet, and that's if you're tall. If you're short, you probably weigh way less than that. I can pick you up with one arm. That's just a fact. And
that's
I can bench press you.
what does it have to do with the topic at hand?
And she just said it did, and I'm saying it doesn't. It wasn't meant to be an insult to her at all.
Who's her?
I'm
D6.
confused.
Oh, her and I about the same size, I believe.
Yeah. I could bench press you too.
She should come up here.
I agree.
But
she
if she doesn't want
adds
to,
value to the panel.
She does. Anyway, I don't know, OG, if you want to talk about this or not, but I will tell you something that oftentimes we think about people and we just don't say anything because it just simply doesn't need to be said. It's a thought or a judgment, or it's just something we usually don't express. So all this time that you were trying to get me on the stream 1-to-1 so that you and I could talk. I sensed just by Orthodox.
Oh.
I sensed just by talking to you and listening to you talk to others that you were a good man. I didn't say anything about this. So when you said, okay, well, this conversation is going to be recorded for entertainment purposes, I ran west so fast and hard because to me it was like, all right, this is another person that's going to use my words against me when I'm seeking kindness. I know that you have kindness and integrity and you're a good man.
That's not all I told you, though.
I overlooked that. And I'm trying to tell you just from an outsider's, I'm trying to give you a compliment from an outsider's perspective that you truly do have value and integrity. And it's even when you're not trying to be anything, you're just yourself. You are very likable. That's all.
Shit, thank you.
You're absolutely welcome.
What is this? Get on fucking OG's dick day? Gee,
they can't handle it.
Knock you off first.
I know.
They can't handle it, Josh. It's all right, Josh.
Well, guys don't usually give anyone compliments, right? It's like, oh, you got to be lying.
Not publicly.
Yeah. So I do that when I genuinely feel it. I don't.
My bad. My bad.
Makes you a little braver. Go ahead, Chuck. Tell him how cute he is.
Whoa. First off, Lindsay,
don't hold it back.
Called for.
Humor is always called for. Whether or not it's funny, another thing.
Now that might create some self-esteem issues, right? Like creating an environment that's incredibly gay, and then we can use it. Nice.
Kind of like the scene in Fight Club when he goes to the men's titty session.
I was thinking more like Deliverance, like a Deliverance theme song going on in the background.
Oh, that's a vacation movie, yeah.
So what's going to happen if your teachers don't understand you and they say your work is subpar and they want to punish you? Your family life is shitty. Your relationships fall apart. Somebody burns your house down. I don't know what the exact scenario is, but what do you think would happen to someone's self-esteem? Then any type of criticism, this is my theory again, from anyone anywhere can hurt more because you're vulnerable versus when you feel strong, you feel a strong sense of self.
Sweet pea, let me stop you there. All of that, it's a bit personal. No one burned my house down, but it burned down. But all that's a bit personal.
Okay.
But let me tell you what. No, you're completely fine. It's not at all what I mean. What it does, it makes you a stone. Struggle maketh the man. Make no mistake, for the past 3 to maybe 5 to 6 months, I have been running around out of character because of a lot of the shit that I've gone on. Like, honestly, y'all haven't really met the real OG because I've gone through a lot of shit. Like, I lost my dad and then I lost the love of my life. So, like, mentally, I haven't been there for quite a long time, but I'm healing and having to deal with the worst of the internet while also overcoming this shit.
Hello.
I don't care anymore.
Same thing happened to me. Well, similar. And I did the same thing. I just got kind of hardened and I was like, F you and F you. And I don't care. And I became impervious to all the insults and the lies and everything. But still, is that self-esteem or is that just self-protection?
It's both. Here's the thing with me personally, right? I am going to do what I have to do. I don't care what other people think. I like being challenged by idiots and lessers. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to be a little arrogant now, right? My only fault compared to most people is I'm fat. Most of the people that have an issue with me, that's the only fucking thing that they have on me. They can't beat my ass. They're not smarter than me. They are not good at making acquaintances and friendships and doing business as I am. So it's time to take that one thing that they have better than me away from them, because I don't want them to have anything, because they're losers. They need to know that they're losers. And then I have to fix myself because I have people that rely on me. Plain and simple. It's time to no longer be mentally broken and sad and depressed. It's no longer time to ask, why me, God? Why me?
Time to ask what now? Here's the cards. Here's what you were dealt. Here's what I was dealt. Here's what Chuck was dealt, etc., etc. Now, what next? Not as in I'm anticipating another, rash of bullshit in my life, but okay, this is what I'm dealing with now. How do I gain some semblance of control of it by, piece by piece, creating a plan, some kind of plan of action so that you don't feel like you're wallowing all the time. I'm just attempting to help you by showing you what I did, because I had my life kind of fall apart too. And it feels much better to have a plan, to have some semblance of control than it does to say, I'm a victim, I'm a victim, I'm a victim. It's true, actually. You were a victim. We all were at some point.
Why do you assume that OG doesn't have like some type of direction he's going in? Oh shit, pussy. You need to shave
look
that.
At Chuck's hairy pussy. It's so small. Oh my God, it's got teeth.
Yeah, he done drew blood, or she drew blood.
Oh.
She likes to play for keeps, don't you? Yeah.
There's something adorable about hands that have killed people playing with a little kitty.
Easy now.
Revenge!
Attack of the owl, you little bastard.
You better watch where his claws are.
You know what irony would be? That's some reincarnated zipper head from fucking Asia.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Years ago, right? And he's getting revenge. How's that for karma?
Where's your sister at? Huh? Where's your sister?
But no, Lindsay, and you're absolutely right. Like and Josh, I appreciate you having my back and asking Lindsay, do I have a plan? No, man, I
You know
don't.
what? You know what? Just
Round up.
stop right here. I'm done with all that. I feel kind of challenged when I'm saying it's okay to challenge, but at the same time, this seems like in more of a, I don't know, resistance kind of way. I'm not trying to tell you how it is.
Pushback.
I'm not trying to tell anyone how it is or that I know you. I just wanted to make that clear from the beginning. I'm sorry if anything I shared struck a chord, or if it doesn't help you, if I'm just talking to the air.
No.
But I don't want to be, for you to think that I have any kind of ill intent or want to argue with you or make you feel bad.
I don't know. I'm just acknowledging I hear what you're saying. Calm down, Lindsay. It's not okay. It's not a fight.
It feels like why do you think that, or why did I mean, we're so used to debating each other, and
I'm not gonna debate. I'm not gonna debate you. Debating's gay. I was agreeing with you actually.
I had said your sky is completely purple, then that would be
Lindsay. Shh. Give me a second. Okay. Give me a second. Right. So I agree. I agree with what Lindsay was saying. Like I don't have a plan. I have to get one together because I don't know where to go. So I appreciate you having my back, Josh. But Lindsay's absolutely correct. It does feel better to have a plan in any situation. So that's what I was trying to say, Lindsay. Before you interrupted.
The comments I was getting before that, particularly, I believe, from Josh, which is okay. Josh is kind of a contrarian. He tears things apart. He analyzes them. He thinks about them. I don't dislike Josh. Here comes the but part. He has to challenge every damn thing I say. And come on, Josh.
Are you sure that you just don't notice that, like, only the challenges?
I just don't notice that what?
You're only noticing the challenges.
I noticed the positive feedback too.
Oh, so it's not all just challenges.
Correct. I didn't say it was.
Okay. It sounded like you did, but...
Here we go again. Oh, okay. All right.
I accept your revisionism. I got no dog in the hunt. Anybody want to buy some Arvin rifles? Never been fired and only been dropped once.
Wait, what? Are you talking about French rifles? Okay.
Let's go back to the revisionism. What was that supposed to mean?
Well, I could be wrong, so I was kind of making a joke. But it sounded like you said Josh only challenges everything that you say.
Nah.
And then you agreed that he doesn't. And then you said that you never said that it was...
I said it's... Okay. This is what I'm talking about with the challenging. As if I am against Josh or dislike him.
No, I don't think so.
Or am against any of you.
I don't think any of that.
In these grandiose claims that out of the blue that I know...
It's not grandiose. I'm just repeating what you said.
I didn't... Okay. All right. I'm going to step down because I'm not enjoying this.
Wait. What are they doing to you, Lindsay? Before you go, what are they doing to you? What are they doing to make it hostile? Like, that's a legitimate question.
Well, I kind of feel like it's almost like I can't articulate it. It's like I'm just sitting here talking. It's not good or bad. It doesn't have to be right or wrong. I'm expressing ideas, and every single little thing has to be challenged. Why? I'm not claiming that I'm some great person who's always right. I jumped in here to try to lift.
Well, you're doing a good job. You're welcome at it. People are going to ask questions. Not every question is a challenge.
The questions are such that, well, how do you know this? Well, why would you say that? Not, can you expand on that? Because I think I see that in him or not. You know what I mean? There's a difference.
Well, I can.
Well, you got the floor. You get your shit off. Everybody stop interrupting. Get your shit off, and then we can. And I don't mean that negatively.
You know what I'll do? A challenge for me would be to stay here and not drop down to chat. So that's what I'll do. I'll stay here.
I appreciate you, darling.
I can explain the line of my questioning. So, like, the concept of self-esteem, right? It's usually a general overall negative, like you're constantly negatively bashing on yourself, right? OG doesn't have like a long history of that. He does have a lot.
Self-esteem is the opposite. Not bashing on yourself, accepting yourself, and having internal strength.
Right. But that would be the thing is OG doesn't have a long history of negatively bashing on himself, right?
I haven't known him for as long as you have. Like I said, I could be totally wrong. We could be talking to the man with the greatest self-esteem in the entire world. We can play that.
I think he's just balanced.
Yeah,
okay.
It's the the conclusion was derived from that premise, right? And that premise, not real accurate. Now, the concept of the concept of planning, you may or may not have a point. Just depends on how you define a plan. I happen to believe that OG's kind of idealistic. He might not have a very described in a clear way of a direction he's going, but he is going in at least 2 or 3 different directions, probably just trying to figure out what works and what doesn't, right?
Yeah.
But my concept is when you're giving a compliment, right? If that's what you're trying to do, if you're giving a compliment, right, based on what premise? OG's not exactly much of a victim type person. It's just not in him. That's just not his personality concept. So it doesn't really work so well with him. However, building him up and telling me he's a nice guy, okay, I disagree with that one too, right? Because I don't think OG's all that nice of a guy.
There's a huge chasm between what I attempted to express, huge, and how you are interpreting it and seeing.
Wait, Lindsay, wait. I have a question now.
Very frustrating. But wait, one more thing. I'm almost done talking. I'm going to concede here because these 2 guys here, I don't know about Chuck, but Denizen and Josh know you better than I do.
Before you go away, can I give a slight critique?
I'm not going away.
If you're
you're
going to give somebody a compliment, just give them the compliment. OG, you're a nice guy. Then I have to bash him because I fundamentally.
Are you going to tell me how to give my compliments?
Josh doesn't believe I'm a nice guy. I want to hear more about that. I want to hear Josh psychoanalyze me. I'm actually genuinely curious. I want to hear him and Dennison because they seem to be.
This is real simple. Rub OG the wrong way and see the meanness come out.
Rub me the wrong way and you'll see the meanness come out.
I don't think you're nice either.
Okay. How does that, all right. How does that differ from anybody else on the panel when they're mad?
The difference would be generally a person is nice. They're being perceived as being nice in spite of the conflict, right? It's like somebody's going to kick me and I'm going to turn around and be kind in return. It's not majority of the people. Denizen might, if anybody's going to fit that criteria, it might be Denizen. I've seen Denizen.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more of a nice guy than most of the people on this panel.
Yeah, I'd almost call him a pacifist.
Chuck, I'd be careful. I'd be careful making that claim. Chuck is pretty much a nice guy, and I've had my ass chewed out by Chuck too.
I don't think Chuck's a nice guy either.
It might be a little nicer than Chuck, but I think he remains nice a lot longer. Well, here's the thing. Chuck is diplomatic. Let's put it that way.
I'm not. Let's put it that way. Does that make me
No, I think you are.
Or just
I think you try to
good and bad. Is there duality in
I'm not making that kind of judgment against you that you're good or bad. I'm not just because I don't think you're nice means that I think you're bad. I'm not going to do that. That's above my pay grade.
Isn't nice something that you do indeed? Not just a noun. It's an action.
Yeah, I mean you could be defined by your actions. It could be defined by your actions. But I'm not going to put a moral connotation or responsibility on your niceness or lack thereof. Again, that's above my pay grade. I'm not your judge.
I would say, no, you're not, but you're giving me the feedback is always interesting. It's always interesting to see how other people see you. Would you not agree?
Yes.
And so the fact that you see me that way is interesting to me. But
What way though?
You
Because there
said
wasn't a lot of inquiry. I just
was
simply said I
not-
didn't think you were nice.
said that I was not nice.
Yeah, I don't think you're that nice.
And I would say, let me reflect on that. And I did. And my retort is not a defense. It's, you know what? I am kind of like a stone, like Orthodox guy. But what's inside internally and in my actions, in my thoughts, in my deeds is basically a nice person. But I would definitely say you're sensing this coldness and this hardness, if that's what it is. I definitely have that. I will cop to that.
Can we clarify some definitions just so we don't get too past each other? When you're saying nice, do you mean like a type of person that's agreeable?
Oh no, we're defining nice now.
Well, don't we, in order to have the conversation?
Yeah, please go for it.
So do you believe that Dennison is an agreeable person or a non-agreeable person? Start there.
How about you define nice first? Because
I get an agreeable person. I'm going to add on top of it an agreeable person in spite of being within some type of conflict, like being confronted by another person and then returning with agreeableness. Dennison, I would describe as that way. I wouldn't describe most people that way, though.
And I have my limits.
Sure, everybody's got their limits.
That definition is a wee bit confusing.
Yeah, but it's just generally agreeableness.
He said a wee bit.
Yeah. Like an agreeable person is a nice person. But since we can't actually get inside somebody's head, right? All we can do is measure their actions, right? So I've seen Dennison be confronted and he returned in agreeable fashion, right? To me, that would be
honest
nice.
with you, I really don't want to debate whether Dennison is nice or not. That really doesn't interest me.
How would we understand what you perceive as being somebody?
Or maybe you can ask Chuck or someone else, and maybe I was, jumped the gun and thought you were asking me to to say whether Dennison was agreeable or not.
Yeah. Do you believe that? Well, I guess because I'm trying to understand when you're saying that. When you're saying OG is nice, right? When you're saying OG is nice, right? What does that mean? Does that mean he's an agreeable person?
I defined it when I talked about him already. I defined it as integrity. I defined it as the way he treats others.
But what about the way he treats others?
Intentions.
What about his intentions, though? Because he could intend
he has good intentions on the whole. If you piss him off or you're a jerk, or his personality, so far that I can see, is that he's very loyal to his friends. If you piss off one of his friends, you're dead.
Loyalty, that's
nice. No.
So loyalty, okay, we're getting somewhere. Can you add some other, two more things?
How I would define niceness?
Yeah.
I define niceness as loyalty. Yeah, I suppose that would be a trait. Will would be one.
Willful, strong-minded, strong-willed.
Where you're coming from. Are you giving somebody a compliment because you want something back? Or are you giving someone a compliment because it's genuine and you feel it and you want to share it? So
goodwill?
Right. Okay, good. Yeah. But then again, are we going to have to define goodwill? Please say no.
No, I'm trying to break it down to terms that we don't have to define. Because you kept saying good and intent, and those are vague, right? But I think, what was it? Loyalty? That's pretty specific, right, Josh?
Yeah. Loyalty is pretty specific.
Goodwill is a little more abstract, but I think we're still on the rails there.
Should we say good intent?
Well, because I don't know what good intent means.
Okay, we're going to bore the shit out of chat, and I'm not even really sure. I'm just going to be blunt. because you are
Yeah.
too, and I feel like I can be. I'm not really sure if this is a productive conversation or where it's going, or if it's really helpful to anyone. If we're just
trying to
playing word games.
I'm just trying to understand when you say
No.
something nice, what does that mean?
Well, this is
Yeah, I'm
almost
just trying to understand
Andrew
where you're
Wilson
coming from.
approach.
What's that, Chuck?
No, because this isn't a debate, though, Chuck.
We're tearing apart something that was natural and not mechanical and well meant. Why do we have to analyze it like we're tearing apart an insect?
You kind of
don't understand
the
it.
body. I don't.
You don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't understand what you meant, and you kind of did ask me for my opinion.
I asked you for your opinion on what exactly.
Well, whether or not
said I
OG has low self-esteem and whether or not he's nice.
No, I asked you specifically here, if you rewind the tape, so to speak, about your own, judgment, if you will, about me not being nice. And so I am, in essence, making this about me now, which is annoying and boring to other people. So I am no longer interested. This is boring.
Is it annoying and boring to other people or to you?
Other people too.
Well, who gives a
Good
fuck?
question.
I think we're being overly.
We're talking up here.
I think it's interesting, but what do I
Yeah,
know?
me too.
Why? Why is this interesting? I don't see
Because
anybody
when
going, "Oh my God, this
describe
is
it- because when you
fascinating."
describe a thing and you're of a different, I'm going to call it species, right? Because women don't think the same way as men.
Yes.
Right? When you're describing something, we probably genuinely want to understand that thing that you're describing.
And learning about others, it helps us to learn about ourselves.
That's fair.
And I tell
And it
you,
helps us navigate through the world in
been
a much
told-
more meaningful way than knowing how airplanes work or what calculus is.
I have been
and
told.
two, on these panels, it's very seldom you see people break it down to a real level. If
Right.
you catch my drift.
And we're really sharing ideas and information that helps us grow.
As opposed to just flinging horse
Then
shit
can
to
we
one
make
another.
this? Can we obliterate this horse shit? Throw an IED on it and just say exactly what you want to say, where you're going. Because I simply asked you. I don't want to.
There's no trick ending for me, so I can't do that. You're assuming there is. You're waiting for the gotcha, and that's just not what this is about for me.
Bush. Just say what you got to say. Right?
I did. There's
Right,
you think
I'm not nice. Okay.
All
Okay.
right, let's bring it down.
No, I'm not. I'm not mad, Chuck.
There's no negative, there's no conflict in this. It just, when you say the word nice, right, when you're describing somebody, we don't comprehend what that means.
So he thinks I'm disloyal. If we're defined by the definitions we said.
no, that was yours.
We said that nice. You said okay.
I can give you mine.
Yes, please. Please.
So nice is someone who is agreeable for the sake of agreeableness, right? Someone who goes along to get along just for that sake. I would say where my agreeableness may be apparent on the surface is because of the underlying kindness. Technically, I'm not very agreeable at all, but the kindness and the sharing means more to me than the disagreement, and so I can air like there's an appearance of agreeability where technically in my mind I'm totally disagreeing. And that's what niceness is. Nice is overt politeness for its own sake without any other motive. And I think that's what separates niceness and kindness is kindness has to do with actual intent, motivation, and outcome rather than just behavior.
Can you think somebody is kind and not nice then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would say that about myself. And I would also say that could be the other way around too. You can be nice and not truly be kind. You can act nice and be totally.
Now that I have you on the spot.
Say again.
You said, do you think I am either one of those? You said you're not nice. So we eliminated that one. Do you think that I'm kind?
I don't know because niceness is superficial. So I feel like I'm in a position to make that judgment, even though I can I'm still probably wrong. Whereas if I make any judgment at all about your kindness, then I'm pulling it completely out of my ass, and it's coming from nowhere because I don't know you.
Then we don't have a conversation.
What?
I mean, we can talk about many things, but to me, this whole point is moot.
What point?
The whole point of this conversation, if you and I truly do not know one another, then what we're going off on is simply what we've observed and experienced in an anecdotal way.
Correct.
So because we don't truly know each other, we could say all of this could be entirely false, and most likely is.
Correct.
Why? Therefore, why would we pursue it? Like, who gives a fuck?
Well, giving a fuck and why we would pursue it are two different questions, in my opinion. We would pursue it because in the sharing is how we gain actual knowledge. It's also how I can gain understanding. Right? So I can make certain presumptions, and those may be irrelevant, but the way you react to, respond to, and correct those presumptions are sharing, and how I can gain more knowledge and gain understanding, especially if you define terms and I define terms and then we exchange those ideas, then that's true understanding. That's wisdom. And whether or not that... Go ahead.
The last two lines that you just said right there make the most sense of everything that you've said.
Okay, that sounds like an insult, but either way, the only other thing I was going to say is,
I said it makes no sense. I didn't denote some kind of connotation, good or bad, to it. What I said is it rings more clearly with me.
Yeah, it just makes it sound like everything else I said sounded like babble.
No, that was what you assumed, and that's why that's telling about you. Just like you said, how I reply and respond and defend or whatever I do defines, helps you understand about me.
I don't think that's true, though. I don't think.
Oh, really? It just goes one way, huh?
No, because you're not getting what I'm saying, and stop interrupting me, and I'll get there.
All right.
Your reaction is not what I'm reading into. It's the correction and the information that you're telling me. I'm going to assume that you're telling me the truth rather than try to psychoanalyze it and pretend like I'm making a model of you. And the only other thing I was going to say is whether or not any of that's important is subjective, and I don't even think it's the question. It's worth it to me. It's more fun than watching TV,
I thought I muted myself. Okay. Hey, you know what? Sorry for interrupting.
No worries. I don't even think you owe me an apology. I just wanted to get that out, and I think hopefully you changed your mind now and you get what I meant. That's the more important thing.
It's a lot of it is resonating. I will tell you that more of it resonates than not, and that some of it, if it doesn't resonate, doesn't necessarily mean that you are wrong and I am right, or vice versa. It just means that I'm looking at something differently than you are.
Yeah, if all the information I'm getting from you indicates that you're a pathological liar that can't be trusted, then maybe I will gauge your reactions as more of an information source than your information. But that's not how I operate, and maybe that makes me naive and incorrect. But I operate on my base level is to assume that humans have a variety of different reactions to different situations, that people who actually think they can read into those are fucking stupid and they don't get it, and that you're better off listening to exactly what people tell you than you are trying to put your own frame or model of what you think is right or wrong onto their reactions and think that you can know a person. Those people are pseudo-intellectuals, in my opinion. It's better just to shut your fucking mouth and listen to what people actually say and take it at face value and listen to their words. Because most people aren't complete and total liars. And then if you do that, you can also see where the inconsistencies are. You can see where people's blind spots are, where they might be lying to themselves and therefore they're lying to you. You can catch them inconsistencies and see where they're lying to everyone. So it's just overall better to listen to what people say.
Generally speaking, it would be most people on this panel, on these panels, right? Like at least within OG's sphere, most of us are trying to figure out like what the other person's really describing and saying. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong, right? But that's usually why.
Do you think most people on here on this panelverse are pathological liars?
On panelverse, like as in all of YouTube, right? Yeah, well, most people are just attention seeking. However, you do get these little niche groups where, here, an example, me and Dennison, polar opposites, right? It takes like a little bit of effort to understand when somebody's describing a thing, saying, oh, okay, well, he's looking at it from this frame, right? And so that's what he's talking about. It's just really trying to understand what the other person's having to say.
Yeah, I can even break it down kind of a little easier. Well, you guys might not understand, but from being in the military and people that have been in action, you get the guys that seen stuff and they come back and they don't say a word. And then you'll get somebody that was in the rear, like a cook or something, that hasn't seen anything, but yet they're out here glorifying like this huge. They was involved in this huge combat situation when it's just total exaggeration. And I think that happens a lot of times with situations on the panelverse I'm talking about.
Start calling them coleslaw commandos or fucking paper cut brigade or some shit. That would be hilarious.
I've never been in combat.
I was just using that as an example.
The closest I've come to combat is in relationships.
Does combat count as getting shot at and returning fire? Does that count?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I've been in combat twice.
But do you see you don't just run around exaggerating that incident to be Mr. Billy Big Pants? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The only fire I've taken is female vitriol.
Damn.
And therefore, that would color your experiences with all women, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Only to a certain extent. I do a clean slate mentality. So I give every person the benefit of the doubt and start over new from scratch.
We're gonna go for a little bit longer because I'm enjoying the vibe and chill. But if you guys would like to donate to extend the show, that's still available. We're going to go for a little bit longer because I'm liking the chill vibe and the conversation. But we have been going for almost 6 hours. Ike gave us a dono to go for another hour at the 5-hour mark. Thank you very much, Ike. And if you guys would like to dono, if y'all like to support the show and whatnot, that'd be very much appreciated. Ko-fi, GoFundMe, Cashapp, or Super Chat, all welcome. Like and share the video. Please continue, guys. This is a very chill vibe. I'm liking it. Or not.
You're so chill and silent.
Or not. So, how was everybody doing?
I usually do it with my right hand, and I guess that's kind of why I like leans to the right a little bit. Maybe I've been doing it for too long. I have no idea, but that's how I do it. That's how
I use my left, and it bends to the left too.
Motherfuckers always got to be different, right? Always.
Maybe there's some truth to that too, because it curves to the left.
I shoot rifles and guns for fun, so I just go straight up and down.
See if that Cashapp went through.
Straight up and down.
Yes, sir. It went through.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chuck.
I don't know what the prices are. I just threw you what I could.
Well, we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going. That's fine. We'll just keep it going. But no, like, I'm just saying, straight up and down. You know, it's kind of straight. It doesn't go to the left or the right. It's just straight.
To the left, to the left.
Lays on his back when he's doing it.
I mean, that is one of my favorite positions, but my favorite position is hitting it from the back. I just like grabbing a hand, wrapping my hand up in that bitch's hair, yanking back. I'm just saying. I'm gonna be real with you. Ain't no better feeling.
I would, but I live in a weird world where like I'm always concerned with like revenge and shit like that, right? So I'm kind of like scared she might do the same to me. And I really don't want my hair.
You got them lady boys over there.
See, I'm not scared of I'm not scared of revenge. All right, I like it when she fucks back. All right, I like it.
Whoa. Whoa.
I told you, I've done a lot of mean things in my life, right? So I have to constantly look.
Oh no, bro, no, ain't no better feeling. The crowning achievement in my life that brings me joy is makeup sex. And she was being a particular cunt, and then like she started talking shit. Miller hitting it from the back. She's like, "You better not grab my hair." And I'm not gonna touch your hair. And then fucking starts bitching and complaining, and I'm just like balls deep tearing it up. I'm like, you know what, bitch? All right, you can complain. One mighty thrust in here. Wrong hole, motherfucker. I'm like, yes.
Oh, she was Chinese, huh? Long hole.
Bad.
No,
That's
great.
That's older.
Awesome.
That one's older than dirt.
Felt amazing. And then I felt bad. I felt bad because she was looking back at me. I saw tears in the eyes, so I stopped. And she bitch gonna ask me why did I stop, and then not even let me finish. I was like, "Bitch, fuck you." But crowning achievement in my life, I got her back though. I got her back. It was great. You always got to get back in the relationships, Josh. You can't be afraid of the get back, brother.
I married a communist. I am definitely afraid of the get back.
See, no, you gotta go down on. You gotta go down on her when that leg starts twitching. You know what I'm talking about? That little fucking muscle right there, where the leg starts twitching.
That lower stomach gets to quivering.
And you, yeah, that works too. And you just look at her, you smile, and you stop, and you just sit up and be like, "Man, today was a great day." You start talking about your day.
Oh,
fuck.
I
gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh,
bro, I've gotten the shit beat out of me.
Yes.
But it's so fucking worth it. Every time I talk about this with chicks, they're like, "Motherfucker, you go window shopping, I'll beat the fuck out of you." Like,
I'm telling you, there was a dude I was with in the service, and he was talking about his old lady would do that. And, you know, I was just telling him, I said, "Man, you fucking lying." So he recorded it and brought it in, and he's trying to lay pipe, and she's wanting to talk about Kmart blue light specials.
Yeah.
I just do not. Well, a couple of months later, we got off of work early. We was in the service. So he went to his place to drink some beer. His wife was supposed to be at work. We're sitting in the living room, and we hear these strange noises. He says, "Well, come with me so I don't kill this motherfucker." He opens that door up, and here's a lady from upstairs with his wife going to town. This man wanted to shrivel up like a little baby. He said, "I can handle." Yeah. He's like, "I can handle losing my wife to another dude, but not to another chick. This is just below low."
He should have been a man. Like, hey, look, I'm finna join, baby. Fuck that.
Yeah, there's enough holes.
Yeah, somebody getting stuck.
Here comes Poppy.
He was traumatized.
He's gay.
He was Billy Badass because he thought it was a dude. He was fit to kick some ass. When he saw that chick, he just wilted up. I mean,
was she at least hot?
The upstairs neighbor, yeah, she was an older blonde. His wife was probably 30 at the time, and the older blonde would have been 45-ish. Knew both of them.
They were just having some fun. That's all.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious here, right? And I don't mean to derail here, right? But Dennison stated the idea that multiple, there's more holes to deal with. I thought you were a minimalist, Dennison. How do you how do you extend more additional choices on this one thing, right?
Well, he might have been in the chair in the corner.
Damn.
No, see,
There's a certain level of fun to that, but not with my woman, and then not like without any reciprocation.
No,
I truly haven't had a complete three-way yet, though.
It's Go ahead, Denny. My bad.
I made out with two chicks at the same time, and there was a little bit of first base action, but I still haven't completed a proper threesome.
Can we start a GoFundMe? Get Dennison a couple
yes.
hookers at the same time?
Yes. Well,
I don't know if I want a hooker.
I can't do hookers.
Oh
yeah, I refuse to pay for sex. It's something about it. Like I will not. I had a best friend when I was younger. I came into some money. I'm not going to talk about how. And my best friend was like, I was like, dude, you want anything? He's like, you know what? I want a hooker. Can you buy me a hooker? I'm like, are you serious? And he's like, yeah, no, I'm dead ass serious. I'm like, why do you want a hooker?
If somebody buys you a hooker, though, how does that violate that rule? Right? You're not buying.
No, bro, it's weird. I wasn't the one asking for the hooker. My friend asked me for the hooker. I'm like, I guess. I mean, I'm like, I don't even know how to go about purchasing a hooker. Like
herpes.
Sure.
First depends where you're at.
Well, we were in Vegas. We were taking a trip. I had just turned 18, and we were doing a trip from Oklahoma to LA. And dude was like, all right, Siri, calm down. I hear you in the background, Lindsay. But we were say, first off, this bitch gonna get mad at me. All right, I called the stripper ladies. I didn't know they were strippers. I just saw the book, the black book on the side of the nightstand, and saw like naked bitches. Bitch gonna get mad at me. I'm not a hooker. I'm like, you sell your body for fucking money. If I throw $1,000 down, you gonna say no? And there was a little bit of a silence, kind of.
You better not have though, because for $1,000 you could get a high class call girl.
No. I have a strict rule: no paying for sex for me or the homies. You go out and spit some game, get it the old-fashioned way, or spend your own fucking money.
It's gonna cost you one way or the other.
You know what? I'm gonna have to call my wife a hooker, right? Because
I was gonna do my homie a solid and get him a hooker, but this bitch got uppity and got an attitude, so I was like, "Fuck you, scraggly ass hoe."
Never mind. He's not nice. I take it back.
Well, I told you about that.
Come have sex with Charlie Murphy,
didn't I? Gee, I told you about that card game I got involved in Germany, didn't I?
No,
I was 18, and the maintenance shop I worked in, the sergeant in charge, after hours, we sit there and play gin rummy. I didn't know. First time I'd ever seen the game gin rummy. Well, fuck, I was up to losing a whole paycheck. And he goes, I know a way you can pay this off without money. I kind of looked at him.
Dick.
Yeah, I kind of looked at him sideways, with a side eye. He says, no. He said, all you got to do is come over to my house and fuck my old lady.
Damn.
I looked at him, I said, no, I'm not doing no three-way with some dude. He goes, no, I'm going to leave. And I laughed it off, and a couple of days later, he come at me again. He says, you want to pay this off, or you just want to give me your paycheck? So I went over there and started drinking a couple of beers at his house. And he goes, all right. He says, it's 6 o'clock. I'll be back at 9. And he went out the door. Well, I didn't have no choice. I had to fuck his old lady. Turned out
he had no choice.
Turned out he was impotent. So he was just trying to keep his old lady happy so she wouldn't leave him.
If your dick don't work and you got to let another man fuck your old lady, you might as well just end that relationship right there.
Yeah, let her go.
If she ain't gonna stay loyal through thick and thin, just let her go. Let it. That sad song by that one British dude that I really love. I can't remember it. He's like, "Let it go. It's over now."
You gotta remember, I was young and dumb and full of cum. I didn't know shit.
Oh, Chuck.
So how much did you get paid, Chuck?
How much did he get paid?
No, you.
For the blowjob.
About $600.
Damn.
Yeah, I told you I lost my whole check. Hell, my first year in, my fucking grand total was $4,600.
And then he had to give the guy a blowjob after that.
Oh no! Oh no! Homie, don't. No.
Sure.
Chuck got paid $600 for some horizontal mambo.
No lollipopping. Oh no! Yeah, if I couldn't have done it with him there.
Man, I've never been paid for sex.
Well, it was either that or give him my whole check, and then not have nothing.
Chuck, you don't have any idea how many paychecks I have blown in the name of sex.
Wait.
Oh shit!
You said blown.
Yes.
And it confused me.
Pun intended.
You paid to blow somebody?
I pay men all the time. I've started feeling guilty and just not quite right with myself.
What?
So I
think my headphones are messed up.
I think she's taking you for a ride, gentlemen.
Another pun.
Money's on the table, right?
So who's liars and what are we lying about?
All of us on the panel. We just discussed that.
That wasn't a lie.
No, I'm not a liar.
And
sorry, sister, I did not discuss that in any way.
In the panel verse. Okay. All right. Okay.
I've never been paid for sex, right? But I'm willing to explore it if that's an option. I didn't.
I shacked up with some bitch that paid all my rent, so if that counts, yeah. I charged even more than Chuck.
Sure.
There you go. $600 back then was a lot.
I just pay who's ever around. Neighbors age doesn't matter as long as they're over 18.
Good Lord, it's getting deep in here.
How much would you pay me?
I would pay you a good $10.
Brat.
Damn. You a cheap hole, didn't it?
She doesn't value me. I mean, it's not like I'm surprised.
I wouldn't have to pay you anything. You might look, okay, you're gonna see everything is
now here we go.
I think if I were your next door neighbor and I said, how about it? You would say, yeah.
You'd think I'd fuck you for free, huh?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure of yourself there, darling.
I've been in that situation before.
Wait, if Dan is worth $10, what am I worth? I think I'm going to get my feelings hurt now.
Look, Pinocchio, we know you want to be a real boy.
One day. One day.
One day.
One day. Come on, Lindsay. How much am I worth? How much am I worth?
You're in the service, Josh. You know stories like this. Come on.
Yeah, but everybody.
What I like is there's going to be like two answers to this question. And that's why I'm
ridiculous question again. And
oh no! If Dennison gets assessed at $10, right? And I refuse to get left out of this one, right? Because I'm in constant competition with Den, right? So what is my value?
Why do I have to define your value? Why don't you tell me
how much are you paying me? How about that?
How much are you charging?
Oh shit!
Should I charge $150 an hour?
Would you
that includes the listening and the foreplay. So
would you pay Dennison $150?
I could see Josh being Rocket Man.
What does that mean?
You don't know what Rocket Man means?
I am.
I know.
You go quick.
I know the song.
I am 6 second boy. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
6 seconds. Damn, Josh.
Here's how weird this is. Like, I just sort of tried to do that. How men talk about having sex with women or using them, living with them for money or whatever the case may be.
That is not what I said.
And if I said that, I would be chastised so hard. Pun number.
Oh yeah, you've been accused of hitting every married man on panel. I mean,
I have,
Jesus.
And it's
That's
true.
no lie.
I know, it's kind of funny.
They were treacherous at first.
Using women for rent.
That would make you a gentleman.
Talk about revisionism.
He wants to fight. Denizen wants to fight. This is
Did you have equity?
Let's get it on. Let's get it on.
STUPID.
Nah.
I could tell you about the night all hell broke loose.
Just to be clear, I'm not offering anything. I don't,
Dennison uses dick like a visa.
Oh God!
I run it through when money come out.
Slick and greasy.
Lindsay doesn't pay for sex; she pays them to leave.
You're gonna have to give me more than $10 then, bitch.
Damn.
She didn't even make me any food.
You could be like a friend of ours that we know that paid a hooker just to have conversation with.
Who's that?
Our brother Jack.
Oh, of course it's Jack. I should have known. He's such a Weasley little teenage girl. Any chance you get to bring up something about Jack?
Well, no. I mean, I'm just talking about the situation of using hookers.
Uh-huh.
There was a time I got caught with my hand in the cookie jar. That was World War III.
You mean aside from the time where you got paid to fuck some dude's wife?
I wasn't married then. And I just got to Germany. I just turned 18. And whew, boy, working in a strip club, I thought I knew everything. I found out real quick I did not know everything. Because I thought strip club gave me, knowledge of the world. No, the world was a lot bigger than I thought it was. Caught me off guard.
I can't believe you threw me under the bus about the fucking we get to pull that bullshit. No, there are no stories, because if those stories fucking come to light, right? Like, they're in the news. We're constantly getting arrested for prostitution. It's a big no-no.
Well, I know there used to be a bunch
I don't
of
have any stories.
That got arrested for that in Germany. They tried
the
to
only
mix in with the locals.
I went to a strip club when I was underage, and one time my boss bought me like a dance, and I kept touching the girl, so they kicked me out.
Oh, that must have been quite a while back.
It's 2009-ish.
Oh, okay.
Around there.
Yeah, I can remember the no-touch policy. That'd get you first touch and they were gone.
And I swear to God, I was pretty drunk, but I swear to God, Chuck, I swear to God, she kept grabbing my hands and putting them on her.
Yes, I believe you, because you were getting.
And then
was you getting a private dance?
Yeah, it was just for me.
Well then, that's horse shit.
And then the bodyguard kept catching me with my hands on her and being like, you can't do that or whatever. But he was like saying it to my boss, right? And then eventually they kicked me out.
And I can believe it was the girl that was doing it to you, because they used to do it at the club I worked at.
See, no one would believe me. No one would believe
I
me.
believe you.
Yeah,
only because I worked at one.
And that's not to say that I wasn't into it. I was. I liked her, but
it's a good business model, right? Like, if you get like 20 minutes a dance.
Then then she doesn't have to finish the whole thing. She got me kicked out.
Yep.
I do have an experience if you want to hear from the woman's side. Well, even if you don't, I'm going to go ahead and tell it.
Ew, it's gross for women. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
You sound like a woman now there, G.
His voice is higher than mine.
I'm telling you.
Ew.
Hey, whoa.
The way you said ew. And plus, I have a deep.
Ew.
Okay, so 18.
Wow, he's been pegged before.
Jesus.
Oh boy.
I pay taxes.
Here's the
Go ahead, Lindsay.
one woman's experience, because I can't say women's because it's been different. I was 18. I went to Hawaii for graduation, and they had this all-male review kind of thing. My cousin really wanted to go, and I was kind of skeptical because I didn't want any strange guys rubbing their wieners against me. It just didn't appeal to me. If anything, it would draw a giggle. But I was a good sport. I went with her. Then they were asking. First of all, I kind of got the impression that the guys were very beautiful, very good looking, very much paid attention to their bodies, sleek, almost like Barbie doll-ish, if you will, or like Ken, almost fruity, almost like they like to be with each other, but I'm not quite sure. That's just the impression I get. So they called for volunteers from the audience, and I'm like, hell no. And my cousin's right next to me, and she's all, oh, right here.
Is that the one that's got the huge chest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So my usually good little polite cousin with the huge boobs gets up there, and this guy takes off his little Speedo things, and he lifts up her shirt. And mind you, she has like double D and a half. She has to wear 3 bras just to jog. So this guy's just like, oh, perfect. He rubs. Okay, this is getting rated R. I'll have to use the right words. He rubs his member up and down and up and down.
For everyone who doesn't know, member means penis.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so he rubs his hot dog, against the middle, in the crevice of her boobs and pushes them together even bigger.
Was it kosher?
I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't check the Jew status or see if there was extra salt or what the deal was. Anyway, so his butt is undulating for the audience while he's busy there with his member between her boobs, and she's lifting her arms up and she is loving it. And I'm seeing a new side of my cousin that I have never seen before. And I'm seeing this guy's sweaty buns, even though they're cute and tight and high. It's like his whole butt is gyrating, and he's not really into her. He's not. You can just tell it's pure performance. And I got grossed out. I got grossed out. And I looked around, and some ladies were really into it, and some were like, okay, their eyes were just huge, but they were watching. I would say overall, I would not go back, and I never did. And I would probably visit a strip club with women in it before I visited a all-male review. And that is just my anecdotal experience, in case you were wondering. I did not find it sexy.
No, it's a gay guy.
Well, I'm not sure, but there was
it's probably the performance that did it.
Yeah, I think it is. Women are more like, I think that they are more like it is sexier when the man really wants the woman. If we're talking about sex, and vice versa. If it's just a performance, it's blah. Can't get into it.
And most of the males are homosexual or bisexual.
That way. God.
Yeah. I used to drive the dancers at our club. It was my job to pick them up and then take them back home for their own safety. And
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go.
And the girl that you see in the club is totally opposite of the girl that you're taking home to her 3 kids. I mean, it's like it's a performance to them.
Yes.
They look at it like it's a job. They put blinders on, and it's just what they have to do to get money.
I have
That make
2
any
strippers
sense?
in the family, and they say exactly what you say. They say you start getting to where you find the men kind of disgusting and repulsive, and it's a performance thing, and you don't want to be there, and you kind of resent them. They don't say anything like, I feel really empowered, I feel sexy, I love making them want me, or anything kind of positive. They're like, ugh, yuck.
Yeah,
So
could you imagine getting pawed every night? Groped.
no.
I mean, what it would do to your sense of
Yeah.
this ain't sexy no more.
So I wonder if it's the reverse too, and eventually maybe those men turn gay, or maybe they're gay in the first place. But
Most of them are gay.
they might resent women too and think, ugh, I have to do
That's
this.
That's what Rock Hudson said. Why he went to males, because he had so many throwing themselves at him, he got sick of them because he couldn't get a relationship. He was a movie star, and it's like having a groupie that follows the concert scenes around.
But if you're not gay, if you're genuinely heterosexual, it's just you can't all of a sudden, I think, decide, hey, you know what? I had this bad experience with this man.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah, he can't.
Gay.
I thought the same thing. I'm like, there's not a switch that you flip,
Right.
After
He was already gay.
Yeah, being 50 years old and all of a sudden decide, oh, by the way, I'm gay.
Why would I rub one out to Lindsay's gross story about some gay dude's sweaty ass?
Oh, what are you talking about?
It's me.
That's
hell are you
D6. That's her
talking
claim.
about?
She thinks we're all going to rub one out now.
I think she's just being funny.
Oh, Lord.
Maybe she's flicking her bean.
I'm a little picky. I'm only going to rub one out if the girl's cross-eyed.
And in a wheelchair?
Especially in a wheelchair.
I have an advanced wheelchair. Has a missile guidance system on it. And special shocks because I'm fat.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Beep, beep.
So let me ask an invasive question.
When I press the horn, it plays La Cucaracha.
Oh.
La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
I got a leopard skin chair too. It's leopard.
Can't get much cheesier than that.
Dear God, why does Lindsay hate me so much?
Because you said I'm not nice, and I said you're monotone, and we both took it the wrong way.
Well, what was you going to say a minute ago, Lindsay?
But you've not liked me way before I said you were not nice.
And in all seriousness, I don't hate you at all.
That's not what I said.
Oh, I thought you said, why does Lindsay hate me?
No, that's not what I said.
That's what I heard.
He said, why does Lindsay want
you just hear whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Don't you want me, Lindsay?
Okay. No, I was going to ask a question, but I think I'll skip it.
Beans are the musical fruit.
The more you eat, the more you toot.
Ortho, what are you doing? Can we see your hands?
Good question, because he did get real quiet there, didn't he?
He sure did. It was the male review.
It's kind of like, when Flo turns his camera off, we know what he's doing.
All the time. Yeah.
We got that from Tarek, however he would know. You remember when he said that
What's
shit?
he doing?
Yeah, I remember.
Tarek called his phone and left a voicemail and told Flo that, I know that when you turn that camera off, you're busy masturbating whenever there's a woman on screen.
Oh my
and
God.
He played that voicemail on the
telling
live.
on himself.
It was crazy. I mean, it was just weird. He's going, how does Tarek know? Do I got to cover my windows?
Is there, my question to you will not be so blunt, I'll soften it. Is there anything beautiful or sacred about sex to men?
Yes.
I can't speak for men.
Well, for myself. Thank
Okay.
you, Denizen.
All right, minus Denizen, to the men on panel.
Well, they can't speak for men either.
I can only speak for myself because I know there's men that don't. They look at it as an object, and that's it.
I look at it as a fucking house chore. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
Oh, God.
Hate it when I lose my damn car keys in there.
Oh, gross. Never mind.
Did
you asked?
I did. You told the truth.
But
Thanks.
but I can't speak for other men.
What are you doing? Loosey goosey?
I'm just saying I can't speak for other men. I can speak for myself.
Oh, two of you are. Okay.
Wait, Lindsay.
So everybody minus Chuck, right?
You don't think car
Minus
keys will
Chuck and
fit up in there?
Denizen. Pardon?
You don't think car keys will fit up in there?
No.
You said a house. You said a house door. That's why I threw car keys in there.
I mean, I know. Okay, I can't go there.
You hang out at the local ER long enough, right? You'll find all kinds of things.
I have a funny story, but I'm hesitant.
You finally finished up?
I have a funny story, but I'm hesitant to tell it because Chuck will make fun of me as soon as I say the first sentence. So like, I'm gonna need cash.
No, I won't. I promise I wouldn't do that no more.
I'm gonna need like a $10 Cash App before I tell my story, either Cash App or Super Chat. It's funny.
I promise I won't say a peep.
Nah, I don't trust you. I trust money. I got to be bribed for this one.
All right.
This is gonna make me. This is
I
gonna
already
make
gave mine.
This is gonna make me put the video on like the ultra members, or I'm gonna have to go back in and edit it out.
How much are you talking? You want $10?
I'll take it, chat, but $10 for the story specifically. I mean, I think it's funny. You might not think it's funny. It's very short.
Who cares what I think?
There was a man from Nantucket.
The other men will probably think it's hilarious. This man.
I will not respond.
Well, I've got an ethnic story to tell on the off-colored subject we are talking about right now. And if somebody pays Ortho, I will share that story too. So you will have 2 for 1.
I got one of them off colors too.
Yeah, ethnic, off color, and sex. What is this, like race play? Is that what we're doing? Damn.
We're race baiting, Josh.
Damn.
In a different kind of way.
Yeah, I got a story on that one too, Lindsay.
There's 3 for 1. One simple payment.
I'm a little bit more disappointed that Lindsay. Well, I don't know, Lindsay. So if I were to tell you that a large amount of men view sex as like the same thing as like dealing with house chores, at least a lot of the married men, right? Would you find that shocking?
Not if they were married.
Ah, see, so it's the marriage thing. That's the difference.
I do believe.
True.
I disagree with you.
Okay.
Well, Chuck, that's because you're a real man and your woman will serve you, right? The rest of us, we're out here busting our ass.
You're supposed to be busting the member, not the ass.
I think the hot and heavy sex comes at the beginning of the cycle of a relationship. If the people are married or around each other too much. That's my exception.
If the shall we say, the pheromones are flowing hard, yep. The conquest, the hunt, and then
all that's required is for me to be in proximity of an ass and vagina.
Very honest.
If you're like, getting dressed in front of me and leaning over the kitchen sink in front of me, you know, doing yoga, whatever, really. You could just be sitting on the couch a certain way.
Damn, my old lady does yoga, and I try to run out the room as fast as humanly possible.
Why? So you don't get a boner?
It's your wife.
So she doesn't have an expectation.
Hold on, Josh. All right, are you being facetious, or do you really feel?
Last true American freedom.
Yeah, after so long, right? Sex is not about like what you enjoy. It's about.
There's a video playing, Josh.
And especially if they're.
All right, here's the keys to your zero bed.
Couldn't hear a word of it, OG.
It's fine. Go ahead.
Usually, if you're dealing with like women that are very demanding, that's kind of like the ending result. That demandingness never really goes away.
I'm okay with demanding so long as she's willing to put in the effort.
Are you saying you can't perform? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I told you like that. That's it. I'm now the best 6 seconds of your life. Well, the last 6 seconds of your life now.
We call that Rocket Man.
Yep.
I guess nobody wants to hear the story.
Okay, let's all talk at the same time. Go. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anyone. But
Impotence. Flaccidness. We just throwing words out there, or what?
Don't you want me? Oh.
What if it really wasn't something with her? It was something with you.
It is something with me. I don't want to do it. No, I just don't want to do it.
That's tough. I mean, it's got to be tough for her.
I'm down. I'm down so long as she's willing to put in the effort.
Yeah.
Right? Like, she can use me as a sex toy if she wants, but then the batteries need to be changed and you need to maintain, the tool.
Yeah. Like a sandwich, right? Like you need some extra effort in there.
And but you have to
outsource.
You have to know how to get the engine running. You like after when you reach a certain age as a man, it's like a pull start on a lawnmower. Now, granted, if you want to take advantage of the morning wood, that's pretty regular. But if you want it, 3+ times a day, you got to have some skill. You got to know how to work the shaft, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
The chat's pretty quiet. Ortho is too. Ortho, can we have a hand check again?
Meanwhile, the cam opens up and there's a bottle of Johnson & Johnson lotion.
I think what women, okay, I am going to speak in general terms. Let me preface it with that because I cannot speak for all women, okay? We have that caveat out of the way. I think what women want to hear is very Disneyland-ish. And that is, you're beautiful. I love your body. I don't want anybody else. I want you all the time. You're enough. You light my fire. I am in love with you and in lust, and I want you 24/7. But what's going to happen is not that Disneyland tale. Things are going to, people are going to get tired. They're going to get distracted. Those feel-good chemicals are going to, I don't know, reach another phase. It's not ever going to be one way, just like any feeling is not going to be one way. There's vicissitudes between feelings, between actions, between day-to-day blah, blah, blah. So you're not going to get this, whoever you are. I don't think you're going to get this Disneyland fairy tale man or woman who just can't live without you every damn day, can't get enough of you, and wants you all the time. I think that's
I felt like
very
that before.
unrealistic. Wouldn't we all love that?
No,
Yeah.
I've done that before. I felt that way.
Yeah,
Like the woman.
Then why isn't she still with you? Why aren't you together?
because obsession is dangerous.
Let's see. I mean, I could give you a lot of reasons.
All right. How about the main one?
I mean, in that situation, she left me, so I couldn't really tell you.
Okay.
You know,
You don't
it's
need
her
to.
decision.
Yeah. The rest isn't my business. I was just curious as to kind of who initiated that.
Well, think about that from the receiving end, right? Say you're the woman, right? And a guy's following you around, completely obsessed with you 24/7. Right?
That wasn't following her around.
No, it just I'm trying to use the fairy.
Josh.
I'm trying to use the fairy tale. What do you think that a person that has that option? What do you think they're going to reciprocate? If he wants me all the time, right? Clearly, I'm above him, so therefore, I'm going to want additional choices. It's self-destructive. That's why obsession is dangerous.
It was nice in the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I did create a situation that was, obviously exaggerated. Because I have to, you're picky with words, and I created a picture that was overly obsessed. Let's just say that the like and love and lust is very strong for a long period of time. Long period of time, maybe 15 years straight. I don't know.
What the fuck?
I don't know anyone that has that situation. So
15 years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, doesn't it last for like a year or something where you have these feelings and well, it didn't, never mind. My premise is just simply that can't last forever and doesn't, and that we have unrealistic expectations of how the opposite sex is going to adore us and fill in some, okay, here comes the pun, hole that each one of us has, which is really probably mostly existential and having nothing to do with anybody else.
Do you think that women genuinely or by majority believe that anything's going to last very long?
No, everything's always changing. But we have unrealistic expectations with love, I think, with partners. With like every day is going to be a fantastic sex day, and you're going to want each other every single day. You're going to stay in that honeymoon phase.
Well, not every day.
Every other day.
Most of the time.
All right, well, I am positing here, which I often do. I do not claim I am correct, true, and 100% above and beyond.
You said someone who thinks you're beautiful and wants you all the time and doesn't want anybody else but you. And I've felt that before. Yeah.
I have felt that before too, and it's called being in love. But
so why is it a fantasy?
I think it's a fantasy. Because it's an opinion of mine. I think it's a fantasy. What happens in real life is what you men honestly discussed here. By the way, any women want to get up too? Please. Because, I could be totally full of it and you could correct me and say, no, women don't feel that way or whatever. You guys answered in a way that made me think they're not telling me what I or any other woman wants to hear. They're being honest.
I'm confused now. I told you that I lived the Disney fantasy.
I want to make it a point here. I genuinely run from that rule in life is the thing that women want to hear is the exact thing I don't want to say.
But I don't know about all that. There's too much presupposition in there for me. I live in the moment, and I try to be honest.
I'm just concerned
very
with the
honest.
cost of the road.
What I heard and what girls and women learn, well, girls learn and then grow up and face reality, is that that's not going to happen. And vice versa. I think men are looking for their princess charming too. And nobody's ever going to fulfill that every single day of your life. I don't think it's possible to be that in love and in lust with somebody for that long of a time. It's just naturally becomes, like Josh was explaining with his situation. He's like, it's a household chore.
Okay. I can't say you're wrong because we were only together 4 years.
Yeah. I'm hitting 8 or 9 now.
And why would you want to be with someone who didn't want you?
I don't. I wouldn't.
I don't.
That's gross.
Yeah, we've been married so long. I don't.
It sounds like a fucking nightmare.
It does.
And I'm pretty sure. Well, sure, but that's the point of the marriage, right? It's not about what we.
It's a nightmare.
Well, no, it's
utility for you, maybe.
Think about this in the concept of, if you're entering a marriage because of what you want, you've already failed. Marriage ain't about you. It's actually about the other people. It's the same concept with, both spouses. Then you got the kid that comes in with it. If you've got extended family, that's included in with it. Like, the idea of going into a marriage, right? You're going into a marriage for you. You've already failed.
So you did it for what reason? You chose to marry for what
Family.
main reason?
I went straight for family.
Nikki's backstage, OG.
Who?
OG.
Nikki.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
I got
Thank
married
you.
for the sole purpose of family. So it's not
Damn,
any
he's
one thing.
AFK or some
Just
shit.
the kid.
And I don't have
But-
my keys on this account.
Good point, Josh. And sometimes maybe people get together through utility. And who's to say that there's something wrong with that either? If they're both, they both realize and agree, hey, this is kind of a business arrangement, or this is how we see it.
I don't.
But
Yeah,
where's
I
the
don't even
lust
think there
and the
was-
sex?
I don't
and
even think there was an
that-
agreement. I don't even think there was an agreement like beforehand that was based on. We didn't before marriage, right? We didn't discuss this as in, well, I'm going to get married for like the purposes of family or whatever. We just did it.
You never had a point in time where you thought, she is just lovely. She's adorable. She does this thing that's really funny. I want her. And any of that?
Nope. I didn't have this like epiphany moment of like, she's the one, right? No.
Huh. Okay. Wow.
I prefer being single, and I'm a lot happier when I'm single. So it takes a lot of like attraction and lust and chemistry to like
takes a lot
shake
of
me from
effort.
that.
Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to be in a relationship with another person. Like, it takes a lot of effort.
I have to be like, awestruck in a way in order to even want to be bothered with another person.
I feel the same.
And then, so, the first 4 months are like, Dream Weaver.
Yeah.
But
It's like
then after that, it's like,
I
I don't care anymore.
I think you start feeling often. Think you start a person in a relationship often. Yes, generality, if I have to preface every damn thing I say, can feel caged. There's this notion of possessiveness and jealousy, things that naturally happen. And anything that is feels caged in any way, the first inclination is to get out.
That's how I feel. That's how I felt, even with the woman that I had all those ways you described it. Like, even that's how I eventually felt when I was with her. So it went from like what Josh tried to call obsession to what eventually was like being in a prison. And I told her before she left, so that probably had a lot to do with her leaving now in retrospect.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. I was not very good at like communicating what I wanted either. Like, I was just, like communicating your feelings directly isn't the same thing as being constructive. Because I really the lack of intimacy between us is why I felt like I was in a cage, not because I didn't want her around. But did I know that? Could I articulate that? No. I was too young and stupid.
This is why I kind of generally oppose the idea of doing things or basing your life's choices on feelings. Even if it's the case that I'm going to do this thing because I enjoy
But
doing
you're
it.
still miserable, and that's a feeling.
What? Hold up. See, now
my homie's mom made some homemade biscuits and gravy with like actual sausage chunks.
Oh, you made some gravy, all right. Welcome back.
Is Nikki still backstage?
Why do you assume that I'm miserable?
Okay,
is
you're
Nikki still backstage, OG?
Well, you did.
No, nobody's backstage.
I'm about to eat dinner, so I really couldn't answer that any way that would please you. I just take that from your tone, from what, not just your tone, what you say, how you say it, the fact that you don't want your wife.
I'm just gonna ask, Lindsay, do you want me to make gravy? That's the thing. You're being all flirty and shit.
I'll pay you to make gravy.
Wow.
Well, hold up.
More than $10, I presume.
No, I'm leaving. I'm actually gonna eat. So.
Oh no! Boy, I want to get to the bottom of this one. So if somebody doesn't if they view like sex as a house chore, right? You're going to conflate that as they don't want their wife?
Could I get a voice check?
Hello.
Ask whoever that is that just came in. Is that Nikki?
Yeah.
Hi, Nikki. I'm cooking. Could you tell me whether you and I'm ready to eat? Could you tell me, please, if you agree or disagree that Josh sounds somewhat miserable?
Damn.
I don't know Josh well enough to make that sort of estimation of him. Josh, are you miserable?
No.
I guess there's your answer, Lindsay. That's straight from the horse's mouth.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go eat. I'll be back later. And Josh, I can expand on that later.
But before you go, I wanted to ask you, Lindsay, since you had to ask that question, what exactly gives you the impression that he's miserable?
One more time. I'm turning you up. What exactly
makes you believe he's miserable? What has
That's what he wanted to get at too. But I'm kind of ready to eat with my food right there. And so I think that's a good question. But if I wanted to answer it thoroughly and well, then I would take time, and I don't have the time. I can come back in half an hour if you'll still be here, and I'll take the time.
I don't know.
Nah, we're actually about to be ending it.
Oh, that background noise was like giving me anxiety. I didn't even realize it till it stopped. Well, welcome to the Denizen X show, formerly the OG show. My internet drop?
No.
No,
I hear you, Dan.
Can we just call OG Brown Gravy Boy now?
No, we
I
cannot.
think he said cream gravy, didn't he, with sausage?
He said biscuits and gravy. That's sausage.
Yeah,
It's white gravy. It's white gravy with sausage chunks in it. And good old cat biscuits.
I actually came up specifically to talk about food too, Dan. Like my whole point when I came up originally was to just, make you drool about, 15 bean soup with a ham bone and cheddar bay biscuits and strawberry crumble for dinner.
I'm eating fucking grass and noodles. I hate all y'all bastards. God damn it.
Okay, now I see why she says you're miserable. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
What kind of diet does your wife have?
Yeah, now I'm fucking miserable, right?
He married an Asian woman instead of a Hispanic girl. That's where he messed up.
I don't know. With the Asian woman, she's more likely to be obedient and way less likely to stab it.
You know what he says though, that flips when you marry him.
Yeah. And to be fair, right? I'm not eating fucking steak and potatoes. So I mean, there's a trade-off there. So I guess I get obedience and bad food. That sucks.
I don't know much about Asian women, but I like Asian food, so I'd be okay.
I mean,
well,
I
can tell you everything you need to know about Asians, right? So their vagina is horizontal, and that's what changes everything.
I like a fried pork berry. I like a Thai fried rice. Thai fried rice.
I already verified that's not true for myself, Josh, so you can't fool me.
Damn.
I reckon gyoza dumpling. Gyoza dumpling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be ending the stream. Any final thoughts?
Yeah.
I mean, I just got here, so.
Everything is fake and gay, just like ice.
Mudcrab, to answer your question, because as much as I want to wish for, Santa Claus to be real and all that other good stuff, right? Yeah, there's some things you just can't wish into existence. It just doesn't happen.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed that. Y'all seem to enjoy the more philosophical show where we talk about philosophy. We do a little bit of debating and talking about certain topics. There will be a part 2 to Confucianism. I don't mind if we do a stream and it deviates. Like we did about a good 3.5-4 hours talking about Confucianism. And then we did another 3 hours of just bullshitting and having fun afterwards. So I liked the nature of this show more. There's still some more stuff to go over with the Confucianism. So this will be a 3-part series. We'll also be doing Taoism, and Buddhism and Shintoism. So please tune in for that. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please like and share. Consider sending in some donos if you're so inclined. But definitely share and like and subscribe. Thank you guys. You have a wonderful time.